And we're back. Hey, everybody. I'm actually trying to stick to my scheduled streaming times as much as possible at the moment. I've got the right day, a little bit late on the time, but we are here on a Monday. How's everybody doing? How are you doing, chat? I think I need to make sure that I can see YouTube chat, because that's one thing that we're missing. We don't want to miss out on that. There it is. Been a long time. Good to see you, Coffin Pug. Good to see you, everybody. There's a few things that I need to do starting out here that I always forget to do. First of all, so I can actually see what everybody's saying. There we go. And boom. And boom. So if you're watching on YouTube, the question you're probably asking is, what is up with the gay frogs? Who made the frogs gay? Why is Alex Jones in the thumbnail? Are we talking about Alex Jones today? Not exactly, not exactly. But it's like we're kind of talking about the shadow of Alex Jones. And by that, I mean RFK Jr. So if you don't know, RFK Jr. is, I don't know, is he a nephew of JFK? He's a Kennedy. He's, you know, in that familial group that's constantly in politics. And up until fairly recently, he was considered a liberal, a progressive, you know, somebody like more Shakespeare. Raiders, streamers, welcome to the chat. Good to have you all. Welcome in, everybody. That's a great way to start the chat off. How are you doing? How are you doing, Raiders? And how are you doing, Shakespeare? I think we need to find us a local forecast to get into here. So like I was saying, like up until, I don't know, prior to the pandemic, RFK Jr. would have been considered just another Democratic Kennedy clan member. Something changed though, and that was indeed the pandemic and the vaccine, and RFK Jr. has been slipping more and more into a conspiracy mindset, to the extent to where I would feel like I would feel comfortable saying that that's his defining feature. That's who RFK is, right? That's what he's about. He's about, you know, being an anti-vaxxer. He's about weird conspiracy theories, and he's got a doozy for us in terms of conspiracy theories. Like I said, the Alex Jones and the gay frogs are in there for a reason, and that's because he basically brought it back up again. Unironically, RFK Jr. wants to think that the reason that there's more visible, you know, gay and trans people has to do with chemicals in the rainwater disrupting hormones. And let me first say that there was a nugget of truth. As with most conspiracy stuff, it bases itself in a nugget of truth. And the nugget of truth is that there's this stuff, look, I just looked it up. Let me get the name again. The actual chemical that we're talking about, right? is a chemical called atrazine, right? There's this stuff called atrazine. I think that's in rainwater due to pollution. Not because Woke Incorporated is trying to make everybody gay. Not because Woke Incorporated is out there like trying to make everybody trans, right? It's out there because because of the regulatory capture of the EPA and organizations like that. Standards, regulations that should be upheld get weakened and weakened over time, and companies are able to pollute more and more, right? But in the conspiracy mindset, nothing happens for nothing is purely just happening for profit, which in actuality in capitalism, everything happens for profit. You can trace it all back to profit. Nobody, even the capitalists, right? They're not trying to do us dirty out of meanness. They don't want to just F our shit. They don't just want to F us up, right? They're making money off of us on two sides, right? In terms of getting us to work and produce value, which they extract and then pay us less than the value. And then on the other side, they sell us a product that they upcharge for, and they get us there again. So no, they don't want to F us up. We're their cash cows. They don't care about our well-being, but they do need us there, at least for the time being, to be able to exploit, right? And this, pollutants in the environment are a product of that exploitation, right? They could do things to minimize their impact on the environment, but they would make less money, and they don't seem to care about that, right? So yeah, no, it doesn't make any sense at all. But that's the conspiracy mindset that that there's a conspiracy behind the incidents of atrazine. Is it atrazine? I keep on wanting to put an extra syllable. Atrazine, yeah, that's the stuff that we're talking about, right? An endocrine disruptor, right? And so the mindset goes like this, right? Okay, so testosterone's totally like the masculinity hormone, right? Okay, right? And like gay people and like trans women who, to a certain audience, like that's what they think of when they think of trans people, right? They're not very manly, are they? Okay, right? So not traditionally, if you go by the the gender essentialist point of view, yeah, not very manly. Okay, so right, wouldn't it make sense that maybe they have like lower incidence of testosterone? And that's what's making people like trans and gay, and the fact that there's more, trans women and like, as I'm saying this, you can probably think of a million logical inconsistencies in what I'm saying, but you're a little bit less ignorant. You're a little bit less ignorant than the target demographic for Alex Jones and RFK. They really buy into this. So yeah, so therefore, like the lower testosterone equates to like more LGBT people, and like, see, because the corporations want to make us gay. Okay, that's it. It's so broken. It doesn't make sense. It's not logically consistent. But you got people. I quote retweeted somebody on Twitter that was like, Alex Jones was right, unironically. They really believe this stuff. Right? And so that's what we're dealing with here. Atrazine. We are going to be covering. Cornell West went on and talked to Briahna Joy Gray again. I'm a little bit So from my understanding, he does talk about RFK. And he does put RFK Jr. and his conspiracy theories in their place, right? I kind of wish it was somebody other than Briahna Joy Gray, right? Because there's a lot of other questions that I would love to see Dr. Cornell West get asked, right? I want to see him explain his affinity for Governor Rob DeSantis. Little Rhonda, right? I want him to explain some of the weird takes that he's had. I want to see like what he's about, and I'm not sure if Briahna Joy Gray is going to get us those answers that at least the answers that I want, right? Because in some ways, she's messed up in kind of the same way ideologically as Cornell West. So if you don't know who she is, she was a big part of the Bernie 2016 campaign, right? Was involved in his in his campaign for presidency, that obviously he lost ultimately to Hillary Clinton, and she's one of these Bernie people that has taken exactly the wrong lessons from that campaign. During that campaign, Bernie was attacked, I think unfairly, by Hillary Clinton, with the implication being that Bernie was bad on the issues that marginalized people care about. So, oh, Shakespeare, you are good. Done streaming about Mexican Spanish. Now I'm gonna make some lunch. Yeah, good. Have some lunch. Have some lunch. Now she works for a right-winger. Yeah, so the people are talking about the Hill. She works for the Hill, and I would agree with that. I would agree with that characterization. The Hill is a right-wing organization. They may not seem like it, and especially on the Rising, they do try to make everything seem kind of 50-50. They do present this like false narrative of centrism while really doing a lot of work ultimately for the right wing. So, that's who Briahna Joy Gray is. And like I said, she took the wrong lessons from the Bernie campaign. Like, Hillary Clinton characterized the Bernie campaign as being Bernie bros, right? Sexist, racist, just like essentially tried to imply that in some, without really saying it, right? Because this isn't lingo that the Democratic Party has, but what she's implying basically is that Bernie's like a class reductionist. Bernie Sanders is a boomer. Bernie Sanders may not be current on a lot of issues, but he's definitely better than Hillary Clinton for, just about any marginalized group, right? But since Bernie got attacked on these issues, part of the left, right, Briahna Joy Gray to a certain extent, Jimmy Dore to an even greater extent, the lesson that they took from that is ID poll bad, okay? Hillary Clinton was doing ID poll, and true enough, like she's using that as a fig leaf for her reactionary politics, right? To try to like somehow paint Bernie as the reactionary, when in actuality, Hillary Clinton is an absolute fishhook neoliberal, right? So what they took from that essentially was like, ID poll bad. We need to, like, they became the class reductionists that Hillary Clinton was trying to call them. So that's what we're dealing with today, right? Let's get started.
Empire to help dismantle the empire in the name of the empowerment of poor and working people. What I like about the third party strategy is that it is a clear and unequivocal affirmation of the rot at the center of the Democratic Party. My dear brother RFK Jr.
Oh yeah, and we all know that he's running for president, right, under the Green Party now. Iron Orchid, thank you for the resub. Meow. Meow, you just got some emotes. You just got out of the ad break. When is the ad break coming up? I think it's coming up in like 5 minutes, right? In 5 minutes, there will be an hour and a half, a minute and a half. It's not quite an hour and a half, although it seems like it sometimes on Twitch. A minute and a half ad break. It's kind of disruptive. It's annoying. You're going to miss what I'm saying. You're going to miss whatever is going on Bad Faith. And it just in general ruins your immersion and makes your stream watching experience less good. If you want to make it more good, you can buy yourself a sub for $5. You can hook up Amazon Prime. If you have an Amazon Prime account, you can hook that up to Twitch to get a free sub to give to the streamer of your choice, which of course would be me. Or if you're lucky enough, and if you're active enough in chat, you might actually be given a gift sub, although I would say don't count on it these days, right? A lot less of those going around than there used to be. But yeah, it could happen. It could happen. And if you've got no other way to get out of the ad break, then that's probably your best strategy. So yeah, thank you, Iron Orchid, for resubbing. And like I said, it comes with It comes with the Weasel. It comes with Void Coffee. It comes with all the emotes that you love. You can spam them in here. You can spam them other places. And of course, it gets you out of that horrible ad break.
Work with him. I have wonderful, wonderful relations with him.
Yeah, right. Shadamar, the Green Party is a step up from the People's Party. Still not great, but...
So forth. But he can't tell the truth about Israeli occupation. People come up to me, you need to be running in the Democratic Party. Have you heard my message? Have you heard my critique of the corporate duopoly?
Things are changing very dramatically.
Yeah, we have heard your message. You love Ron DeSantis. It wouldn't make any sense for you to run in the Democratic Party. And the Democratic Party's got its problems. The Democratic Party is dominated by neoliberals, but the Democratic Party is a step up, I would say, from Ron DeSantis, who this guy absolutely, you know, has his kissing his ass, right?
And the American public, and there's a realignment. So I wouldn't count you out, Dr. West.
I appreciate that.
All right. Well,
okay, thank goodness. Like that music. Okay, I don't know. I'm gonna complain about video production here, right? The music was too loud. I don't know if she necessarily needed it. Thank goodness that it does not continue as music throughout the rest of the interview.
Talking today to a man who needs no introduction. You know him as a professor, a writer, a scholar, public intellectual. Now he's adding to the list, 2024 presidential candidate, Dr. Cornell West. Welcome back to Bad Faith.
Well, it's always a blessing to be in conversation with you. What a major force for truth and good you are in these very bleak.
YouTube chat, I need to know that you're there. I can't see you, and I don't know if that's because you're exceptionally quiet right now or because I haven't hooked it up to let you be heard. No, I think you're there.
Times.
Well, it's so kind of you to say that, Dr.
You're just very quiet.
West. I think that the news of your announcement was met with overwhelming optimism and positivity from not just people on the left, but across the political spectrum. You've really distinguished yourself as someone who's able to talk to people from all walks of life, of all political backgrounds, of all class backgrounds, with empathy and grace and good humor and love and compassion and a strong sense of justice. And it makes, I think, a lot of folks very interested in your campaign. So much so that I think the only detraction, the only dark spot, the only kind of negativity that I saw was about the choice to run with MPP as opposed to as a Green, or some might even...
Wait, MPP? We're talking about the People's Party. I don't know what the M stands for. Anybody know what the M stands for? Or is it NPP? MPP? I haven't ever heard... Oh my God, no comment, chick. She's focusing on the acronym. Please stop before she stunlocks us.
The only dark spot, the only kind of negativity that I saw was about the choice to run with MPP as opposed to as a Green.
Movement for a People's Party. Thank you, Landphobe.
Or some might even want you to run as a Democrat. Not too many people in my audience, but some people out there, I'm sure. So really? I want you to talk me through.
No, there's a reason. Like, look, even if you got a problem with the Democratic Party, which I do, I am obviously do not consider myself to be a Democrat. I tell you emphatically not to ride with Biden. At some points in a national election, you know, a candidate like Biden might be voting for them might be a form of harm reduction. But I don't want you out there cheerleading. I don't want the movement. I don't want the energy of a leftist movement being sapped by the Democratic Party. That being said, Dr. Cornell West participating in a Democratic primary could have the effect of him being what we call a message candidate. A message candidate is what Bernie intended to be. Not a lot of people know this, but Bernie didn't think that he had a chance. Bernie ran because Hillary is incredibly right-wing, and her having to contend with a further left candidate in some cases could cause her to run to the left, could cause her even to govern to the left, right? That's what a message candidate is. That's what Bernie was trying to be. And like, let me be real with you, Cornell West, you're not looking at the next president of the United States. There's no way in the world that Cornell West wins the presidency. He could, however, affect the Democratic primary, especially considering that, like, the other people in there, we've got RFK, Marianne Williams, maybe, you could say is to the left of Biden on certain issues. At least she talks that talk. But having another candidate to kind of push on Biden in those ways in the Democratic primary would probably be more helpful, right? Not that I don't believe in building third parties. I just feel like the Green Party has got too much baggage. Is she also an anti-vaxxer? Well, I'm concentrated on RFK Jr., Shakespeare, if you know about this. She's an anti-vaxxer. Great. So now you've got two anti-vaxxers running in the Democratic primary. Now, I don't think that this is going to make Biden more anti-vax, right? Because these are marginal candidates. These are not, in fact, there's probably not going to be a debate. There's probably not going to be any real fanfare around RFK. And, the only people that are going to be really supporting RFK are going to be like the Jimmy Dores of the world, right? She also said some weird stuff about people who are suffering from AIDS. It is terrible to think that somebody with those takes can also be to the left of Biden on certain issues, but she is, right? Or at least that's, her rhetoric. Yeah, I don't think that obviously Marianne Williams is never going to be president and should not be president, and she has some really sussy takes. And Cornell West, like I said, very problematic himself in terms of his why is he buddying up with Ron DeSantis? Like, what's the story? I hope that Briahna Joy Gray actually asks him about that. I'm not sure if she will. A lot of times so like I said, she's one of these people that took the wrong lesson out of Bernie. And part of this lesson was maybe we should be catering to those like lost Trump voters who voted for Bernie in the primary, right? Maybe we should make ourselves more amenable to people that we don't have agreement on social issues because I don't know, think we can, I don't know, right? So she's one of these people that's like, don't gatekeep, basically, right? So I don't anticipate her pushing back too hard on Dr. West's support for Ron DeSantis, and especially his educational initiatives. It's West Christianity and views on education should be Western rather than global. Huge turn off. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, like he jumped on board with Ron DeSantis on that stuff, right? That's like, just like explain that, right? Look, I got questions for Dr. West, right? Also, what exactly is a non-Marxist socialist? My understanding is that it's from his religious background, right? He views Marxism as being inherently and here's what's weird. Like, yeah, Marxism is maybe, has got an allegiance to atheism, but socialism doesn't, right? You've heard of a Christian socialist, right? It's not necessarily, yeah, he thinks Christianity and socialism is compatible. Does he consider himself a socialist, though? Oh, he does call himself a non-Marxist socialist. Okay, so he really is trying to rock that Christian socialism. I feel like Christian socialism's got some baggage to it too.
The decision to run in the first place, the timing of that, and then the decision to run with MPP, the Movement for a People's Party.
Well, I can start with the latter, my dear sister, that... Yeah,
right. There are, Christian Marxism or Christian Marxists. That's true too. It wasn't, if you look into Marx's writings, his materialism kind of precludes like a, Christian form of metaphysics, but, that doesn't stop people from kind of mixing and matching. I'll
always have a deep sense of gratitude to People's Party. Brother Nick reaching out to me and asking for me to run on the People's Party. I just had a little sense that the challenge would be such that it could be a distraction from focusing on the people and the suffering. So that as much as I have that deep gratitude, I've been in conversation with a number of folk in the Green Party.
Right. So this is Chris Hedges. I think actually Briahna Joy Gray might have played some part in this conversation that he's talking about. And Shama Sawant, I think as well, right? Who's more of a... What is it? Socialist Worker Party is Shama Sawant's party, and they're actually kind of got a Trotskyist heritage to them. Yeah, the classical education stuff is really strange. I've had run-ins with it myself, but putting this into a standard, and also his Gavin McInnes. Let's bring up Gavin McInnes, right? We all know Gavin McInnes, the literally the dude that started the Proud Boys. Gavin McInnes had a late night talk show. Tried to get guests like Sam Cedar. Tried to get, like, you know, lefties to come on and have a conversation with him. One of the few lefties that took him up on that was Cornell West. And when we're talking about his classical education, in other words, like emphasis on Western civilization and emphasis on Western thoughts, it kind of fits right into Gavin McInnes's, not Newsom, I gotta make sure I'm saying the right Gavin here. Gavin McInnes's concentration on what he calls Western chauvinism, right? So that's how the people wonder, you know, how are the Proud Boys racist when they have literally the leader for a while is a Cuban guy, right? How could they be racist, right? Well, yeah, they'll let anybody into their group as long as they have a Western chauvinist point of view, as long as they see Western culture as being superior, and that's kind of how they shoehorn white supremacy into their organization without having it be overt. But I think by now people know what they're about, right? I think by now people know what they're about. A wholesome short about my mom going to Pride. Oh, that's awesome. It's a good story about Pride. Yeah, this has been a tough Pride month.
And I'm actually decided to
West and Chomsky both need to retire.
To be part of the presidential nomination process of the Green Party. And so that really speaks to that particular issue that you're talking about there. We want to create a broad coalition and a united front, and that will include a number of different institutions and parties, including the People's Party. They won't be central, won't be at the core, but I'm actually moving at this moment to become part of the nomination process of the Green Party.
So when I had the pleasure of talking with Chris Hedges last week at the Socialist Alternatives Worker Strike Back launch in New York, I asked—
Wait, Socialist Alternative. Wait, did I say this wrong? Is it not the Socialist Workers Party? Is it the Socialist Alternative that I'm thinking of with Shama Sawant? It's in the Discord under stream suggestions. Oh, a hypothetical ally mom? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was more personal than that. I see.
Asked him this question and we made a little bit of news. He, at that point, revealed that he had plans to talk to you in the morning about potentially linking up with the Greens. But there were some concerns about how likely that was to happen or what barriers there might be to doing so, even from the perspective of the Green Party. So you're saying that you're looking toward being a part of their nominating process. Does that mean that there is going to be a primary or some contest within the context of the Green Party and that you're not guaranteed to be the nominee?
That's right. I mean, there's no guarantee I've got to win it, which is the way it ought to be. You know what I mean? You have to earn it.
Yeah, so the People's Party was just going to essentially, I don't know how this works, right? But they were going to let him have it. I don't think there was going to be any sort of a nomination struggle with the Green Party.
Respect and so forth. It just means that.
Did Dr. West do a bad take? See, here's the thing, okay? So everybody knows he's running for president, right? He started off running in the Movement for a People's Party, which is a highly problematic organization. This is an organization, you know, with people like Jimmy Dore in it, right? People are like, what's going on? They did a little digging and they looked into what Cornell West has been doing, he's been allying with, and they found stuff like Ron DeSantis, right? He said really good things about Ron DeSantis. He's gotten on board with some kind of standardized test that Ron DeSantis wants to impose that has an emphasis on Western, right, academic curriculum, right? So it's just like, it's a strange bedfellows, to be sure, right? So there's more stuff, you know, as you go back, I found a tweet of him in 2011 praising Ronald Reagan. There's more to Dr. West than people realize. I have seen him go on to cable news networks and have really good takes and say really impressive stuff that I would love it if it would like kind of filter into our politics, right? So, when I first heard this, I was a little bit excited too, but the more you kind of look into it, the more you find out that Dr. Cornell West is a more complicated figure apparently than any of us knew, and not complicated in a good way, right? Not nuanced in a good way. Turn off the simulation. I'm done playing. Does it feel like a simulation to you? Oh no, he is the same. He's on the same board as the guy Ron tapped to destroy. Yeah. So yeah, the board, the guy that Ron DeSantis nominated to the college board of, I think it's called the New College in Florida. This is a college that Ron DeSantis is actively trying to take over because it's seen as being like a progressive college, right? And they're running this as kind of a proof of concept to be able to do this to more colleges, right? So in the way that to some degree, colleges and universities are like the only institutions, not because of ideological capture or anything like that, but just by the nature of, them being intellectual academic enterprises, tend to skew to the left according to today's politics, right? So the right wing sees college as like, your kids go to college, you've raised them up to be good little Christians, and they come back and they're like, actually, I'm an atheist. Actually, I am gay, I am lesbian, I am trans, right? And it really scares them. It really scares them, right? That these institutions, like in their mind, are turning their kids into something that they don't want to be. But in reality, it's like you can't, and you shouldn't want to control your kids as soon as they get out into the world, and as soon as they have exposure to ideas, to to people, then you expect some change, right? And some change is healthy too. And just being around people at college like that exposes to other people and ideas. As someone who studied business in college, that narrative is so funny. Most of my professors were conservative. That's true, yeah. So like colleges and and if you look at colleges and university, they're not as left wing as people think. Obviously, there's the business department. Obviously, there's the economics department. There are a lot of departments that skew conservative. There's also a lot of money that goes into colleges and universities from big business, and they buy whole departments. I mean, look at the University of Chicago. We don't have to look far, right? The ideas that were implemented in Chile under Pinochet came from the School of Economics in the University of Chicago. So don't miss me with this idea that college is this like lefty, brainwashing cult or something like that. It's just, a place where, you're going to be exposed to other ideas, like people are saying. Literally making universities into seeming like the tree of knowledge of good and evil that brought about the fall of man. That's a good comparison. Finance, business, tech. Oh God, tech. Yes, STEM even sometimes. I mean, depending on where you go, it can be kind of could be a little bit iffy. But that shouldn't stop you from giving some love to that thread. That is my thread for today for Twitter. If you're on that hell site, I would appreciate a like or a retweet or whatever kind of love you can throw my thread would be massively appreciated. And I'll put it in the YouTube chat as well. If they'll ever wake up, YouTube, wake up. Wake up. I made a beautiful thumbnail for you. It's got gay frogs and Alex Jones. I mean, come on. What more do you want?
I would no longer have a lot of the questions about the People's Party. That the contribution they made in terms of the launch is something that I affirm. Same is true with Brother Nick. But I no longer have those kind of questions, no kind of baggage. We're moving on. We're keeping the focus where it belongs, which is bringing not just ballot access, but bringing a broad, united front spirit to keep the focus on all of this suffering and social misery out here, poor and working people. The last thing we need is internal left conflict to serve as a distraction from trying.
Yeah, it's a sad thing because economics could be Karl Marx. Like, right? Karl Marx wrote about economics. But in the U.S., as Shakespeare is pointing out, it is basically refried Milton Friedman, Friedrich von Hayek, and Mises as well. Leftist economists are, Paul Krugman. Haven't heard from him in a while.
And to be the strongest campaign in the
Hope he doesn't praise Jill Stein.
in the campaign in many ways is just a moment in a movement, or at least
At first I was like, Jill Biden?
moment in momentum. I mean, movements are very rare in history. But we can get social momentum just to get folk mobilized.
Honestly, I'm just here for RFK's crack pipe.
Focus on the plight of poor and working people without the internal conflict. So I think that's actually over from my point of view. And it's onward with United Front, with the Greens process at the center.
So just so people are aware who might not know, one of the concerns with MPP was that I believe they have ballot access in 3 states. The Green Party, I believe, has ballot access in 48 states. Obviously, the opportunity to vote first and foremost is a huge issue for people who want your campaign to have as long as possible. There were also some.
So in other words, he's going to be on the ballot, right? So when you go to, what did she say, like 48 states? If you're in one of those states that the Green Party has access to, you're going to see Cornell West listed, assuming that he stays in the race. You're going to see Cornell West listed, and assuming that he wins the nomination. Like I said, it's not a fait accompli. You're going to see him listed there, right? So, and you know, the benefit of this for third parties is essentially if they rack up a certain amount of a certain percentage, they can sort of gain more prominence in politics, gain more ballot access in general. So, you know, it is important to build third parties. Unfortunately, it seems like the third parties that are prominent in the U.S., they gain baggage pretty quickly, and they get poison pilled, right? They take on stuff that a lot of us don't want to have anything to do with, right? And become sort of inviable, even as like a protest vote in a state where, let's say that you're a solidly blue state, you know, there's no chance of helping out Trump or DeSantis or whoever's running on the Republican side. You know, if there's too much baggage with one of these parties, then, you know, people don't really want to get behind them, right? And ideally, right? Ideally, the path would be a third party that would eventually, this is going to sound crazy to you, okay? But go with me. A third party that would eventually supplant the Republicans as the second most popular party, right? So that's the long-term strategy, right? If we were to have a politics similar to the rest of the world, the Democratic Party would make more sense as your conservative party, and something like a social democratic party would be to the left of them. Obviously, you know, there's a lot of impediments in the system that create this dynamic where there's so much pull to the two major parties as far as viability goes. Can't protest vote in my area, way too close in elections to risk it.
Allegations of a Me Too nature against Nick Briahna, and some questions about the handling of funds.
That's the founder of the MPP.
Funds over at MPP. Certainly running under the Green Party banner would make people feel a lot more confident about various aspects of that. But can you talk to me about what that process looks like? Is there a vote of some kind that's happening within the Green Party? Is this an internal nominating process? Who else are you aware of who's in the contest with you to be the Green Party nominee?
I mean, at this point, the only person that people have talked about is Brother Howie. Mm-hmm. He ran before. I've had wonderful conversations with him in years past. But I just want to be...
What's this guy's name again? Something Howie?
Democratic relative to the Green Party's process. And they have a nominating process. You submit your name. They have state gatherings, and then they have the big convention in the summer of 2024. And so I'll just be a part of that. And I'm hoping to win that.
Howie Hawkins, thank you. Yeah.
Then still have that strong Green infrastructure, that strong green institution. But keep in mind that it's still one with a spirit of a broad coalition and united front, a variety of different institutions and parties. You know, we got major strikes coming up this summer that I want to be a very important part of, where it becomes very clear, it exposes people. We saw it with Biden in regard to the railroad strikes. It exposes which side you are when it comes to class conflict and class struggle. It exposes the choices people have.
And for anybody wondering, the latency seems to be a problem on Dr. West's end. It doesn't seem like it's from Brianna's end or from mine.
To make when they choose between.
So there's not a lot I can do about that, unfortunately.
Working class folk and the bosses. But those are the kind of things that will be part and parcel of the Green Party nomination as I proceed on this campaign. I want to make it unprecedented. Why? Because the suffering is so intense. We have to do something unprecedented.
I feel Brianna's pain here.
It's a limelight on it, and then try to intervene. And of course, you know this better than anybody else.
Yeah, and I do want to move to, of course, the substantive issues of your campaign and your thoughts on a lot of percolating political issues right now. But I do just want to nail down some of the logistics here for this reason. Folks really invested in both of Bernie's campaigns, both personally in their time and with their money. And so I do think that there is an openness to a kind of political messaging campaign. The feeling is that obviously third-party candidates have a very tough road ahead of them, given first-past-the-post voting. I personally am on record of thinking it's a very worthwhile endeavor. I have voted Green the last two election cycles. But even if the goal is something short of winning, I think that people want to know how their resources are being spent, what the goals of the campaign are, and how much thought has been put into it in advance. And so just to clarify some things, you're saying that we won't know until next summer of 2024, whether or not you've secured the Green Party nomination?
That's right, because there will be no Green Party candidate who's gone through the process until the convention.
Okay.
But as of now, I'm part of the Green Party nomination, and I've got Green Party infrastructure serving as the crucial wind at my back as it embraces a variety of other parties and institutions. That's what I'm saying. Because you can be so wrong of me to say, somehow I'm going to be the Green Party nominee. I don't know. It's a democratic process. But at the same time, I'm going to be fighting for it. And I think I've got a good chance, but we shall see. I've got a number of different voices that can emerge.
And do you have a sense of what any contingency might be? Might we end up in a scenario where you don't secure the Green Party nomination? Because I have heard that there's a little bit of, it's an institution and with people who have had spent a lot of time working within the Green Party who might have various feelings about someone from the outside or who announced with another party coming in with a lot of name recognition and obviously popularity the way you have. And I understand there might be some sensitivities around that within the organization. Do you have any plan Bs? Have you thought through what it will look like if you don't secure the Green Party nomination? Are there other parties, or do you just default back to running as on the MPP with the MPP party?
No, I mean, right now I envision going all the way through the Green Party nomination. I can understand a number of Green brothers and sisters saying, well, it looks...
Yeah, my issue is with his wording of broad front, wide coalition, because that usually means allowing conservatives, right-wingers to take control of the movement. And here's the deal with that, right? Like I said, Brianna took the wrong lessons from Bernie's candidacy, right? And actually became, in some ways, not as bad as Jimmy Dore, not as bad as certain other people, but in some ways became the class reductionist that Hillary Clinton was kind of like under the cover accusing Bernie of being, right? That was their takeaway from that was, gosh, if we had had a few more Trump people crossing over. This is a problem with drinking soda on stream. You always burp. If you have a few more Trump people crossing over, maybe we could have beaten Hillary. Yeah, and then you're forging a coalition that has a red-brown hue to it. Do you know where that leads? Yeah, there's a problem with that, right? So the idea is, like, let's just de-emphasize the social issues. Let's just de-emphasize, like, and it doesn't make sense for somebody like Cornell, because like he's talking about the pain that people experience. He's talking about the struggles that people experience. I don't think that Cornell West wants to de-emphasize people's liberatory movements, but that's essentially the takeaway that people like Brianna got from that. And him, despite the fact that he's talking this talk, right? His broad coalition, in addition to like who he's been willing to get into the bed with, including Ron DeSantis, right? It demonstrates a willingness to throw those issues under the bus, to de-emphasize those issues, to forge coalitions with people who, maybe the only thing that we have in common with them is an antipathy towards, the corporate power structure, but for a very different reason. Their hostility towards corporations comes from an idea that the corporations are a vehicle for wokeness. The corporations are a vehicle for social change. So the very things that are should be part and parcel of our movement become part of are the things targeted by those groups that Dr. West would include in his broad coalition, his wide coalition, what have you. We don't need right-wing or centrist bedfellows. Yeah, we need leftists. Exactly.
As if somebody is not just coming in from the outside, but now, of course, I was with Nader, the great Ralph Nader. I was with Sister Jill Stein, who's done magnificent things on the left, in my view, even given the kind of criticism people might often put in terms of being spoiler. I'm not convinced of those criticisms at all, but that's another.
And if you don't want to be spoiled by the top of the hour ad break, you've got like 3 minutes to figure out how to either buy yourself a sub. It costs $5 to hook up your Amazon Prime to your Twitch and thus receive a free Amazon Prime sub, which you can use to get out of the ad break. Or if you're lucky enough, like I said, you could get a gift sub, but those are few and far between these days.
Another issue that she's played an important role and continues to play a very important role. But it's just, I think it's the case I have to make. What I would argue, though, is that in terms of the movement for the empowerment of precious, poor, and working people, that none of us are outsiders, that we've been a part of this movement for a long, long time. I've been at a number of Green Party nominations because I was there with Ralph, I was there with Jill, I was there with my dear brother Briahna Joy, who I have tremendous love and respect for. So in that sense, I just want to be respectful of any of the persons, any of the parties that I work with, and at the same time recognize that I've got to go through the same process everybody else does, and more importantly, raise my voice and give every fiber of my being to casting a limelight on the wretched of the earth here in the American empire and every corner of the globe, because this is very much a global and international.
Is he really trying to whitewash what he did to what he did to Obama? Remember, conservative socialism originally came about as a desperate response by the aristocracy in Europe to co-opt the working class to fight the progressive bourgeoisie.
Effort.
Given that, realistically speaking, I understand that it seems like you think the odds are very slim that you wouldn't secure the Green Party nomination, but given that the alternative might be that MPP is the default solo party position by the summer of next year, have there been any conversations about reforming some MPP to address some of the concerns that people have with that particular organization? I think a lot of us were very supportive of it initially, myself included. We're very happy about the fact that Nick Briahna and MPP supported moments like Force the Vote, seem to have a more adversarial approach to politics, the likes of which many of us wanted from the Bernie campaign.
Considering what he said about Barack Obama, what did he say? Are you talking about in 2016? Are you talking about in 20? Yeah, it would be. No, it wouldn't be 2016. Yeah, so we're missing what he said about Barack Obama that you're talking about, Shakespeare.
But has been
tarnished. Rage Against the Machine.
Yes, absolutely.
Tremendous achievement in which Brother Nick and the People's Party played a role. But no, I mean, at this point, it's a matter of Brother Nick and the People's Party coming to terms with its own internal challenges and coming to terms with its own
Ta-Nehisi Coates said Obama was Malcolm, compared Obama to Malcolm X.
Acceptance that people have as to its own, what would be the right word here? Some of its own relative failings. I think every institution, every party has relative failings, and therefore you have to reevaluate. But they've had breakthroughs, and they've also had failures, like any other party or institution. But at this point, I'm trying to focus on the campaign. That's the important thing. I'm trying to focus on.
I appreciate that desire, Dr. West, but there's some irony there, right? Because your ability to focus on the campaign is being frustrated by these issues, which I would hate to see raise their head again down the line a year from now when there is this opportunity to potentially nip it in the bud. And I have seen some lefty commentators, including people that were formerly with MPP and are invested in the success of the organization, but did have some of the concerns that have been raised with the leadership, to say
he called Obama the black puppet of Wall Street since he sold out black people during the TARP program in 2008.
Things like, well, if Nick Brianna were to step away, if there were to be a leadership change, then that could do a lot to restore the integrity of the institution. Have you been involved in any questions?
So West further retracted his support for Obama in an April 2021 interview, stating that Obama was the black mascot of Wall Street oligarchs and a black muppet of corporate plutocrats. So this is, I'm guessing, is in response to Obama's response to the financial crisis, right? Which in some ways was the financial apparatus of the American economy holding a metaphorical gun to the head of the government and saying, do you want an enormous cascading financial disaster? Because if you don't, you need to bail us out, right? We bought influence in the government. We eroded the regulations that would have kept this from happening, and then we made all kinds of there's like a whole credit default swap mess that put the economy in danger in the first place. Now the taxpayer, who if you ever try to pass any sort of social safety net program, we're going to remind you that that's coming from the taxpayer. You try to give some student debt, really, that's coming from the taxpayer. But when it comes to bailing out the corporations for the mess that they made, the mess that they basically corrupted the elected government in order to get the ability to make, they want the taxpayer to pay for that, right? Yeah. So now he's become the head of the American killing machine. Okay, so also talking about Obama not winding down Afghanistan. Talking about, what happened in Yemen, talking about the continuance of the drone program or its expansion, really, of the drone program under Obama. In November 2012, West said in an interview that he considered Obama a Rockefeller Republican in blackface. It was harsh but accurate, considering the disproportionate amount of black banks and businesses that went bankrupt while Obama did nothing, in addition to the massive increase in poverty amongst black people. Yes, Libya, Syria, etc.
Questions like that as someone who's a member of the board of MPP? I haven't heard any talk about him stepping away or anything. No, I haven't heard any talk at that.
Okay.
But at that point, again, that's something that the NPP has to come to terms with in and of itself. I've already made the move toward the Green Party nomination. Therefore, it's a matter of trying to, as I keep saying, trying to keep the focus where it belongs without distractions. And yet at the same time, I would never want to just trash any party, NPP or any other party. I think all of them made some contributions. The same is true with the launching itself. But most importantly, that's rearview mirror now.
Well, looking forward, I'm curious about the decision to run third party. I think it's a courageous one. It's a strategy that I certainly advocate. But given that you're willing to suffer the slings and arrows of being called a spoiler candidate and all of the rhetoric that we've heard before, I'm curious about the decision not to do something that the left has been talking about a lot, which is this idea of a dirty break strategy, running within the Democratic Party for the primary and pivoting to an independent candidacy after you're presumably cheated out of having a fair primary process and running third party at that stage, the advantage obviously being able to take advantage of all of this primary discourse that's happening right now.
I mean, the difference though is that like Bernie there could be some claim made of Bernie being, screwed over by the party apparatus. I don't know if you want to say cheated, but yeah, there was the party establishment acted on behalf of Hillary and of Biden in order to end Bernie's candidacy. I don't think that Cornell West would be able to make the same claim, though. I don't think that there's any chance that Cornell West would be, were he to run in the Democratic Party. And like, honestly, like legit, if he runs in the Democratic Party, he's going to have to explain like why he's in bed with DeSantis. He's going to have to explain his great admiration for Ronald Reagan, right? There's going to be all these things that he has to legitimately explain, right? So no, there's no chance of that. I don't know what she's talking about there.
The opportunities to have CNN town halls or Twitter spaces or whatever that is. Can you walk me through the decision to run and the decision of how to run the way that you are running?
What I like about the third party strategy, whichever third party on the left you're talking about, is that it is a clear and unequivocal affirmation of the rot at the center.
Yeah, good point, Stepan. There were some unforced errors by the Bernie campaign in terms of outreach to the Black community, and not all the issues could be blamed on the party apparatus. But yeah, he definitely got screwed over by the party in a lot of ways.
Democratic Party. And the corporate wing suffocating the progressive wing. That's Brother Bernie and company, or the Squad and company. See, that they forever run up against a stone wall and end up being a kind of cover.
Obama is a neoliberal, true.
For Wall Street, Pentagon, That's
you could make you could legitimately pose the question though. Did he run as a neoliberal? Right? Was he? Did he signal like a different kind of presidency than he actually ran in 2008? Right? There's a legitimate question there.
Free, you see, so that even say my dear brother RFK Jr. I've worked with him. I have wonderful relations with him and so forth. But he can't tell the truth about the Israeli occupation. He can't tell the truth about the suffering of our precious Palestinian brothers and sisters. That's just one small.
Is him calling everyone brother a religious thing? I'm not sure.
Exactly. He's locked into a certain discourse that has been normalized by the Democratic Party that refuses to come to terms with truth and justice. The truth of the West Bank and Gaza. The truth of a whole host of other issues that have to do, especially with U.S. foreign policy. It could be Haiti, it could be Latin America.
More of a solidarity kind of thing.
So, and it appears so quickly. I mean, I can hear RFK Jr. talk about corporate power, and I'm with him 100%. And then as soon as you ask him a question about U.S. foreign policy, he sounds like he's been an extension of
almost even his campaign slogan, like the hope and change, right? It implied a break from because Bush is in addition to being a neoconservative, Bush is a neoliberal. Like, right, the establishments of both parties had basically settled on the end of history narrative at that time, and so hope and change would imply that she got some other model of running the country, and that's not what we got with Obama.
Some deeply conservative lobby that's been putting pressure on politicians for so long that denies the suffering, it renders invisible the social misery of Palestinians, and that's just one example, I think, among others. And this is going to be something that I think haunts all of those who are trying to struggle within the Democratic Party. We had that struggle with Bernie. What I liked about Bernie was that it was new, it was powerful. He and I had wonderful debates about BDS, for example, boycott, divest, and sanctions movement. You see, he was against it, I was for it. He's my dear brother. We had deep disagreements. We were still very close, remained close until we died in many ways. The same would be true about reparations. Couldn't take us down reparations. Well, I was for it, he was against it. I understood what his argument was, practical. For me, it's a matter of truth and justice and so forth. So that to run, and people come up to me, you need to be running in the Democratic Party. Have you heard my message? Have you heard my critique of the corporate duopoly? Have you heard the taboo issues that the Democratic Party will not touch at all? Do you know what it means to look at where the American empire is now and the sheer dysfunctionality of its two-party system, as 60% of its fellow citizens are struggling to put food on the table every month, and they can still allow for military expansionism, still allow for Wall Street breakdance through the bank, and you got 40.
So, theoretically, if a Green Party candidacy became, here's the weird thing, right? You got two things that the Green Party can do. They can run a candidate and get about the same amount of votes as the Libertarian Party, or you know, whatever party is running on the right as a third party, right? And that doesn't rock the boat, and that doesn't, you know, shake anything up. Essentially, it's zero impact then, right? They run, they're there. You can use them as a protest vote, but they're not going to win, right? And they're not even going to get talked about, right? The second option is that the Green Party gives the Democratic Party a run for its money. The Green Party gets a certain amount of energy, gets a certain amount of votes that would otherwise go to the Democratic candidate. And what you would hope would happen then is the Democratic Party adjusting course, recognizing that they are losing on their left flank, and changing their platform, changing their policy in accordance, right? So then a Green Party candidate could have the same effect as a message candidate in the Democratic primary. Unfortunately, though, what happens whenever a Green Party candidate does that, whenever the Green Party even outstrips like the Libertarian Party in terms of their impact on the election, instead they get accused of actually being for the far right. They get accused of being spoilers for Trump. They get their allegiance questioned, and it never ends up serving the purpose that you'd like to see a third party candidacy serve. Libertarian Party actually screwed the Republicans a bit in the midterms, assuming most of their vote. Yeah, that's the whole thing. Is like that's why third parties have trouble, taking off in this country, right? In California, they're going to run Gloria again under the Peace and Freedom Party, the PSL. Gloria Rivera, is that
80% of Americans poverty and low income, as I did Brother William Barber and Sister Thea Harris would say, it frees you up. Oh, it should free you up if you're a third party candidate, it seems to me.
Yes, well, you just alluded to some remarks by RFK Jr. He, very famously now at this point, tweeted and then retracted his support for Roger Waters of Pink Floyd, who has been a guest on this podcast.
La Riva, not Rivera. I'm sorry.
Saying that it was because he found his advocacy for Palestinians to be holding Arab nations to a different standard as Israel in a way that he felt was anti-Semitic. He elaborated on those remarks in an interview with Glenn Greenwald from Monday of this week, in which he, we'll insert a clip of it here, but he went on to say that basically our support of Israel is justified because it is unique in the Middle East in terms of its treatment of LGBTQIA people. He said that Palestinians kill Israeli children purposefully in a way that Israelis do not.
Wait, are we into RFK now?
Kill Palestinian children purposefully. And although Glenn Greenwald tried to tease out how the same justifications that RFK Jr. was using to defend Israel are used to justify American spending in Ukraine, it was clear from the conversation that RFK Jr. had never made those connections before.
Groups that have, in many ways, been dictating policy in Israel over
my God.
the last few years.
Okay, no, he talks too fast. We're gonna have to slow them down. By the way, that was a glitched transition. Here I am talking about video production again. That wasn't. It looks like technical difficulties. It was actually a transition that utilizes the aesthetic of a computer glitch, but that's not the way you want to use that, right?
By American spending in Ukraine, it was clear from the conversation that RFK Jr. had never made those connections before.
Groups that have, in many ways, been dictating policy in Israel over the last few years. I think part of the responsibility of the United States is to try to find a path to justice for the Palestinians. But on all these issues, if you live in any of these other countries and you're gay, for example, you can be killed for that. Israel is the only place where you have freedom. If you're a transvestite,
oh my God, really? Yo. I don't know if anything needs to be said.
Have other kind of dissident views.
Dissident. That's what. God. Me and my dissonant clothing choice, I guess. I don't know.
I'd much rather be in Israel than any other place.
I get that argument,
this is like some Sam Harris shit. What is this?
Go ahead. You can finish. All right, well, I just wanted to.
Glenn Greenwald, why are you standing? What is going on? What is up with production? Look, I should just become a news stream or something like that because I feel like I do it better than these jokers. Like, what the hell? Look at how unprofessional that looks, right? I'm gonna he's trying to look like he's Wolf Blitzer or something like that, but it's just not coming off.
Ask you quick.
Israel, and we need to have the same standard for judging Israel as we judge other Arab countries.
Look, anything that'll keep me from having to talk about Vosh and his disgusting takes on, all the stuff we talked about yesterday.
We should,
Looks like a high school student news broadcast, yeah.
And Israel is going into the West Bank and killing children. It's never doing that deliberately. Never.
Never doing that punitively. Never said anything about putting Palestinians on a diet. Depriving them of food, depriving them of medicine. No, never. Come on.
And nobody has ever said
God
it
damn.
is.
Well, a lot of people have said it. A lot of people have said it is. But let me just ask you, because I just want to focus
in all of those other countries, it is the deliberate policy of those countries to attack and target civilians and to kill them.
That's right. When the U.S. does it, it's not deliberate, right? We just happen to do it. But every other country, when that happens, it's because they're super meanie butts, right?
So let me just I just want to focus the question though, because you have the kind of abstract question that you're talking about, which is who's better, Israel or Saudi Arabia?
Wow.
And I don't think anybody would doubt you'd rather live in Israel than Saudi Arabia.
Look, I'm glad that we watched this.
Yeah, that's the choice.
I would not have known that I would have never watched Glenn Greenwald's interview with RFK Jr. I would have never looked at this, right? I would have had no idea how bad this guy. Like, he's bad. I realize that he's bad, but holy shit. Nothing bad ever happens to them. Oh my God, to the Kennedys, true.
Just like people say, I'd rather live in Ukraine than Russia. Ukraine seems more democratic to me than Russia. But when it comes to Ukraine, I've heard you making the argument that even though Ukraine might be our ally, even though they might be more democratic than Russia,
my God.
We have so many people that you speak eloquently about suffering here at home that this is a war we can't afford. So if you were to go around the United States, as you're already doing and will continue to do, and the question,
I think we're about to get to that, Cat. I think that's about to come up.
The question is not who's better, the Israeli or the Palestinians. The question is, why are we in the United States transferring billions of dollars of aid each year to a country, Israel, whose citizens in a lot of ways enjoy better standards of living than a lot of the ways American citizens live? What is your argument?
Wait, but no, that was on Jordan Peterson, though. The thing, if I'm right, am I correct about that? I think that him talking about the chemicals in the rainwater making everybody trans, I think that happened on the Jordan Peterson broadcast that he was. So, I mean, this is the guy that you want to be a Democratic presidential candidate? Go on Glenn Greenwald, go on Jordan Peterson, right? These are the rounds that he's making.
For why we should send so much money to
Israel, RFK Jr.,
but not to Ukraine.
Well, I mean, the historically,
I believe that JFK Jr. is. Oh my God! Actually, here's one thing that's funny too, right? Now, I gotta get this thing started, right? I should have said this before. I've been doing it on Twitter. This is not RFK Jr., okay? This is Q Shaman Kennedy. This guy used to be some kind of a progressive, some kind of a liberal, right? And then the pandemic happened, and he's gone off on the conspiracy deep end, right? So he is Q Shaman Kennedy. That is what we're referring to him as from now on. Because I have no respect for this guy at all. Yeah, he was an environmental lawyer. He was on a podcast with Sam Cedar at one point, right? He was on a podcast, was it a podcast? Or he was on some kind of I think it was a podcast with Sam Cedar, right? So yeah, he used to be a lot different, but he's gone off the deep end. And that's what we're dealing with. He was already anti-vax. I did not know that. So yeah, this was just I guess when those views kind of came to light. But I mean that's who we're dealing with here.
An argument has been that Israel is a model democracy in the Mideast. It's the only democracy in the Mideast. And as a democracy, it's a model for peacekeeping, for And there's never been a time in history when a democracy
Also very right wing with HIV back in the 80s, various drug treatments.
has a
Sorry, Shakespeare. Thank you for reminding me what I was getting to. Right, the QAnon culture. I don't know what you want to call it. Subculture, counterculture, whatever that thing is. Right, the QAnon sphere. They are obsessed with the Kennedys. Right, the Kennedys play a outsized role in their worldview to the point where they convince themselves, and the mild version is this: John F. Kennedy Jr. didn't really die. He did. He died in the 90s. He did. But no. He hid away from the deep state because he knew that the deep state wouldn't let him live. So he went into hiding, right? And they've got days that they read the Q drops and they'll convert things into numbers and they'll convert those numbers into date and they'll be like, this is it. This Q drop proves that John F. Kennedy Jr. is coming back to us in Dallas, right in the grassy knoll, right where his father was assassinated on this and this and date. And they'll all show up to Dallas and they'll be like, yes, JFK Jr., where are you? Right? And he doesn't show up. And then they're like, oh, I guess I read the tea leaves wrong. I guess I didn't do the. I must have made some mistake, like interpreting the Q drop, right? He's really coming back in a year from now or something like that, right? They'll always change it, right? So they're obsessed with JFK Jr. Now the spicy version of that is that JFK faked his own assassination. Just got a watermelon and a mannequin, put the mannequin on top of the watermelon on top of the mannequin's head, and maybe it was the watermelon that exploded. That was like, it was really a watermelon. It was like, they somehow think that JFK is alive, right? This is how deep the rabbit hole goes. If you really want to know how deep the rabbit hole goes, there are people, unironically, in the Q movement that think that JFK himself is still alive and he's just in hiding. And they've got like lots of celebrities that are dead that they wish that the celebrity wasn't dead. And they come up with this idea, oh yeah, maybe he just went into hiding because the deep state and stuff, and he's going to come back to us and he's going to lead us in this glorious revolution. Like JFK Jr. is going to be like, yes, I'm back and I'm going to run for president. I'm going to be Trump's vice president, or, it's all this kind of shit. So like RFK, that's why I call him Q Shaman Kennedy, if you want to understand, right? Jackie was literally traumatized by what happened to JFK because, it landed on her face and chest. But according to these people, it was just watermelon or I don't know what their actual theory is, right? But they think that all these people that are like verifiably dead, no longer living, buried, right? No, it's just they're not really dead, right? They're not really dead.
Has gone to war with another democracy. So I think our policy in the United States should be to support the growth of democracies around the world.
But that was the argument for going into invading.
Yeah, there you go. That's why Jackie won't let us see her dress, because when it was revealed, it was just watermelon juice.
We're going to spread democracy in the Middle East. That's the argument for supporting the Ukrainians, which is the Ukrainians.
Glenn, fix your show.
For democracy and Russia's an autocracy.
There's a and Glenn.
Also, who told you to adopt that color scheme? Like, what is up with the?
I agree with you, and I think I do think there's a difference between what we did in Iraq, which is imposing a U.S. system, which I don't think was really democracy at the point of a gun, and going in a preemptive war.
Certain aspects of the QAnon movie, I've never seen this, seem to be based on boomer nostalgia for some of the good parts of the 1960s, like Kennedy liberalism. They even and they connect Trump to this. They connect Trump. They think that Trump is the modern equivalent of JFK. They even gave him a full Catholic burial, like he was given a wake for, so like a wake, if I'm not mistaken, they Wait, are we talking about JFK here? Because yeah, there's a lot of Kennedys that are no longer with us, and most of those Kennedys, QAnon will tell you that they're still alive somewhere. They're hiding in Hollow Earth. That's right, with Elvis and John Lennon. I don't know. Wow, he said things. He said a thing that is correct. Iraq is bad. There you go. It's a mixed bag then. So they forgot about Kennedy and the Bay of Pigs, or Nam. Yeah. Also made a bronze statue of Donald Trump for a convention that was held for him. This stuff is wild, isn't it?
Which we've never done in our history, on
Hugh Shaman Kennedy.
a pretext in which we lied to the American public about weapons of mass destruction and our policy of assisting an existing democracy in the Mideast that has had a long relationship with our country and a long and supportive relationship with our country. But, I think you raised some important points. I think it probably, at this point in history, Israel is much better able to take care of itself than it was in the past, and we need to look at all those things.
And it raised some concerns for folks that his objections to
Brianna, on the off chance that you're watching, use literally any other transition. Fire your editor, do something, right? That glitch transition is not working for you. It looks like you're literally recording this on a VHS, and that's not a good look.
U.S. involvement.
Hey, so you got DK. Has this Chud Logic's editor? Has she got Chud Logic's editor working for her? What's going on? Is this DK? This has all the fingerprints of DK.
Involvement in Ukraine were narrow and weren't backed
And you can tell that to Spicy Chat.
up by a broader understanding of U.S. imperialism and the problems there. So I wondered if you could weigh in more specifically on what you think RFK Jr. is getting wrong and what people should be looking for in a presidential candidate.
No, I really want to hear Chud Logic be like, DK, are you moonlighting? Are you working for Briahna Joy Gray? Is that why my last video wasn't as well edited? DK, please explain yourself. This is clearly your editing.
A presidential candidate, and I think you just want this in any human being that have backbone, that have integrity, that have consistency. Not to check what you deeply believe after you've had some dialogue or discourse with a group of people or a community that's going to be shaping and molding how you perceive the world. Think for yourself.
Are we referring to the tweet he put up with Rabbi Shmuley, I believe his name was?
Well, I think it's probably a whole network that he has. And it may not only be exclusively Jewish brothers and sisters. I mean, there's a lot of non-Jewish brothers and sisters who are still very much tied to a discourse that renders the suffering of Palestinians invisible. So it's not just a tribal thing. You see, people are generally convinced that.
Where have I heard about Rabbi Shmuley?
Israel has a right to exist, and therefore it has a right to do whatever it wants to do, and that includes killing innocent people. When I asked my dear brother RFK Jr., do you know what happened between July 8th and August 26th of 2014? 50 days. 551 precious Palestinian babies killed in 50 days. How many babies have been killed in the vicious criminal invasion and occupation of?
He wrote the book on kosher sex
of Ukraine. After a whole year, who spoke out for those precious Palestinian babies? Were they somehow tied to Hamas? Were they somehow a threat to Israel? No, they're human beings. Their babies are just as precious as black babies, white babies, brown babies, indigenous babies in the American empire, or any other babies. And if he thinks somehow that...
And this is why some people would like to see Dr. West run as a Democrat, right? As much as I definitely have reservations about this guy, just like you're going to have reservations if you get hit by the bottom of the hour ad break that's coming up in less than a minute. You've got less than a minute to make something happen for yourself. Spend $5, spoil yourself, get those emotes, get out of the ad break. Don't suffer in silence through another ad break. To use an Amazon Prime, hook it up to your Twitch to get a sub that way, or if you're lucky enough maybe to get one from a gift sub or community sub. But yeah, now we got the bottom of the ad break coming up right about now.
Each baby who was killed somehow was never in any way intentional, deliberate. They didn't know what they were doing. He needs to really get off the crack pipe.
Okay. Rabbi Shmuley Boteig is his name. Yeah, there's the crack pipe quote. So this was 4 days ago, right? The conversation, and there's a second part. This is how Briahna Joy Gray always releases it. She releases the first part, and then she kind of like edges you. She's just like me, no, she's not just like me. She's like me in that she likes to edge you, right? And she'll edge you for like 4 days, and she'll put out the second part of the conversation like 4 days later. You get it immediately. Oh my God, I should do something like that, and then I might actually get paid for this gig if okay. So we're gonna end the stream right now, and if you want to see what happens with Cornell West and Briahna Joy Gray, you're going to have to sign up for my Patreon. Otherwise, you're going to be waiting 4 days for when the second half of this stream comes out. Anyway, thank you everybody for being here. I appreciate you so much. But that is your freebie for today, and we're ending stream now. No. Boteak. If I was Ethan, I wouldn't have done the interview, let alone aired it. Wait, Ethan Klein? I mean, she knows how to monetize. You know, I'll give Briahna Joy credit for that. She's definitely getting, paid for what she's doing. Oh, okay. You wouldn't have uploaded the Pearl video? Oh my God. Yeah, that was ridiculous. Did you just watch that or something? Yeah, I should have released that in parts too, right? I should just should go to the all right, everybody, thank you so much and goodbye. That's all for today. See you tomorrow, and no, I don't give you an hour and a half for free. I give you 3 hours for free. That's my deal. Well, it doesn't have to be for free.
Must think that we have absolutely no sense.
That's just how it's working out today.
Just be honest. This is what I mean by truth. Now, truth is a dangerous thing. You know that. Truth is ragged edge, as Great Herman Melville used to say. It cuts in the Janet's face way. It cuts in right in a different way. It comes at us because no one of us have a monopoly on the truth, and it comes at others. But just to say that, especially with Glenn, Glenn himself has been a truth teller in so many ways.
Seriously, Brianna, if you need an editor, okay, I can hook you up with one.
He has no monopoly on the truth. He's been wrong about some things. I've been wrong about some things. But when I see that, my dear brother RFK Jr., given that I agree with him,
this is how you know it's not DK editing.
On some other things, I just say,
as much as I might have some issues with DK's aesthetics and in terms of editing, I don't think that he would cut Cornell's face in half like this. I must become a French aristocrat to pay for 24-hour NCC. Yeah, it'll be like a subathon. It'll either just be it'll go back and forth from me playing video games to me doing news when.
This is not the kind of spinelessness we need when we need truth tellers and justice seekers. You can't talk.
I'll be like a coin-operated news service.
About struggling for justice with environmental racism in the American empire when you can't say a mumbling word about what's going on with Palestinians. I would say the same thing, as you know. If there were a Palestinian occupation and domination with Jewish brothers and sisters, I would be saying exactly the same thing in solidarity with my Jewish brothers and sisters who are suffering. It's a moral and a spiritual issue. And people say, well, in American politics, that gets you in trouble.
No, here's what I'll do. I'll just cut to Kira Chats giving the $5 spiel every so often.
Yes, many of his defenders have been saying that. It's been interesting to watch, partly because Marianne Williamson made some statements in support of a two-state solution, and that were, I think, nowhere near as problematic from my view as RFK Jr. statements, but which many people on the left considered to be a red line and why they didn't want to support her candidacy. But it does feel like the response to RFK Jr., while some people have similarly written him off, There is also some excuse making that's happening as well, saying, well, he's learning, he's growing. I have the utmost respect for Glenn Greenwald, and he comported himself beautifully in that interview.
Right.
But
Right.
as we speak, he's online right now saying that he is confident about RFK's ability to evolve here. And I wonder what you make of this. You know, progressive but for Palestine is a term for a reason. It does seem like there is a willingness to both throw Palestinians under the bus and to then say it's because, well, in American politics, you cannot win if you're on the wrong side of the.
I don't know if that's true anymore. I feel like there is an emerging consciousness that, and I don't know how long it'll take to emerge, right? But I do notice more and more people in the Democratic Party acknowledging the what's going on in Palestine, and not wanting to be swept up in the whole AIPAC thing. Thank you, Jules. Thank you for the resub. Meow. She has the utmost. I mean, this is it's who she rocks with, right? Glenn Greenwald. This is Briahna Joy Gray.
Israel lobby. So what do you expect him to say? Folks are saying, well, what do you expect him to do? What do you expect him to say? And I wonder, have you considered that you're someone who has gotten pushback, criticism, a lot of public blowback for some of your statements in defense of the rights of Palestinians over the years?
Wait, the big Five Below or the little Five Below? What's that mean?
What do you make of people who are willing to say, a politician's got to say what a politician's got to say if they want to get ahead? Maybe you had similar conversations with Bernie over BDS.
No, I mean, Bernie had a genuine disagreement because thanks God he's not somebody that just checks and see what he believes based on what people or the lobbies out there.
I need to implement that Maya that Maya avatar, because I feel like we top out, like you get Ulala, who's like the second coolest person in Persona 2. And there's some people that have been subbed to me for quite some time, like 23 months. I feel like you should at some point, maybe at 24 months, upgrade to a Maya Amano avatar.
Doing. You see, I go back to my dear relationship.
Five Below is a chain store.
With the great Edward Said. We were marching in front of the New York Times to get them to use the word occupation rather than disputed territories in the 1980s. That's over 40 some years ago, you see. Same with you with Brother Chomsky in those days. Even Brother Christopher Hitchens was with us. Remember, he and Zaid did a wonderful book on the Palestinian plight under Israeli occupation. It was already clear it was moving toward apartheid-like tradition, apartheid-like condition. But let me say this. Can you imagine running for president in 1948 and you can't say a mumbling word about Jim Crow, because anybody who says a word about Jim Crow never has a chance of being a successful politician. So you end up captive to one of the most barbaric conditions, which was apartheid-like conditions in the United States, especially in the South. Can you imagine somebody running for office and not saying a mumbling word about apartheid South Africa? That's exactly what happened. That's what Reagan was talking about. We don't even need to talk about our constructive engagement. No, this is a moral and spiritual issue. I don't give a goddamn what the politicians are scared of. If they're spineless, they're spineless.
That's why Truman was VP.
You call them out because they're spineless. Well, that's exactly what we're dealing with here with the situation of Palestinians in West Bank and Gaza. They don't want to say a word about it because they're scared, because the forces are against you. So what? Anybody who's...
Look, I mean, if for anybody who's worried about like the ability of myself to conduct I think I would conduct a podcast, right? Panels are cringe, right? You've seen the Prime Kai panel. You've probably seen the Dylan Burns panel. You've seen all the garbage panels that Wick pulls out. You don't want that. That's trash. That is trash, right? That is unwatchable bullshit, right? You want something a little bit better. And I think the podcast format is really what needs it. People are talking about like the unrehearsed nature of these panels. Well, you get one person that's on point. That's the, let's say, point person. We could say that's well versed in the issue that we're talking about, that plans out a structure for the conversation and that leads the conversation. It's just podcasts, right? You know, like I've listened to it. I may not be a Chapo fan, but I've listened to enough Chapo to know how podcasts work. It's not as tough as people make it out to look. I mean, like E3, you know, like, right, a lot of people make it work. Right? And like, I mean, like, look, I could watch you know, Ethan and his show, like, you know, a lot more easily than I can sit through like a Wick panel or something, right?
Concerned about.
That's why they have to talk about all these like spicy topics. Today we're talking about necrophilia. Necrophilia or zoophilia, which one is best, right? I don't know. Like, that's the kind of panel that you get. Like, they have to do that because their shit is just unwatchable, and they got to have that spicy topic to bring people in and to hear a whole bunch of people just like kind of it's just like, it's like a group stun lock is what you get with Twitch panels, right? You don't want to see that. We don't want to waste time with that. That's not what we're trying to do. I wouldn't put Polly or Shakespeare or Zara or anybody else that I'd have on my podcast through that. I want to, you know, give them something good, right? We know how this works. We know how to do this. We're all professionals here. We can make this work.
Going to have major forces against them. Thank God that we could break the back of Jim Crow.
And also everyone on trampolines, right? There we go.
Between 1948 and 1965, it took tremendous struggle outside of the political system, because we're not going to get freedom inside the political system and electoral politics. It is a moment within a larger movement. Thank God we broke the back of apartheid in South Africa. Now, you still got new forms of domination. You got the black bourgeoisie in there. They've made their accommodations with capital. They've made their accommodations with those old economic entrenched interests, which were then concerned about reinforcing apartheid. They've shifted, but those economic interests are still in control. Same is true with Jim Crow. We broke the back of Jim Crow. Now we get new wave of black leadership. And what's happening to black leadership given their neoliberal
No. Persona 5 is not nearly transphobic enough. We got to go for that Catherine sponsorship, right? We got to go for that Catherine
orientation, Black Congressional Caucus and others. They can hardly say a mumbling word about the mass incarceration regime. That's the new Jim Crow. They can hardly say a word about poverty, decrepit schools, unavailable health care, indecent housing. Struggle goes on. Aluta continua. The struggle goes on.
Well, Dr. West, you speak so eloquently on this issue. I just wanted to ask you one more question because about this Israel-Palestine issue, because
like I think what he's trying to get across, right? And something that I agree with him on this is that it's not the internal like party structure that's bringing you something like the civil rights legislation. It's not the internalized party structure that is ending apartheid. It is it's the people. It's the pressure that people put on politicians to make something change. And you saw the first inklings of this in the post George Floyd uprising, right? You saw politicians pay at least some lip service to the idea of if not abolition or defunding, to at least some sort of reform of the police. Unfortunately, though, the establishment's optics game was good enough to shut that down before anything really meaningfully happened, right? But it is outside pressure. It is not politics. If you are locked into the mentality that the only change that can come from that you can have has to come from that internal party structure, you're out of luck, right? They're not interested in that kind of structural change. That's too dangerous, right? It's a third rail, right? Israel-Palestine has been a third rail. Jim Crow probably back in the day was a third rail, right? In order to get past these third rail, like kind of guideposts that you get stuck into, you need outside agitation. You need people to get in the streets. You need to let the politicians know that change needs to happen. And it needs to be radical. So
I will say that
I think I sort of agree with him there. Do I have really strong legs? I do, but it's not strong from it's not strong. My legs are strong from kickboxing, which I don't do nearly enough of these days, but they're still like tree trunks, basically. Like under here, I look like a centaur, right? I look like a hormone monster. You know, I'm just like big, muscly, hairy legs down. No, just kidding.
Because it
Like, you know, my legs did like start getting hairy during the pandemic, though.
has become such a red line, or is in a way that I don't think it was necessarily during the Bernie years. Because the positions that have been articulated by someone like Marianne are very similar, frankly, to the kinds of things that Bernie was saying at the time. And the realization, the kind of mainstreaming of a two-state solution as
strong legs to trap women between them,
basically past its prime, implausible, something that is unachievable at this point. It seems to be a relatively new mainstream development. And it was interesting in the conversation between Glenn Greenwald and RFK Jr. that Glenn Greenwald made the effort to explain to RFK Jr. that the reasons why a two-state solution was implausible and basically an endorsement of a continued apartheid state. And RFK Jr.'s response was that, well, it was Palestinians first who rejected the idea of a two-state solution decades ago, and therefore there can't be much of they can't really complain now that because of illegal settlements, et cetera, it is unlikely to be able to have two states going forward. And I wonder if you could weigh in from a kind of historical and political perspective on RFK Jr.'s framing there.
I mean, one, we got to just go back to the Nakba itself in 1948. People were in denial about the 750,000 Arabs who were pushed out, the ethnic cleansing that took place. There's been a new wave of scholarship, Jewish brothers and sisters as well as Palestinians and others, pointing out the ways in which this was a settler colonial experiment in which they had a choice. They could go with Albert Einstein and Judah Magnus and Hakaham, who said, we must coexist and create a binational state. Or we could go with Jabotinsky that said, we must dominate these people. We have been dominated for 2,000 years. And it's true. Jewish security for me is non-negotiable. There shall never, ever, ever be another massacre of precious Jewish brothers and sisters. So that's what was driving Jabotinsky. But he happened to also be right-wing, if not neo-fascist. He said, we are going to ethnically cleanse. We are going to dominate or deport and push out all of these Arabs so we can have a thoroughly Jewish state. Well, you see, already there's a choice. Now, early on, you had left Zionism that tried to play it both ways. We're really democratic, but we're going along with the settlers and the settlements, and they expand and expand. And then you had Likud in 1977 saying, no, we're right wing. And now you have a neo-fascist government in Israel. And what happens? Then they turn against the women. They turn against precious trans. They turn against precious gay brothers. They turn against precious lesbian sisters. And the hypocrisy, the sadness is, you got too many folks.
So yeah, just to tie this back to what RFK was saying, part of RFK's justification for not supporting the Palestinians was the idea that Israel had a progressive government in terms of social issues like LGBT issues, and that the countries surrounding Israel did not. Right, that was part of his Jabotinsky is the ideological father of the Likud party and the more right-wing parties. Yeah, which used to be, correct me if I'm wrong, Shakespeare, but Likud used to be kind of a marginal party back in the day, and now it's sort of accepted as the just the mainstream, right? There's further right people than Likud now.
Especially our dear Jewish brothers and sisters who say, we're much more concerned about Jewish gays and lesbians giving this vicious attack on us than we've been about the Israeli attack on Palestinians. Let's be consistent. We can be concerned about all of them. I'm concerned about Jewish workers and Jewish poor people, some of whom are Ethiopian, some of whom are Black, and some of whom are from Europe, some of whom are from Northern Africa. That's the moral and spiritual consistency of it all. So that now there's a neo-fascist government in Israel. There's a split. There's a possible civil war. So when I hear somebody like Charles Schumer say, we got to do everything to fight Trump, but can't say a mumbling word about the Trump-like figure in Israel, Netanyahu, who he invites and embraces. You see the sheer hypocrisy of it all exposed. And then so many Black leaders, of course, just accommodate themselves because this is their party.
So I haven't been covering this much, right? But yeah, there has been something going on in Israel in terms of a takeover of a far-right government in a way that is looking authoritarian and obviously reactionary, right? The far-right forces in Israel tend to line up with reactionary elements in other locations, right? They used to be very minor, but then they got the religious Zionist parties to join and the secular nationalists to join, and then they became more and more right-wing after that, since the government of Israel has been a coalition government. But yeah, going forward, it's looking like kind of an authoritarian takeover by the far right of Israel.
Yeah, therefore they can't say anything. A lot of times, you steal away with them and have a little cognac at night. And they say, Brother West, you crazy. You out here speaking all this stuff. People think you lost your mind. But we understand. You got a point about the Palestinians. Of course I do. Because they understand what it's like to deal with apartheid, to be hated, to be traumatized, and to be terrorized. It's the history of black people. But the problem with the black leaders, they scared.
You're saying that secretly one night over cocktails, Hakeem Jeffries admitted to you that he was uncomfortable framing Israel as the sixth borough?
Hakeem Jeffries. I don't know him. I know his cousin. I know his cousin Leonard. Leonard is my dear brother. We had deep disagreements, but I love Brother Leonard, his cousin. I've never talked to Brother Hakeem, but I can tell you this. Hakeem was of the same cloth. I saw him when he went to Israel and he talked about how magnificent it was. And I said, brother, you can talk about positive elements of Israel. There are democratic procedures that I like. The problem is it's not applicable to non-Jews in the way in which it ought. I'm not trashing Israel at all. There's some wonderful things about Israel in terms of the magnificent breakthroughs that it's made technologically and so forth. But as long as it's not treating the least of these in an equal and dignified way, I will raise my voice. But most of the black leaders will not because they're scared. And they have good reason to be scared. They can be elected, they can be pushed out of office, they can be lied on, they could be trashed, character assassination, or even literal assassination. But there's always some in every generation who's going to tell the truth at any cost.
Yeah. Well, Dr. West, I think a lot of people listening to this are going to look forward to you being such a truth teller on this particular issue and highlighting it, despite all of the pushback, of course, you are going to receive on this. But let's talk about some of the other issues you hope to highlight in the course of your presidential run. Now, it's a third-party run. It is the kind of run that is largely, I think, one of its largest accomplishments. Of course, we all hope you win, but one of its greatest accomplishments might be, you never know. I'm not a fatalist.
No, right.
And that's not to obscure the fact that there are forces within Israel that are fighting against this right-wing takeover, and have been protesting, have been out on the street, right? But whether or not they can fight that off is a real question at this point. One of the parties in charge of the armed forces in the West Bank is called Otzma Yehudit, Jewish Power Party. Yeah. Yitzhak Rabin was roboxed in Tel Aviv by Jewish religious nationalists. Every government has been right-wing and much. Well, there was didn't Netanyahu lost one election, right? But I'm not sure who replaced him, if it wasn't like a more far-right coalition that ended up replacing him.
I'm right.
And things are changing very dramatically in the American public, and there's a realignment. So I wouldn't count you out, Dr. West.
No, I appreciate that.
But if there are some other kinds of goals, as Shama talked about this at the Socialist Alternative event last week, if there are other goals that can be achieved, movement goals that can be achieved along with a presidential campaign, the number of people that were activated by the Bernie campaigns, who joined various organizations, who, whether it was Our Resolution or something like Socialist Alternative, or who ran for office, et cetera.
The thing is that you're talking about the left in Israel, smartest man?
Who just got new language to talk about their values and what their expectations of politics were. I wonder what you see as the most significant goals, what kind of messaging campaign you want to run, what do you really hope the takeaways are from your campaign from a strategic perspective?
No, I appreciate that. I think part of it is for me simply to be true of what's inside of me and the degree to which I'm part of the legacy of Martin King and Fannie Lou Hamer and Dorothy Day and Rabbi Heschel and Edward Said and Chief Joseph and Sister Luisa Marino, one of the greatest freedom fighters come out of the Latino community, deported by U.S. government to Guatemala in the 50s and then to overthrow the Democratic Party, the Democratic regime in Guatemala. She's part of that as well. What is it about those figures? They were abolitionists when it comes to poverty. They were supporters of strong trade unions, not any trade unions that accommodate to the powers that be. Those trade unions that are willing to stand up and fight for workers vis-a-vis organized greed at the top, manifest in profit maximization as the sole value of property owners. I'm concerned, of course, Medicare for all, like Brother Bernie, across the board. Massive cutbacks in military. You see that I'm running to be head of the American empire to help dismantle the empire in the name of the empowerment of poor and working people. Now, what does that mean? That means we got 800 military units around the world. What are we doing? Same is true with NATO. NATO has been the institutional instrument of U.S. global power. That's precisely why we're almost on the brink of nuclear war. You get a wounded Russian empire that was told, we will not move 1 inch toward you. NATO will not expand 1 inch. And a few decades later, you got 14 of the former Soviet, really almost countries of crypto colonies that they were, as repressive the Soviet Union was, no doubt about that. And so you push against the name Putin against the wall. Empires behave like empires behave. And everybody knows that if Russia or China had missiles in Mexico or...
I mean, so what he's talking about is promises that were made by the United States to, I believe it's Yeltsin was the Russian... Is it president or... yeah, they have like a president and a... and a prime minister, right? I think was the president, yeah. Promises that were made by the United States and NATO to Russia that were not kept. And you could argue that, in some ways, the way that the United States treated Russia post Cold War has contributed to somebody like Vladimir Putin basically consolidating power and has been in power for the last 20 some years, right? But that's not to say that, like, because I know some people will take this and kind of extrapolate from that. Well, then therefore the invasion of Ukraine was Putin's only choice. No, that's not. You don't need to become a Z apologist for this, right? But yeah, there is something to be said historically about the way that the United States, the kind of disaster capitalism that befell Russia after. I don't know. Let's see where it goes. We should let him cook. He's the premier. Yeltsin was the premier.
Canada, the United States would blow them to smithereens the next day because it's an empire. The Roman Empire would do the same thing. The Persian Empire, we love Cyrus. He had some humanistic sensibility once in a while, but he would do the same thing. So we just have to be honest and candid and say, let's tell the truth and pursue justice here and abroad. Brother Martin used to say the bombs dropped in Vietnam fall in ghettos. They fall in reservations. Never forget our indigenous brothers. They fall in poor white community. All of that money channeled $1.5 trillion. Both parties agree on that kind of military.
The Communist Party did win the 1996 election, but Bill Clinton wanted Yeltsin to attack the Russian parliament so it wouldn't take power again.
Spending.
Wait, did they dissolve the Russian parliament at that point?
Don't have enough money when it comes to education, quality, healthcare. Don't have enough money when it comes.
Imagine how yeah, exactly. So there's some question. You could raise some questions about the NATO expansion. You could raise some questions, especially on how like Russia was treated, on how the United States contributed to the oligarchic power structure in Russia, which eventually gave us Putin, right? But you don't really have to
decent housing, and certainly they claim about they don't have enough.
You don't have to put on a Wagner uniform to do that.
Money for living wages for working people. That's the kind of priorities that is very important. And this is something that has been said, as you know, for
Yeltsin sent into the tank, so we have a Democratic tanky in Boris Yeltsin. Yeah, Boris Yeltsin, that was not a good era for Russia. There was a lot of social decay during Yeltsin's tenure, and that's what sort of justified Putin's ascent to power.
Decades after decades, generation after generation. I'm just one small voice trying to keep alive that great tradition of those folks.
But what is distinct about what you're saying, Dr. West, is specifically my goal is to cut the military budget. I think a lot of candidates, and I won't name names, but it should be pretty obvious, are getting away on both sides of the aisle of saying things like, I don't support the proxy war in Ukraine. And that is taken as a shorthand for I want to cut the military budget. But as I learned from this MTG interview, Marjorie Taylor Greene interview that I did over a month ago that I keep bringing up, because I think it's relevant, when actually pressed by a good faith interviewer on whether or not you support cuts to the military budget, she was very clear that she did not, and said she supports our troops and that we need to fund the military more, and our military is brave and wonderful, et cetera. We'll put the clip in so I don't misrepresent her words. There's been a significant conversation right now that Tucker.
There we go with the glitch. The VHS transition
has left Fox News about right populism versus left populism.
Sarah, what do you think? Do you think that DK is editing for Brianna at this point? Do you think that DK is the editor for the Bad Faith podcast?
And the differences between them seem to be largely about a willingness to go after elites and the rich on a financial level and do things like cut taxes for the rich and curb military spending. What do you say?
Oh, this interview was on Rising. Okay.
To folks that wonder why you won't go after elites in those sorts of ways.
Well, all of these are great topics, and I really appreciate you bringing them up. Let me unpack that a little bit because that was quite a few things. Number one, I don't want to cut United States military spending. I want to stop all of the
Chud feuding with Destiny. Is that going on now?
Money being spent in the proxy war against Russia in Ukraine. I believe that's where the American people can save a lot of money. Ukraine is not a NATO member nation.
So Chud is making his move?
Something that President Biden acknowledged from the very beginning. And we should not be defending Ukraine's border while our border is completely out of control. So I would like to see changes there. I strongly support our military, and I want to fund the strongest military in the world, and that being our own military. But I don't want to fund a war in Ukraine against nuclear-powered Russia.
But so what I want to hear from more candidates, and I'm glad you're in the race, because perhaps you being so clear on this issue will force them to be similarly clear. It's not just that I abstractly don't support military spending in Ukraine, but that I actively propose to cut military spending in the United States. But there's a follow-up question here, Dr. West.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's done it. And it's obviously isn't move that will get massive pushback from the military industrial complex, which rules this country. RFK Jr. in an interview.
Yeah, I haven't even been watching that. So yeah, President Sunday. So he did get doxxed by Not So Erudite. Like I feel like isn't Not So Erudite claiming the same was done to her? I feel like I heard countervailing accusations of doxing between the two of them. There's a screenshot. He posted his own. What? Oh my God, what is even going on here? Rolly Lucky, thank you for re-upping your membership on YouTube. Noknesara, thank you for re-upping your membership on YouTube. YouTube chat, you're kind of quiet right now. I hope you're liking the stream, at the very least.
On Breaking Points was asked about his stance on Medicare for All by Crystal, and he said, well, while I support it ethically and in the abstract, I just think it's a political non-starter, so it's not something that I'm focused on. I would argue that you're going to receive much more pushback with respect to cutting the military budget, at least as much as you would making the attack on the pharmaceutical and healthcare industries that Medicare for All would entail. So what do you say to someone who says, you know, I'm willing to say, well, we can't do healthcare, we can't do reparations, we can't do other stuff because it's politically difficult, but is averring to people that they have a plausible path toward reining in the U.S. military budget?
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. One is that no one candidate in a corrupt political system can change things. That candidate has to be a catalyst for an awakening and a reckoning among fellow citizens, so that there has to be a movement against militarism. This is what Brother Martin King taught us. There was a movement in the 60s. Once we looked at what was going on in Vietnam, once we looked at those war crimes, once we looked at those precious Vietnamese.
There's a lot of stuff here in stream suggestions that I'd love to get to. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like we're going to get to it. In order to sort of unlock that extra content, we have to make the sub goal, and that hasn't happened in more than a week. So we're kind of cutting the stream short when that doesn't happen. Speaking of which,
any baby in the world,
it's like we got an hour left on this one.
That was moving toward a critique of militarism, that then began to make the connection between the war profiteers as part of the overarching predatory capitalist processes of the U.S. empire.
There's a lot of good stuff here in stream suggestions.
Military expenditures that's more than the next 10 countries together. That includes the Chinese empire and all of its repression. That includes the Russian empire with all of its repression. And includes the BRIC countries, Brazil and the others. So that there has to be an acknowledgement that no person in electoral politics can do it. Likely to get crushed if you try to do it, but you got to be willing to get crushed anyway.
Yeah.
You know, that's just the way it goes. But there has to be connected to pressure movement from the outside. This is true for the trade union movement. The trade union movement puts pressure from the outside. That's why what's happening this summer is going to be very important in terms of the strikes. A new awakening, new possibility. Same is true with Black folk. Around mass incarceration, around police murder, police brutality. And by movements, I'm not talking about nice little multicultural demonstrations make you feel good about yourself. I'm talking about staying in the movement that puts the pressure and power, brings it to bear, so that the politicians who are on the inside have spaces to breathe. And the same would be true around the issue of justice in the Middle East regarding the Israel.
This is the Cornell West discussion with Candace Owens. I don't think we can watch Cornell West appearance on Gavin McGinnis. That might be a little. I'd have to preview that to make sure it's not too spicy. That there's nobody inserting any sex toys during that during that piece of media. But
Palestine, Sister Rashida coming out of Detroit, she can't do it by herself. Yeah. You got to have voices from the outside. You got to have stronger movement. And the beautiful thing is, there's an awakening among a whole wave of American citizens.
How far back do I have to scroll to get to the screenshots of Sunday and Erudite?
And especially around the issue of when you talk about the Palestinian cause.
What's up with the sub goal?
I
don't know. I mean, look, it goes up. I think I figured it out. It goes up when there is like a new sub made, whether it be like a community or a gift sub or somebody that's not subbed that subs. I don't think it goes up during resubs, because that's just like, one sub that would have expired, not expiring. So somehow that doesn't trigger the.
There's a magnificent awakening that's moral and spiritual around this issue, and that's very good.
Well, you mentioned Rashida Tlaib. Part of the reason I think many people are excited about you running independent of the Democratic Party is because, as much as there was a lot of hope around the members of the squad, I think Rashida Tlaib has continued to distinguish herself as the best of the bunch. She did not vote to crush the rail strike, for instance, but there has been some frustration that within the Democratic Party, even the most.
Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff. I might have to just make some videos on some of this stuff in stream suggestions. I need to cover some of this stuff.
hopeful progressives tend not to establish themselves as having an adversarial relationship with the Democratic Party, the likes of which we perceive to be necessary to heighten the contradictions, to spark a movement,
still
et cetera.
not even seeing
and I wonder
the President
what
Sunday thing.
how you plan to move forward, not just in your critique of the Democratic Party, the corporate wing of the Democratic Party, but also the left wing of the Democratic Party, who many members of the left community still bristle at the idea of being critical of, even when they do things like vote to support to back police funding at the Capitol, vote to increase Biden's military budget, and vote to crush a rail strike.
Right. Well, you remember the Force the Vote movement?
Of course, vividly.
Very, very important. Give Brother Jimmy credit for that as well.
Absolutely.
That we have to be able to put strong accountability measures to each other. You see, and that's true for me too. If I'm doing or saying something that people are highly critical of, bring accountability, answerability. And I would say the same thing to the squad. Love each and every one of them. You see, strong accountability. You're spineless on this issue. You're not taking a stand on principle. The next time you take a stand on principle and you caved in here.
Yeah, so we cannot cover Destiny, fortunately or / unfortunately, right? But people like President Sunday, Chud Logic, Not So Erudite, they are not, if they're not banned from Twitch, I can cover them if it's anything applicable or interesting.
You have less credibility. That's just basic. I mean, you learn that at the barbershop and the beauty salon. You learn that on the block in the nightclub. You know what I mean? Hey, you got to be consistent. You gotta be, it's like being a jazz man. You playing some night on Friday night and Saturday night, all of a sudden you're playing out of tune. Somebody gonna tell you, you know what, man, you sounded so good last night, but something wrong tonight. Man, what's happening? You're out of tune, man. You're not hitting the right notes. That's not trashing them. That's just saying we're in this together.
Well, one of the issues. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go right ahead. Yeah.
Okay, so what we're looking at right here, this is the classical learning test. This is the thing that Cornell West was supporting with Ron DeSantis. This is the guy that Ron DeSantis inserted as his choice for the board of the college that he's trying to take over in Florida. The classical learning test is a standardized test is developed by classical learning initiatives. This is something that Cornell West apparently supports, designed as an alternative to other standardized tests such as the SAT and ACT. Test is heavily based on Western culture, dog whistle, and was devised to follow the great classical and Christian tradition, according to CLI. And Classical Learning Initiative. CLT was created in 2015 by Jeremy Tate. I think that's the guy. Exam is conducted online. Takes approximately 2 hours to complete. Normally issues same-day test scores. Scores are calculated out of 120. 2 preparatory exams are so it's got like its own version of the what do you call it? The PSAT. I don't know what the ACT version of that is, right? But yeah, it's like the PSAT. You got some schools that accept this. A lot of them, like Wheaton in Illinois, are religious. Mount St. it looks like a Liberty University, of course. But some mainstream universities too, Clemson and Baylor and Bob Jones University. That's a religious one. Cavalry, California Baptist, mostly religious ones. We don't see Dr. West mentioned here, right? But he is Ron DeSantis backs this, and Cornell West apparently backs him in that.
I was going to pivot a little bit. I know we're running out of time, so I want to make sure we get as much in as possible. One of the issues that, there's been some inconsistency on the left is the issue of Julian Assange obviously being prosecuted under the Espionage Act, which raises some interesting questions about what's going on with Donald Trump. We're recording this the day of Trump's arraignment.
Twitch keeps refusing his appeals
for, among other things, obstruction of justice, etc., espionage charges. And I wonder if you've given any thought to the choice to use this particular tool to go after Donald Trump. It is undeniable based on the indictment and the recorded testimony that we have that he knowingly was in possession of confidential documents that he was not supposed to legally be in possession of, that he obstructed returning them when he was asked, that there were meaningful distinctions between his behavior and the behavior of Hillary Clinton or Joe Biden, et cetera. But it is also true that...
Yeah, I'm scrolling up in our own stream suggestions, which I guess is our version of spicy chat. Not really. I feel what is it like? Our Twitter takes channels sometimes get a little bit spicy, but yeah.
People who have done
I'm not seeing the President Sunday, Not So Erudite stuff that's supposedly
exactly what Donald Trump have done have been persecuted under the Espionage Act. People who also have no evidence of trying to give to do actual espionage, to give the information to a foreign adversary. Julian Assange, of course, was a journalist. And what does it mean for the left, for liberals, to be relishing the weaponization of that particular law, even if it is justifiably going after someone who has legitimately violated the letter of the law?
No, absolutely. I mean, the contradiction that we saw when Brother Biden gave a speech at the White House Journalist Dinner talking about his support of freedom of expression. You got Julian Assange sitting there based on the U.S. government targeting him in that regard. I mean, you can imagine that. I've told folk that in some ways, if I win, I'm not even going to go into the White House until everybody has a house. I mean, that's the spirit of trying to abolish poverty and homelessness. But same would be true in terms of I had pardon power. I pardoned Julian Assange. I pardoned Edward Snowden. I pardoned political prisoners. Mumia Abu-Jamal. I pardoned my dear brother H. Brown in Arizona right now. Why? They are innocent. They didn't do it. And if we're going to be consistent, I would invite Asada Shakur. Come on home if you want to, sister. You can stay if you want. Why? Because it was a targeting. We know that from COINTELPRO.
But what about the Trump of it all, Dr. West? Because it does put people in a difficult position, doesn't it? You don't want people who are elites to be let off the hook when, less elite everyday people get thrown in the jail for the same charge. But are you empowering and expanding the use of a law which is disproportionately used to punish political dissidents and the like? Is there a conflict of interest? Is there inconsistency between how the Espionage Act is being used against someone like Joe Biden or Mike Pence? Or, as I learned about recently, a 66 Vietnamese American man who took documents home to work on them because he was English as a second language and wasn't doing his work fast enough and was thrown in the jail for many, many years under this very same Espionage Act. On the other hand, you don't want to be perceived as saying Trump shouldn't be equally accountable. He should be let off the hook, et cetera, et cetera. How are you managing that? How are you looking at what's going on with Trump and the democratic implications of saying that you might criminally convict and throw in jail someone who is the leading candidate for a major party?
Yeah, I mean, you got both the issue of content, which is whether, in fact, Trump is guilty. And I think Trump's been guilty of a lot of moral crimes. And I think it will be shown that he's guilty of legal crimes. And then you got the question of timing and whether, in fact, that's going to escalate the polarization and gangsterization of the country, which it certainly will. And we're headed toward that moment. And as we head toward that moment, what is needed? People who are trying to consistently speak the truth, consistently seek justice, and try to have some integrity, consistency, honesty, and some generosity. More and more, those kinds of voices will surface because the gangsterization and polarization is intensifying and will get much, much, much worse as we go.
So is it worth it, Dr. West? Is it worth it? Because even if he's convicted, depending on the timing of it, he might still be able to win the election and not have to serve his term until after he's president. What? Have you thought through, given the polarization that this is galvanizing, the feeling of a political persecution, that narrative that's running through the Republic? Do you think that's something that we should be concerned about? Or, he'll get convicted, the Republicans will turn on him and it'll...
Look, if you've got a player playing basketball, right? And the motherfucker picks up the basketball, runs down the court, and does a layup, right? And the guy's got I don't know, what is it? What is the number of fouls? Right? The guy's already got the maximum number of fouls. One more foul and he's out of the game. Do you call that foul? Do you call the flagrant traveling, which is what that is? You're not allowed to pick up the basketball and run with it, right? In basketball, the reason they dribble the basketball is because you have to, right? You cannot pick it up and run with it. You got one or two steps or something like that you can do with the ball in your hands. Past that, it's called traveling. It's a foul. They don't let them do that because basketball's rules say that you got to dribble the ball, right? So if you got somebody that's just I'm Donald Trump, I don't have to dribble. Fuck that shit. I'm gonna pick up the basketball, I'm gonna slam it, and you better count my slam dunk. I just got 2 points, right? Are you gonna be well, you know what? If we call him for traveling, he's gonna say that we were unfair. He'll say, I've got more fouls against me than any president ever in history. What? This is literally playing the refs. What she's arguing for is getting played by Donald Trump. Donald Trump and his flagrant criminal presidency. Allowing that shit. Do you know what you will get if you do that? If you let Donald Trump's crimes stand, you are going to get criminal politicians going forward. There is no disincentive. If we say that somebody being a politician means that any sort of prosecution of any sort of crimes that they do is unfair and is political, then you give politicians a free fucking pass, right? What the fuck, Brianna? What the fuck? This is just so, how do you think this? Well, is it really worth it to prosecute Donald Trump, even though he's flagrantly, his whole life has been one giant crime spree, right? And the only reason he's gotten away with this shit is because he's rich. And now he's taken that crime spree into the White House. And her idea is, well, is it really necessary? Is it really a good idea? Is it worth it? You know, because these MAGA people, they're going to say it's unfair. They're going to say it's unfair regardless, right? If he loses the election, it's unfair. If he doesn't get the bill passed that he wants passed, it's unfair. Anything that happens that's against Donald Trump's will is unfair, according to his parasocial personality cult, right? Are you really going to let them run American politics? Brianna, what the fuck? I'm sorry. Like, every single time. Like, I try not to say that word, but... Yeah, we shouldn't know. Yeah, basically, if you're a politician, free pass. Any crime that you want to do. Like, literally, Donald Trump can unalive people on Fifth Avenue, like he said. And people will still support him. But the question is, do you take him to court because he has broken the laws that any of the rest of us breaking? If I had documents, if I had classified documents the way that Donald Trump did, they would reality winner my ass, okay? They would Chelsea Manning my ass, right? I wouldn't get away with that. Because I don't have a base of frothing at the mouth chuds ready to fucking hogtie the entire Congress on my behalf, right? So I get what we're given into terrorism. That's what she's arguing for. What kind of boneheaded take is she making here?
It'll have a better effect.
I appreciate her. I feel like she's like a cut above. I feel like she understands things. You know, that like other people involved in politics don't. I feel like she has a very in-depth analysis. There's a lot of stuff that I appreciate about Briahna Joy Gray, right? But it always comes with this shit. It always comes, and it just feels like you're throwing a bone to your friends at the Hill. That's what it feels like to me. It feels like grifting. Like, I don't know where that comes from. I don't know where Bernie Sanders, like, you know, political, like she was in charge of the Sanders campaign back in the day, right? I don't get where that person turns into this person that's like, well, I don't know, is it really worth it to prosecute Donald Trump on the flagrant crimes that he's committed? Or should we just establish a precedent where any president gets to take whatever they want from the White House and wipe their ass on it with no consequences? But make sure to put Reality Winner in jail. Make sure to put Chelsea Manning in jail. Just not the politicians.
Overall, at the end of the day.
But we're on uncharted territory. We just don't know. But we have to be vigilant in terms of trying to ensure people are accountable for what they've done. We had this problem with Nixon. Should Nixon have been pardoned because the claim was to create civil war? But wait a minute, the man was
pushing back
guilty.
on this.
Now, if Jamal is guilty, if Letitia's guilty, they're going to send her to jail. But if he's guilty, he gets pardoned. That's like Wall Street. Oh, it's too big to fail. They've committed massive crimes of insider trading and market manipulation and predatory lending and fraudulent activities. But should they go to jail? No, because they're too big to fail.
If no one is above the law, then the law should especially be applied to the bourgeoisie. Anthony Leroy, 2020. I think losing and greed made the worst of people, mainly greed. Came in late. I heard mixed things about Brianna. When she isn't spouting Jimmy Dore-style rhetoric and MRA-sian. Wait, no, sorry. That's not, I'm saying that wrong. MRA-esque, let's just say, inspired rhetoric. She's tolerable and can actually call out racism, sexism, and vigor. Yeah. There's some stuff that, like I said, that I really appreciate about Brianna, but that is just such a broken take.
No, they got to go to jail just like you and I go to jail if we commit certain kinds of crimes. So we have to have a consistency there. But if, in fact, the United States does not have the moral and political maturity to deal with Donald Trump undergoing this, and the civil strife escalates, I still think it's worth it. It shows that we not who we think we are.
Yeah, I mean, I think the consistency could be charging Trump and charging Biden, right? That his prosecutor hasn't.
Biden, but the investigation for Biden must go forward too.
Right.
Absolutely.
They would charge Biden if he had done what Trump did, right? These things are not the same, right? It's not a crime to, like, part of what makes what Trump did a crime is the, like, the unwillingness to cooperate with the nature of the documents that Trump took, the brazenness with which he took those documents, like, right, if you don't see, like, this is the thing, is she's like 100% optics, right? Well, some people on the other side might think that, and listen, if Biden's guilty of a crime, then yeah, you charge him with a crime, right? I don't have any attachment to Biden. There's a lot of things that I don't like about Biden, and you gotta have the rule of law on this, right? Something that a civilian would get prosecuted for should be something that a politician should get prosecuted for. By the way, Zara, thank you for the gift sub to Shadamar. Thank you. Like I said, if you're active in chat, you're more likely to be gifted a sub than if you're not. It's not a guarantee, right? It's not a sure thing, but there's a better chance that way.
Absolutely, right? Very much so. Not with a sense of partisanship, quid pro quo, revenge. Fairness for Trump, fairness for Biden, fairness for Jamal, fairness for Jose, fairness for Jane, fairness for Juanita.
Yeah. So just really quickly, we only have a few minutes left. Famously, Ralph Nader took a list of 20 or so policy priorities to Al Gore, said, if you do 1 or 2 or 3 of these things, I'll drop out of the race. Al Gore blew him off. Have you considered using your campaign for leverage in that kind of very specific way?
I hadn't thought about it.
So that's another thing that I was talking about that you can do with a third party candidacy. Like I said, unfortunately, the result of pulling away more voters than the Libertarian Party pulls away from the right is going to be you getting cast as a spoiler. And for that reason, sometimes these figures will try to make a deal. Will try to say to the major party, hey, listen, this is on my platform. This is on our platform. This is not on your platform. If you carry this issue, then I'll drop out. And those 7%, those 5%, however, whatever I was polling, ostensibly go back to you, right? That's a possibility too, but it like she said, it didn't work for Ralph Nader. I don't see why it would work for Dr. West. And unfortunately, they figured out how to neutralize third parties in the United States, and that's by casting them as spoilers.
I'm running to win.
Okay.
Yeah,
another follow-up, have you considered whether or not advocating for ranked choice voting is going to be a central aspect of your advocacy, given how important it is to the success of third-party efforts going forward?
That's a wonderful idea too. I got to sit down and talk to you and the others, because as a jazz man in politics, it means I got to learn how to listen. I got to learn how to take in. I got to learn how to receive. I do not in any way have definitive answers. I want to bring together different voices, progressive voices concerned about poor and working people. That includes your voice as a host of others. And again, I'm going to end it like I started. I support not just what you're doing, but it's a beautiful thing to witness. My wife, Anahita, and I, you met her at the very beginning. We watch you all the time. And it's just a beautiful thing. I know Brother Ruben and Sister Leslie, your precious parents, are smiling on you. That you can go to Harvard College and Harvard Law and still come out a freedom fighter. Now, isn't that good news? Isn't that good news? That's good news.
My mother would be thrilled to hear you say that. She says to tell you hi. And just one last question I'll ask you quickly to wrap up, given that this is the news story of the day. Aliens.
DIM's also coalition with third parties in states and local, so absorb those votes in a way. Yeah, like we were talking about the Working Families Party in New York is a great example of that. How is it that she can roast people like Matt Taibbi, Bethany Mandel, but is buddies with Jimmy Dore? Yo, I haven't seen her on with Jimmy Dore.
You become president, you find out about them. Are you going to tell us? And do you think there's any credibility to these stories that we have been visited from beyond?
Aliens from Mars and other places?
From wherever, another dimension, who knows?
Well, let me put it this way. I've been listening to Sun Ra for 25 years. Each time he shows up with his orchestra, he said he just got back from another planet. I said, I know you're born in Jim Crow, Alabama, brother, but I believe you. I believe you. We ain't got the George Clinton's mothership yet. We don't know.
So Sun Ra is a famous, like probably the best known like free jazz musician. Performed with a group called the Orchestra, like orchestra with arc on it. And, like had a lot of these like kind of cosmic galactic themes in his song titles and music. And hopefully most of you know about George Clinton and the mothership connection. I don't think that's anything that I have to explain.
Where that mothership been?
A little bit better known than Sun Ra.
George Clinton and all of them up there. So that I'm even as a Christian, I'm not dogmatic in terms of unpredictable and inexplainable and mysterious forces in the world. You know what I mean? I just wanted to be connected with love in every form.
Well, that's a pretty perfect answer and a great place to end. Thank you so much for being so generous with your time, Dr. West.
Thank you so very much. Stay strong now. Stay strong.
All right, there we go.
Thank you to all of you for listening.
Now, let me look here. Like I said, yeah, that's from 9 months ago. Did she put out a second part to this interview? Or is that coming? That's usually like a week later. I said 4 days later. I think it's like a week later usually. Oh, that's another interview. Okay, so yeah, it looks like she's only got that one the one interview with Cornell West here. That's okay, because we got other things to cover here. We've got other things to cover. Hassan, Dr. Disres. No, there's no such person. Oh my God, I forgot about this. Canonically, the person that I was about to look into does not exist on Twitch, right? Doesn't exist. Can't talk about him. He just doesn't, not a person. But if this person did exist, right? This person who I can't show you, I can't mention, right? Potentially, this is somebody who, oh my God, Flo B just received a tier 1 gift sub from Zerix. You got noticed lurking, looks like, and you got a free sub out of that. Lucky you. Thank you, Zara. Thank you once again. Okay, so yeah, so this hypothetical person, this disrespectful person, right, potentially may have scientist tier 1 gift sub to, wait, let me see. Oh my God, the hype train is close. Apparently some people really want the Weasel thing to go on. Tier 1 gift sub to board, I cannot read your name. I cannot read your name. Zerix with the 5 community subs, thus bringing us to a level of 8 subs. Yeah. Oh wait, I think that does trigger. Okay, so I feel like people are wanting the Demod's not. You just got a tier 1 gift sub. Simp Daddy Ultimate, you just got a tier 1 gift sub. Hype train is close. Wait, what? Well, it's definitely close, whatever it is. Quapaco, you just got a gift sub. We need one more gifter to get that hype train going. It looks like. Danny Boy the Great, you just got a gift sub. So yeah, one more gift sub, or I think even like a donation of bits or whatever, what have you, in the next 3 minutes, we'll activate that hype train. If you want to hear the Weasel sub, the Weasel song. Katrina Kaiju, thank you for the follow. Yeah, we're seeing all the emotes now. Y'all must have realized how frustrated I was covering this interview, right? And it's not because there are 2 people that I entirely hate or I think are completely worthless or that like I haven't heard any good takes from. There's a lot of stuff to like about Cornell West, right? There's a lot of stuff to like about Briahna Joy Gray, but oh my God, is there ever... Hype train just started. Flo B with the 100 bits starting the hype train. Let's get going. Let's do the Weasel song. Weasel. Weasel Assembly? I think I'm supposed to say that. I haven't said these words in a long time, right? But let me say it now. Weasels assemble. The mythological creatures. Okay, that's too fast. That's too fast. There we go. I'm still doing the kickboxing. This is like when I hold up, Fuels, thank you for the community gift sub. Who got that one? Solar Juice, you just got a gift sub. Weasel. What weasel? Weasel. Whenever I do this, I feel like I'm holding up pads for Muay Thai. Like, when somebody's practicing a round kick, this is how I hold up pads. Like, right? You kick me right here and right here. And then and we go, come over here and we do a little teep. You know, it feels like Muay Thai. You hope you put that on the right credit card. I do too. I don't know what happens if it's on the wrong credit card, but probably not good stuff. Probably not good stuff. Weasel! What a weasel! Weasel! Oh no, I'm out of time, aren't I? Katrina Kaiju, you just got a gift sub. Wow, that's one sub goal crushed. Kind of amazing. High kick. Weasel. What a weasel. Yikes. That's scary, Joel. Weasel. What a weasel! 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 What a weasel! Sarah, do you think that he's talking about you here? Sarah, do you think that he's talking about you here?
Fuck. So Logan Paul's giving my cat an abortion. I gotta go.
Well, I mean, when Logan Paul is like performing a medical procedure on your cat, you probably do have to go. That makes all the sense in the world. All the sense in the world. God, I want to watch the JoJo Lands manga thing here, but it's a little bit iffy, right? I don't know. There's a trans character in the new JoJo, by the way. But there's some issues with like how, you know, she's portrayed, I guess. Anyway, let's do a little bit of something. What am I gonna do for the last few minutes of the hype train? Maybe just jump. But I need some music. Yeah, thank you, Zara. Thank you, Jules. Thank you, Flo B. Thank you, everybody who contributed to the hype train so far. Let's just put on
Parker Jr. Here we go with Ghostbusters.
the original NCC theme song. Much at all from you. You are basically silent today. But make sure to hit that like button. Yeah, it is really hard being tired. I know that feeling. I have experienced it. So yeah, what was I trying to tell you with that certain doctor, that certain disrespectful gentleman who responded to Hassan, right? Responded to Nick Merck by saying that that he was uninstalling Call of Duty in solidarity with Nick Merck's transphobia, right? With Nick Merck's insistence that it's not the Proud Boys and the violent brown shirt thugs that were at fault in that situation in North Hollywood, right? With the fighting outside of the school board meeting, right? It was in fact the people who wanted to teach kids about the existence of gay people, right? It wanted to have Pride Month at school. Leave the kids alone. That according to Nick Merckx, he'll explain that to them himself. I have some doubts about Nick Merck's explanation for LGBT stuff, right? So anyway, that doctor, whoever his name is, whatever his name is, jumped in and said, okay, well, if you're gonna take Nick Merck's hack off of COD, I'm gonna uninstall my COD, right? And Hassan's response to him was that it seems like he's more loyal to Nick Merck's package, yeah, than he is to his own wife, right? And that doctor spoke up today and called Hassan fat. There we go. Usually Hassan just gets called gay by these people, right? But instead this time Hassan got called fat, and Nick Merck said that he wasn't friends with Hassan anymore, even though I'm pretty sure that Hassan probably wrote Nick Merck off when this thing happened, right? I don't think anything of value was lost. That's the drama. That's the drama with, yeah, I just realized if I'm ever going to talk about this doctor whose name shall not be spoken, I'm going to have to do it off platform, right? Because Twitch really does not want anybody talking about that individual. Yeah, he apparently was pretty unfaithful to Hassan did nothing wrong in this situation. So that base covered. The other thing that I wanted to cover with you was Matt Walsh exposing Fox News for being gay. Fox News was too gay. Not Rolling Stone. What are we looking? Wait, I gotta type in both words. Fox News. I know. I'm like wondering why. Yeah, Hassan's fat. Apparently, according to Dr. Nobody. I feel like this was Tim Pool talking about this or something. There we go. There it is. Okay.
Here's the story from the post-millennial breaking.
Friend of the VOD, Tim Pool. I'm gonna go take a pee, chat. I will be right back, though. I hate to leave you with Tim Pool, but...
Child sterilization to employees, leaked documents reveal. Matt Walsh revealed the Fox Corporation, parent company of Fox News, is encouraging employees to celebrate Pride Month and all things LGBTQIA+. Come on, at a certain point, I can't keep reading all these letters. Nah, I mean that seriously. Maybe just we say like the Pride community or something. By giving money to groups that encourage sex changes for minors, reading books by trans activists, including books about children changing gender, gay erotica, and sharing children's books about gender transition with their children, and to attend activist Pride events. So this is the thread from Matt Walsh. He says, we've obtained internal documents from Fox News employees. Fox Corp is celebrating Pride by encouraging employees to read about glory holes, supporting a group that gives sterilizing hormones to homeless youth, and deployed woke AI to monitor everyone. This is a big, long thread, but I will just say this first and foremost. I can confirm this. Now, I can't confirm each and every intricate detail. What I can confirm is I have spoken with Fox employees who have told me exactly this. And I do believe, personally, that what was going on at Fox was well known in the media space among anyone who is considered to be libertarian conservative in this space. Not every single libertarian, but mostly the anti-woke, anti-leftist or whatever. If there's a conservative personality, I think most of them knew this was going on at Fox. And I think people just didn't want to call out Fox because then they would not be invited onto Fox to speak. They wouldn't get the airtime. Now, in the past couple of months, there have been some goings on where we became privy to this information. And the main reason we have not really brought anything up is, one, we didn't get leaked documents or anything like that. We just had testimony from employees. And we were asked to wait as a story was being prepared. And sure enough, bang, the story just came out. Matt Walsh dropping the documents. This is actually unsurprising. But I think what y'all need to realize is that Fox News is what can I call it? A hoax?
Well, I've said this before, right? CNN tells you what you're supposed to believe, and then Fox tells you what you're allowed to believe. If you're someone who genuinely can't stomach the nonsense that they're pushing over at CNN, you can go over to Fox and they'll tell you what's within the confines of socially acceptable conservatism. And the whole goal, I'm not saying it's an express or intentional goal of the people at the Fox network, but it just happens to work out this way, that they give you a much more brand safe version of the ideology, and it kind of culls people. This is part of why Tucker Carlson was so dangerous to their status quo.
Oh my God.
Because he was shifting the paradigm in an anti-establishment and a direction that was further to the right. And so he was saying things that previously conservatives...
Wait, who is this? This is the guy that was on with Lance, right? What's his name again? Freedom Tunes?
Would have been considered nut jobs.
Okay,
for
I also realized that the volume was way down during this whole thing.
Here's the story from the post-millennial breaking. Fox News promotes glory holes, child sterilization to employees, leaked documents reveal. Matt Walsh.
Fox News forcing the employees to use glory holes, right? Instead of what? Just performing oral sex in the bathroom? I don't know.
Revealed the Fox Corporation, parent company of Fox News, is encouraging employees to celebrate Pride Month and all things LGBTQIA+. Come on, at a certain point, I can't keep reading all these letters. Now, I mean that seriously. Maybe just we just say like the Pride community or something.
You read them. You read them, Tim. You already read them. It's not that hard. It's not that hard. Didn't Nick Merck do the same thing where he was like LGBT, BBQ, ABC? He pretended to not know. When you're so super straight that you can't pronounce LGBTQIA.
Money to groups that encourage sex changes for minors, reading books by trans activists, including books about children changing gender, gay erotica, and sharing children's books about gender transition with their children.
That's what's going on in Fox News. Required sharing of children books about gender transition.
And to attend activist pride events. So this is the thread from Matt Walsh. She says, we've obtained...
Can you imagine that? Can you imagine that? There's like a pride event. You work at Fox News, and there's a Fox News, I don't know, like somebody in HR is there to check you off. Like, right? To like, have you attended? Have you, like, you know, they like, you come in and like, oh, hey, I'm here at Pride. And they're like, all right, check off. Yeah, no, they're not doing it.
Internal documents from Fox.
You know what this is probably? Fox News has been hit with lawsuits, right? A lot of lawsuits, right? Going back to Roger Ailes, who sexually harassed like his employees, right? And the one way that you can cover your ass from lawsuits, whether it be sexual harassment or whether it be discrimination, is to hold like trainings, to do like employee things around like inclusion and so like that's the reason that companies don't do DEI or anything like that because they're woke. They do this stuff to cover their ass. That way, if somebody is discriminated against at Fox News because of being gay, they can be like, hey, we gave them the training, you know, what more could we do, right? This is just Fox News covering their ass. And Matt Walsh is treating this like that. Oh, we figured out the internal the internal documents from Fox News. It turns out that Fox News is really woke. That's why they platform transphobia constantly. Sure, Matt.
Fox News employees. Fox Corp is celebrating Pride by encouraging employees to read about glory holes, supporting a group that gives sterilizing hormones to homeless youth, and deployed woke AI to monitor everyone.
Hey, homeless youth, do you need some sterilizing hormones? We have some any homeless youth. Any homeless youth needs... Oh, here you go. Here. Let me shoot you up with these sterilizing hormones, right? Come on. T-Rex Soras, thank you for the follow.
This is a big, long thread, but I will just say this first and foremost. I can confirm this. Now, I can't confirm each and every intricate detail. What I can confirm is I have spoken with Fox employees.
Wait, Tim, I just really want you to confirm the glory holes, right? Are they cutting glory holes in the Fox News bathrooms? Is that going on?
Who have told me exactly this. And
also, can I point out that glory holes are not like exclusively used by gay people, right? There's glory holes at truck stops that are, I mean, I don't know. I guess they might find some same-sex usage, but generally, utilized by members of the opposite sex, right? It's a glory hole is just a hole for somebody to stick a certain part of their anatomy through, while somebody on the other side puts that part of the anatomy in their mouth, right? That's like, it's not gay, it's not straight, it doesn't have a sexuality. It's just a hole. Sometimes a hole is just a hole, okay?
I do believe personally that what was going on at Fox was well known in the media space among anyone who is considered to be libertarian conservative in this space. Not every single libertarian, but mostly the anti-woke, anti-leftist or whatever. If there's a conservative personality, I think most of them knew this was going on at Fox. And I think people just didn't want to...
Yeah, why didn't they blow the whistle, Tim? Why didn't they blow the whistle on Fox News?
Call out Fox, because then they would not be invited onto Fox to speak. They wouldn't get the airtime. Now, in the past couple of months, there have been some goings on where we became privy to this information. And the main reason we have not really...
Tim, do you realize that only applies to potential guests, right? So if you're somebody who is like a media figure, I guess it makes sense why you would be less inclined to talk about that. If you want to appear on Fox News, if appearing on Fox News, helps get you attention, helps you make you a bigger media figure, I guess that makes sense. But what about literally anybody else? Literally anybody that's not a media figure and that's not working at Fox News that knew this, what is their reason for not blowing the whistle? And please don't tell me it's the deep state. Please don't tell me, Tim, that it's the deep state.
Anything up is one, we didn't get leaked documents or anything like that. We just had testimony from employees, and we were asked to wait as a story was being prepared. And sure enough, bang, the story just came out. Matt Walsh dropping the documents. This is actually unsurprising, but I think what y'all need to realize is that Fox News is what can I call it? A hoax?
Well, I've said this before.
Tim, I think the word that you're looking for is a competitor. Fox News is a competitor to Daily Wire. Fox News is a competitor to Tim Pool, right? That's why you're reporting on this. Let's be real.
Right? CNN tells you what you're supposed to believe, and then Fox tells you what you're allowed to believe. If you're someone who genuinely can't stomach the nonsense that they're pushing over at CNN, you can go over to Fox and they'll tell you what's within the confines of socially acceptable conservatism. And the whole goal, I'm not saying it's an express or intentional goal of the people at the Fox network, but it just happens to work out this way, that they give you a much more brand safe version of the ideology and it kind of culls people. This is part of why Tucker Carlson was so dangerous to their status quo, because he was shifting the paradigm in an anti-establishment and a direction that was further to the right. And so he was.
You're talking about Hunter Thompson. Tucker Carlson is what I'm trying to say. You're talking about Tucker Carlson famously on record as saying that he hates Donald Trump's guts. Half of the stuff that half of the conservative virtue signals that he sends on air, he doesn't really believe in, right? But no, Tucker Carlson was this like conservative firebrand that had to be gotten rid of, right? Tucker Carlson didn't believe the things that he was saying. Why was he saying them? Because they were making money for him and for Fox News, like, right? Come on.
Saying things that previously conservatives would have been considered nut jobs for saying, because he was actually offering up a narrative counter to what the establishment was saying.
You weren't allowed to openly advocate for white supremacy until Tucker Carlson figured out the grift, figured out there was an audience for it, and started doing it in their primetime slot. I'm sure, yeah, Fox News didn't, like, what the hell? What kind of...
Without simply making the argument that I don't like what CNN is saying, I don't like what Joe Biden is doing, but without actually promoting a substantive counter ideology,
That's Fox,
if that makes
that's
sense.
Fox. They were like, that's what happens if you watch the Five. They're like, oh, I don't really like what Joe Biden is doing. If only it wasn't quite so liberal. If only it was 1 degree to the right, it would be so much better.
And so we had a whole conversation about this when he was forced out. But my point is Fox has always kind of been there to be CNN light in a sense.
Right. That's why no one cares about Hannity.
You got it backwards. CNN is there to be Fox light. That's literally their business plan. That's the under their new ownership. That's what they're trying to do, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. I mean, like, people watch him, obviously, but when it came to the Dominion lawsuit, Tucker Carlson's the one that gets the boot. Tucker Carlson is the one that is getting silenced. The other personalities they have are acceptable, mainstream, harmless conservative values.
Yeah, like the establishment isn't that horrified if you talk about cutting top marginal tax rates by 5%, or, you know, whatever
Like
economic policy is being proposed by the establishment Republicans. And cutting tax rates is not a bad thing to do. I'm in favor of that, but you're not going to get in as much trouble for saying that as you are going to for pointing out the transgender and LGBTQ agenda, or the fact that...
Can I unskew this for a second? And this isn't entirely my idea. This is not unique to me. You could probably hear this from other streamers, right? But realistically, here's what's happened, okay? The Democratic Party under Joe Biden has made the strategic decision to stop fighting for any sort of progressive policies, right? Whether it be increasing the taxes on the wealthy, whether it be expanding social programs, whether it be expanding, rights for the LGBT community, they have essentially given up, right? And that has opened up room, since they're not normally, here's what would happen. Biden proposes an expansion of rights, right? Fox attacks it. Biden proposes raising the taxes. Fox attacks it. Biden's not doing that stuff, right? Biden's not doing that anymore. So what do they do then? Well, we've got what we want economically. We've got those Trump taxes locked in. Biden's not going to get rid of them. Let's go after those trans people. They're looking a little too comfortable. And you know what? The LGBT people in general, right? Right? Let's roll back acceptance for LGBT people. That's what they're doing. They're trying to make this like that. This is some kind of conspiracy where Fox News is also woke, right? Everything is woke. Listen, I gotta be real with you, okay? If any conservatives are watching, and I know you're out there, I know Spicy Chat, might have found its way in, and you all are a bunch of MAGA chuds anyway, so whatever. Look, there is a conspiracy, okay? There is a conspiracy to turn you against right-wing culture. What do I mean? Look at all the brands that are being targeted by these supposed boycotts, right? Bud Light, Cracker Barrel, Garth Brooks. These are right-wing icons, right? And they're telling you that this stuff is woke. And Call of Duty is too woke, right? You got to boycott this stuff. You can't drink Bud Light. You can't listen to Garth Brooks. You can't shop at Target, right? All these things are. You can't eat Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-A, the famous company that bankrolled anti-gay marriage organizations. You cannot eat at Chick-fil-A because the chicken is woke. It's woke chicken. We don't want woke chicken. We want the Lord's chicken, right? And it's not the Lord's chicken anymore. It's now the woke chicken. And so it's all a big plot to turn you against MAGA culture, one brand at a time. Your carefully constructed cultural identity is being eroded, right? By these boycotts. And pretty soon you're going to be stuck with like Starbucks. You're going to you know what I mean? Like you're going to have no other choice. You're going to have no other choice, right? You're going to have to turn to the liberal cultural icons because those will soon be Starbucks. Starbucks ended Pride early. Oh, that's pretty unwoke. Well, let's go drink a Starbucks coffee then. Right? They're turning you into latte liberals. Do you not get it? Do you not get it? It's all a big plot by the deep state, right? And if you want to resist it, well, you better crack open a can of Bud Light right now with
January 6th.
With me and Dylan Mulvaney. You better crack open that gender fluid.
Was almost certainly a Fedsurrection, and there was federal involvement, the kinds of things Tucker was saying.
See, you can't do January 6th because it's woke. January 6th is too woke. It's all a bunch of feds. There's no American patriots there. They were all a bunch of liberals. They were all woke. They were all the transgenders that were there doing January 6th. See, you can't even do January 6th. Soon you're going to tell me that the MAGA hats, you can't wear the MAGA hats because it turns out the company that makes the MAGA hats is woke. They've got diversity, equity, and inclusion at the MAGA hat factory. They've got diversity, equity, and inclusion at the racism factory. You can't even be racist. You can't be homophobic. You can't be transphobic because it's all work. It's all woke. Don't you see what's happening right in front of your eyes? Right in front of your eyes, they're eroding your cultural identity, right? By turning you against the brands that make you a conservative in the first place. That's the real conspiracy, okay?
Which got him pushed off of the network.
You could be like Stone Cold Steve Austin and open an account of Whoop ass, Whoop booty. Yeah, happy Juneteenth to you too, Raven.
Now, I wonder why it is. Anybody want to take a shot at it? How
the radical liberation during Reconstruction that were stolen away by reactionary forces of property owners and white supremacy. That's right. That was back when the radical Republicans tried to do Reconstruction in a way that makes sense, in a way that acknowledges the fact that you had like violent insurrection in the name of maintaining the institution of chattel slavery by the South, which honestly Abraham Lincoln was going too soft on, and then when he was replaced by Andrew Johnson, even softer, right? You had the Congress actually vetoed Johnson in a number of ways in order to implement a more radical Reconstruction, which that in of itself was overridden in the latter half of the 19th century. So, yeah.
Come, we're only learning about it now.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, people...
They tried to impeach Johnson. They were one vote away. They were one vote away from impeaching Johnson. Yeah.
Fox News have been working there for a long time. This is not new stuff they're doing. They've been doing it for some time. So how come only now are we learning about it?
Well, I think a lot of people who work at the...
Obviously, because of the deep state, Tim. Obviously, because of the deep state. Obviously, that JFK Jr. will come back to life and tell us all, like, the real truth.
Fox Network are not conservative, right? And so they wouldn't feel a need to blow the whistle on this.
I mean, this is not just not conservative.
Yeah,
this is
I hear you, but
far left sexual...
Agreed, but that's what the left has been completely taken over.
That's right. You can't even watch Fox News now because Fox News is woke. Fox News is trying to get you to use a glory hole.
Right? I mean, these are people who work at Fox. These are people who work in media who live in New York. We know what. I'm not saying that's everyone at Fox, but
maybe the argument that they're default liberals who don't pay attention and don't care.
Mm-hmm.
But if that's the case, then these people sitting by, well, this is the kind of stuff that gets pushed to them by Fox. I mean, at the very least, they could come out and be like, nah, Fox ain't conservative.
I think this could also be a case where the HR department is a different than the rest of the employees, right? I mean, I've worked a lot of corporations where the HR department is sending out communiques and memos that the employees are like, what is this? And it's like, it's Steve from HR, and you just throw it away. I'm not saying that what's happening is good, but HR is one of the first places that the left has infiltrated.
It's true, but it's a little bit more than that. Matt Walsh continues, says, not all Fox employees are happy with this propaganda. That might be why last year Fox experimented with a solution to monitor employees' commitment to DEI. It's an AI platform called Escalera, which tracks employees' commitment to the cult of DEI. Fox leadership told employees to sign up for Escalera so that the AI could help them engage in activities that will deepen their understanding of identity and explore more nuanced D&I concepts. I just feels like aliens took over. Mm-hmm. You know, like there's like aliens being like, put the brain slug in your brain. And you're like, I don't know if I want to do that.
Yeah.
Look, you know what I mean?
I agree. Cancel Fox News. I 100% agree. Cancel Fox News. Keep in mind, these guys are only throwing Fox under the bus for show. When the right wing galvanizes, these chicken hawks will fall in line without missing a beat. 10 soldiers, one and all.
It's even creepier than that, right? I won't get into too much detail, but we all know that they're focusing on a different organ, and they're also focusing on children.
Yeah, I think this has been a very weird Pride Month.
Wait, a different organ?
It's sort of the most memorable, at least in my memory. And I think part of it is, to your question of why are these documents being released now, I think people are ready to start this debate in a way they weren't in years past. I think for so long, especially when the conversation was about gay marriage, which it was increasingly popular, people were more willing to have conversations about LGBT issues in the workplace. And then when the T was added and it sort of became the most dominant letter, people became more resistant. And I think we're really seeing that play out now. And I will honestly give Dylan Mulvaney credit for this.
Do you hear that laugh? Ha ha, fuck the trans people. Yeah, there we go.
Yes, I mean, Dylan Mulvaney and Bud Light really kicked off a national debate over what we are okay with talking about and what we are okay with our companies promoting.
It could be the Pride Month to end all Pride Months, which would be great.
It'd be beautiful.
Right?
This is the last one.
It would be the last one. And look how many corporations that June 1, they...
So we're talking about AstroTurf now, right? We're talking about we're into AstroTurf, right? Bud Light. Like, okay, no, I shouldn't say HelloFresh, right? Let's talk about a good sponsor. Let's talk about a sponsor like Babbel, right? If Babbel sponsors me, okay, and they say, no comment, chick, you can promote our product on your stream, and if anybody buys your product from our stream, we'll give you some of the money, right? Does that mean that Babbel and me are like in bed now? Am I a major part of Babbel? Like, is Babbel responsible for if I decide to do a 365 days as a woman, TikTok? Does that really connect? Am I really that connected? No, it's just an influencer sponsorship. That's what Dylan Mulvaney did, right? Bud Light didn't like put Dylan Mulvaney in beer commercials. Didn't like foist Dylan Mulvaney and her Twitter on all of their customers. Bud Light wanted Dylan Mulvaney to go to her audience and say, hey, I know you're all used to drinking apple teenies or whatever, some kind of vodka drink, something like that. But here's me drinking some Bud Light and I'm enjoying myself. Like, look, I'm a trans woman drinking Bud Light, right? Because they were worried that they were becoming a boomer beer. And they were becoming a boomer beer. In an effort to fight that, they were like, who has a lot of viewership on TikTok? Dylan Mulvaney. Dylan Mulvaney is huge on TikTok. Let's send her one can with her face on it and have her drink some Bud Light on TikTok. That was literally all it was, right? This is AstroTurf. This is an AstroTurfed transphobic campaign of eliminationism, ultimately leading to genocide. That's what these chuckleheads are cheering on, okay?
They changed their avatars to the rainbow, and June 2 it was gone. They were like, all right, you got your day, which is kind of what you do on St. Patrick's Day and what you do on, you get your little one day in the sun. And if this is the Pride Month to end all Pride Months, I think a lot of people would be absolutely thrilled with that.
I think they would. I think people.
I'd be thrilled.
I mean, I can't. I've said this before on the show, but I can't imagine if you were part of this community and suddenly your entire identity is co-opted by this fringe movement. That would just be terrible. This would be the worst. And
it is.
I'm not surprised that a mega corporation like Fox is bowing down to DEI. I mean, I kind of don't trust anyone and expect that they all do this. I think it's hard for the American public because. In many ways, there's no alternative to Fox. So to feel this level of betrayal is upsetting.
No. 5D chess. Okay. Boycott Fox. Watch MSNBC. There it is. There it is. That's how we beat the woke corporations, right? Boycott Fox is woke, okay? MSNBC, Morning Joe, that'll give you the real... Morning Joe is a Republican. Let's all go over and watch MSNBC now. Fox News is too woke.
We'll get into the story in a little bit later. But I will also mention that there was a tweet from an organization called Music Fest in, I think it's Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. And they were advertising an all-ages drag show. I put out a tweet about it saying, like, what's this all about, Yingling? They deleted the tweet.
Oh, boy.
Internally in the newsroom, they were like, wow, I won't say the reporter's name, but they're like, man, it's been a rough month. It's been a rough Pride Month.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, maybe this is the end of Pride Month. Because you had Major League Baseball got rid of their Pride logo within a day or two. Xbox did the same thing. You got Starbucks reeling from it, saying take the stuff down, not denying it. You've got Target losing market share. Bud Light is now, they've been knocked down from the top spot.
No, here's the deal. All right? This is Pride year. You want to fuck with Pride Month? We're taking the whole year. Deal with it. Deal with my trans ass on Twitch for 1 year. I'm sorry, it's Pride year. It's Pride year. Leftists don't need days or months. That's right, we need years. Let's take the year. Let's take 2023 for trans euphoria. We share our struggles, we celebrate all our successes, etc. Liberal identity politics makes people think black people are only important in February, Jews in January, Hispanic people from September 15th to October 15th. But no, this is like, where's my Irene Geller decade? That's right.
I got to tell you, if you got a marketing guy, if you've got a finance guy and they're walking into their executive boardrooms.
Wait, is this like a joke? Marketing guy and a executive guy walk into a boardroom.
And they're going, look, we got to get our ESG score up. This guy's probably going, ESG, you're going to lose 30% of your market cap if you do this. And they're going to be like, yeah, but we won't get financing if we don't. Be like, what?
Go ahead and try. Tim, you're oversaturated. This is what you don't get. There's a natural limit to your boycotts, right? You can only boycott so much stuff. And at the point where you're boycotting Fox News, you've done cut off your nose to spite your face, Tim. You are losing here.
What do you need to find?
And no amount of AstroTurf and Twitter bots is going to change that. No amount of Elon putting his thumb on the scale to force people to watch shitty movies and then claim like millions of views when most of those views were people scrolling past his bullshit because they don't want to hear him obsess about trans people, okay? No, I'm not buying it. I'm sorry. Your agitprop has failed. Your propaganda has failed. We're not buying it, Tim.
Financing for if you have no customers. And they're like, okay.
Washington Post had a funny article today about how the Bud Light deal was not necessarily about Dylan Mulvaney, but because there's a movement towards craft breweries anyway. And I'm like, oh my gosh, you guys are so good.
There's a reason that they brought Dylan Mulvaney on board, and that is because Bud Light has marketed itself to people that do not have as big of the dude bros that drank Bud Light, right? Bud Light, you've seen Bud Light commercials. It's a bunch of dudes being dudes sitting around the lake pretty lady comes into the pool, toss him a Bud Light. He's going to jump off the diving board, woo, do a shotgun in midair, and then land on the pretty lady's like raft and screw her, right? That's a Bud Light ad, right? There's less of those frat boys running around these days, right? So they're like, who are we going to sell beer to? I don't know, maybe trans people. Let's give it a try. Right? Because I gotta break it. I hate to break it to you, but you're gonna have to do more than put like a rainbow on the bottle to market Bud Light, which like is a shitty beer. Can I say this? Bud Light is not good beer. Bud Light has never been good beer. But among the major beers in the United States of America, all of them are kind of shit. But Bud Light is like shit with a side of ass, okay? It's like worse, right? Yeah, did it with Hershey's. Hershey's is terrible chocolate. Come on. And also, do you know what supplanted Bud Light as the #1 beer? Another beer bottled by Anheuser-Busch. That's right. They just shifted it around, right? These people don't seem to understand. And also the people that are giving Pokimane shit right now don't seem to understand. Both Amazon makes money from Twitch and it makes money from Kick, right? Either way, if you all go to Kick, Amazon's making money. The company that owns it's making money. If you switch away from Bud Light and you go to Modelo, Anheuser-Busch is making money off of your dumb conservative ass. So keep on playing this game. This is like the shell game. Yeah, you pull it up. Oh, it's Anheuser-Busch. Sorry, same woke corporation that you were trying to boycott. You have now just changed their flagship brand. Good job.
You guys are so good. Like, way to
I love small businesses too, but the ultimate spin doctors at the Washington Post are probably off on this.
NCC offered $69 million to deal to stream on Kick.
Miller and Coors are skyrocketing.
Yeah.
It said domestic beer is stagnating, and it's like, oh, that's why Miller and Coors are up 20 some odd %.
Yeah. They're craft breweries. People love them.
Yeah, they didn't take over the #1 spot. That was another Anheuser-Busch brand.
Tiny
Miller, yes, very small
little scrappy startup Miller.
No one's buying it anymore.
No,
I really do think we're at a point where most people know the media is lying. I got to tell you, man, I'm fairly optimistic because there are a lot of people I know who they consider themselves to be moderate, but for the longest time, maybe like a year ago or pre-COVID, really, but like during COVID and like into COVID, maybe a year ago, they'd be saying stuff like, that's not true. You guys are crazy. Now they're going, really?
Yeah.
When I say things. Now they're just like, we've seen enough. Like at a certain point, you just can't keep lying about everything and expect people to believe you.
Yeah.
What's up, Miss Anita Bump? Yeah, Miller and Coors are not craft.
People don't pay attention. They'll hear it and they'll say that's probably true. But at a certain point, they're like, I don't know, man. Let me check.
I don't know. Maybe a pirate gun and a katana being crossed over each other underneath a picture of a rooster. Maybe those are good wall decorations, right? Maybe Tim Pool's like store brand Nickelback music is actually pretty good. I don't know, right? They're all changing their mind now.
And then they do.
Tim, you're talking to bots. You're literally talking to bots, bud.
It starts slowly with some people, and then it starts ramping up. The more people that speak out, the more people are willing to speak out. And I think ultimately what it comes down to is, we hear that story from Brandon Strzok. Have you heard his story before, the walkaway story? Mm-hmm. That he thought Donald Trump was mocking a disabled reporter. And so when someone challenged him, he was like, okay, I'll debunk this. And then he looks it up, and sure enough, Trump was not. Mm-hmm. And that he said it physically.
What was he doing? What was Trump doing? What, he didn't say derp, so he wasn't mocking? Like, I don't know. What?
Physically hurt when he was watching it, like he didn't know what to do. Someone like that then comes out, and people say, he's far right, he's grifting. That works for a little while. But eventually, you're in the city, you're in Miami, you're in New York, who knows where, right? And you have a party, and then everyone is basically in line with the corporate establishment narrative, except for like one or two people. and then someone says something in passing that's not true, and then one person finally stands up and says, nah, I looked that up. That's not true. Check, watch, I'll show you. And they're like, wait, what, really? Eventually, people who are looked up to, or maybe of higher social status, start rejecting it, which creates a wave of more and more people stepping out and rejecting it. Then you get that inflection point. Bud Light.
Yeah, thank you, Jink and Anna. Those are the people that he was talking about. Those high hierarchy people that like they get it and they're like, yeah, that's right. That's right. I'm sick of this birthing. Thanks, Jink and Anna. That's literally who Tim's talking about here. This is Jink and Anna hours. Yeah. I don't appreciate when I walk out on the street and a homeless person is pleasuring themselves all over me and they shoot it in my face. Oh, of course not. Like, thanks, Jink and Anna. That's you he's talking about.
Yeah.
Now,
the walkaway guy. I don't know who the walkaway guy is. Was January 6th? Wait, who is those walkaway guy? They've been saying this thing, dim exit, for like years and years and years. Dim exit, dim exit. All the dims are exiting. They're becoming MAGA. No, here's the deal. More and more people in the center don't want to have anything to do with MAGA, don't want to have anything to do with any of this bullshit, right? If there's any exit, it's the exit in charitability. It's the exit of the benefit of the doubt that people are giving your fucking racist ass, okay? They know what you're about. They know whose side you're on here. They know what's going on, and they don't want to walk down any further down that dark path, all right? They know what's at the end of that Pewdie pipeline, right? And they're exiting that.
Everyone can see that woke is shriveling and failing. And now I'm hearing stories of non-political...
Who is Brandon Straka? He claims to be a Dem that walked away from the party, but nobody's ever heard of him before.
Channels and like YouTubers and influencers for no reason, just being like, oh, I'm not woke, by the way. Like, I'm not into any of that.
Yeah.
Because they're worried about not being popular.
And there are some watershed moments that led to that. I mean, the Dylan Mulvaney, I agree with you 100%, was in this movement. COVID, I think it was when Joe Rogan said that CNN, when they said on CNN that Joe Rogan was taking horse dewormer. And that's when Joe Rogan was like, are you kidding me? Like this. And it was such a...
I'm sorry, he was taking BoJack Horseman.
Viral moment that everyone realized, oh, wow, CNN just lies about these things. And so, yeah, that's when the people...
What is ivermectin? What is that stuff used for? What is that stuff? Yeah, like, how do you think this was exposed? What are they even like this? They are huffing their own farts in this shitty echo chamber, right?
And the crowd is starting to realize
they're getting so hyped on their own bullshit.
They're not telling us all the truth here, are they? And the more this happens, the better it is for society. But it's why platforms like this are important. It's why Joe Rogan's important. It's why alternative media is important.
That's why Donald Trump lost in 2000. That's why the Republicans' red wave never manifested. That's why Fetterman is the senator in New Jersey. That's why Warnock is the senator in Georgia. What are you talking about?
About Joe Rogan is a...
There is a little bit of a realization, but it's cutting the other way.
Bold.
And no amount of AstroTurf is going to convince me otherwise. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he has such a massive platform. He can so easily disprove it. And there were other ways that...
He doesn't disprove... This is the guy that claimed that people were putting kitty litter in classrooms because the children were furries. He's been debunked. He got debunked so bad that when Matt Walsh came on his show and tried to claim that there was like 1 million kids going through some sort of medicalized transition, that Jamie got the real numbers and said, actually, it's less than 2,000. I'm like, well, there's a little difference in numbers there. No, that's an order of magnitude difference, right? That's several zeros worth of difference. Yeah, there's a little bit of a difference there. What are you talking about? You think that people think that Joe Rogan is a source for good information?
The media beclowned themselves through the COVID pandemic.
Beclown is a great word.
Thank you.
It is.
I was hoping to get away with just throwing that one out.
It really gets my dick hard. Say clown some more, Tim.
During
Come
COVID,
on.
We'll laugh every time.
When the BLM riots were happening.
Are they pumping laughing gas into Tim's studio? Like, what's going? None of this shit is
when
funny.
When CNN published that article, and a number of other outlets did as well, publicizing the fact that over 1,000 health professionals signed a letter saying that you shouldn't shut down.
Can we get the Jamie show already?
On these protests because of COVID-19, after they'd spent months telling you that you can't go to church, that you can't go to work, that you can't see dying relatives at the hospital, that you can't go to
church inside, work inside.
Funerals for loved ones. That is when a lot of people woke up and said, "Oh, it was all."
I don't think anybody was keeping you from going to the graveyard to, see your loved one off, right? The issue is being in a closed up area with a lot of people, right?
Nonsense. It was all nonsense.
My fingers over here.
I'm seeing it.
You disagree?
I'm waiting for Seamus to complete his point so I can jump in, but I'm waving frantically over here.
He's been waiting this whole time.
They did not just say don't stop BLM protests. They actually said BLM protests stopped the spread of COVID.
Even better. It's amazing.
Source, who said that?
Actually, let me just think. I'll try and pull this.
No, come on, pull that up.
Why you
let me pull it out of my ass here. Okay, yeah, good job.
Pulling it up. You know, what was the example of how many people were losing loved
maybe it's under your beanie.
ones, and then John Lewis died.
Look, there we go.
Like John Lewis can have a huge
Here we
funeral.
go. Look,
everyone can go to John Lewis's
royalty
funeral.
get the
Look at
perks,
this.
right?
June 30th, 2020, Black Lives Matter protests may have slowed overall spread of coronavirus in Denver and other cities. New study finds.
Amazing.
And the woke corporations, they hacked the computers doing the study to implant false data. Because the protests caused more people to stay at home. Like, look, if you read the fine print, while protests brought thousands of people together outside, right, they likely caused more and more people to stay home. So this isn't like a thing where it's like, the BLM protests were so virtuous that the goodness slowed down. This isn't some weird esoteric claim here. It's literally saying that the cities were, understandably, hard to navigate, and when legitimately, like, what's keeping people from going out during the protests? Is it that there's a march? Well, now that might keep you from crossing a certain street, right? I've had a situation where I was headed a certain direction, and there's a protest coming on the street that I'm about to cross, and I can't cross it, so I have to take a detour, right? But what's really more likely keeping people home, it's when they institute curfews. Is that the protesters that are instituting the curfews? No, that's the cops. The cops institute the curfews so that they can declare the protest a riot, right? If you institute a curfew and that time comes, like they did in Seattle, you can say this protest is now a riot because there's a curfew and you're not supposed to be out here. You're acting in violation of the law. They get out the gas, they get out the flashbangs, and they go to work on the protesters, and they end up expending all of their munitions to the point where they have to abandon one of their police stations. Come on.
Certain point, someone just looks at that and goes, "Hold on there a minute."
You can't just say it's a new study when you're like, my opinion said.
I know.
I asked myself, and I said it was fine.
Why didn't you read the fucking article right in front of your face, shitheads? Like, right, it's saying that they were caused because of the less people went out because of the protest and the subsequent police actions, right? It's a dangerous place. Like, right, there's tear gas and stuff, right? You could get shot with a flashbang, right? You could get those things don't discriminate against who's there to pick up, who's there to go get, to pick up some takeout, and who's there to protest, right? There's a good reason that people didn't go out during those. That's what they're talking about. They're talking about that for everybody that went out and marched, because that's kind of a brave thing to do. There were some people that stayed in their homes, right? So in other words, the supposed lockdowns, which in a lot of places never really happened. Like, if you lived in a conservative area, they did anything they could to avoid a lockdown, right? They minimized the crap out of that stuff. They didn't want to do any of that stuff. Requiring masks, fuck that. This is Kansas, right? We're not going to require a mask.
Or John Ingold, like
yes, literally against the Geneva Convention.
When you
I think.
had just or like pathetic John Ingold, like when you had to write that and just imagine staring yourself in the mirror and or was compelled to because he was so moved by the BLM.
Yeah, that's right. They had to fucking wait. They compelled to wait. What is this?
Stop the spread. They were all vaccinating each other.
A research team, including a University of Colorado Denver professor. There was one professor on it.
And the BLM staff.
Yeah.
When I'm a kid,
BLM staff. That's right, at the BLM national headquarters. Oh wait, is that next to the Antifa national headquarters? Is that the same building? Maybe.
Yeah.
And I'm watching the Batman animated series. I have a question. How does the Joker have henchmen, right?
Yeah.
Then I'm watching the Dark Knight movie, and then the Joker burns his pile of money. And he's like, tell your guys they work for me now. And he's like, they won't work for a freak. And I'm like, why would anybody work for this guy? He's burning all the money. And then you realize, why is this guy writing this? Because some people are just henchmen.
Yeah.
They just don't have independent thought. They stand there with drool pouring out of their mouths.
Look, when you got to go for the as much as I enjoy the Batman cartoon, especially Harley Quinn, right? When you got to go to the Batman cartoon as your example, you have run out of rhetoric, Tim. You have run out of rhetoric, right? That gun placed on the mantle in the first act, turns out it wasn't loaded. Just like your head, just like whatever's under that fucking that beanie.
And then their boss goes, hey,
Poison Ivy, yeah,
write a story that claims Black Lives.
That's right. That's what the boss is. Write a story that claims that makes up data out of nowhere and like we'll totally get away with it because wokeism.
That a protest slowed COVID down. I was like, okay. Then he just writes it. It's like the dude may as well just be.
There was research. They're reporting the results of the research, Tim. It's not, he didn't pull it out his ass. He didn't pull it out of his beanie. He doesn't have another mouth under his beanie to pull stuff out of, right? It's
an AI at
just research.
Point. Well,
and it actually makes sense when you think about
it. Actually, fair point.
You didn't even have to read the article though. Like, look, he didn't show the article. He showed the title and he showed the first little snippet, right? That first little snippet explained what was going on. More people stayed home because there's a protest that has been turned into a riot by the cops.
We can probably fire all these people and replace them with AI. So
no, journalists and writers are very important.
No.
Hannah Claire, they're really not. They're really not.
I'm not talking about journalists and writers. I'm talking about
timcast.com.
I'm talking about the biggest threat, the biggest industry under threat right now is the propaganda industry. AI is going to replace all these people. How do we even know this guy's real? For all we know,
Tim. Look, when it's fact checked, okay, AI can't replace the news, right? But you're not fact checked, are you? If anyone's job is in danger, it's Tim Pool's. Because look, they can generate random stuff. Like, here's what AI does, right? It analyzes a whole bunch of stuff. It analyzes like a whole bunch of Reddit posts, right? It uses like the likelihood of one word to occur after another in order to write what sounds like language, what sounds like sense, what sounds like words and human speech. But when you actually hold it to the light of the day, okay, is that actually true? No, it's not true, because the AI is not able to really, I mean, they're trying. This is what the research is, to try to eliminate those bad responses, right? But it's not, actual intelligence at this point, right? Hate bot can replace Tim anytime.
They started doing AI
Hatebot AI
articles over 10 years ago.
So is that why they were always threatened by the term "learn to code"? Because it quite literally was going to replace them as journalists.
It was offensive because they're all actually an AI that does know how to code, and it's like
It's offensive because if there's more coders, then they're going to get paid less. You dipshit!
How dare you?
It's not a solution. It's not a solution for like mass groups of people. Like, it might work for one person at one time, like early on when there's a shortage of coders, right? But the more people that hear that message, learn to code, take it to heart, get a computer science degree or whatever, learn to actually code and go to work there, the less those people are going to get paid, the more replaceable those people are going to be, right?
It was offensive because you're only allowed to talk to poor people that way, basically.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
No. The working class need to learn to code because the market changes and the needs of the people shift over time. I just get to have this job forever.
Thanks for watching this clip from the Timcast IRL podcast. Hang out with us live.
No thanks. Damn, no thanks.
Another complete disregard for humanity. This one.
Are coders not working class? I mean, it's some tough work.
The failure to impeach at that time, or to include that in the articles of impeachment ultimately, and the mechanism and the justification for these type of raids on a country we're not at war with. I mean, never.
So, this is a little bit of a call out to the end of the Cornell West Briahna Joy Gray interview, right? Where Briahna Joy Gray asked Cornell, is it really worth it to prosecute former President Trump over his crimes that he committed, over the documents, over the attempts to steal votes in Georgia and everything else, right? Is it really worth it, or should we just let it go, right? Should we just executive privilege this shit out of existence, right? So we're gonna it's a little callback to Nixon, Nixon who broke the law and never was punished over it, right? So just to give a synopsis, we're talking about Watergate here. Watergate was a break-in by some of the president's men, including the one name that comes to mind is G. Gordon Liddy. That's the only one of the Watergate plumbers, the burglars, that I can ever remember is G. Gordon Liddy, who's actually kind of a piece of work, kind of an interesting cringe figure. I don't know who to. I feel like there's somebody I could compare him to in the Trump administration, but it's slipping my mind, right? So, the Watergate Hotel was broken into. Records, mental health records of a certain Democratic candidate that Nixon didn't want to run against were stolen, and that information was used to crash his candidacy before he could get the nomination, right? When this started to come to light, the Republican Congress, eventually made it known that were Nixon to continue to stay in office, that he would be impeached, right? The numbers were clear. So he resigned. And his vice president, Gerald Ford, offered him a pardon, or I don't know if it was a pardon or clemency, right? But basically, Richard Nixon committed high crimes and misdemeanors and was never punished for it because it was a pardon. Okay, because it was thought that the people that supported what Gerald Ford did thought that it would tear the country apart too much to some of the same arguments that are being made over Trump. So that's why MR is talking about this right now.
Never mind, the question of whether we should be at war with a country, but these sort of semi-clandestine, in this instance, clandestine bombings of these countries. Just talk a little bit about how that had set the sort of the template for what we've seen in Pakistan, in Afghanistan, in Somalia, in Yemen to some extent. Just to me, that seems like, at least part of the legacy and our failure to ever hold the people involved with this to account. And like you say, I don't know if
Nixon was the last Keynesian liberal in the economic sense. Yeah, so Keynesianism was the consensus back in Nixon's day, much in the same way that neoliberalism was the consensus more recently. And after Nixon, wait, now I don't know about Ford, right? And people forget about Ford. There is good reason to forget about Ford, because Ford, if I'm remembering correctly, I think Ford only governed for like 2 years, right? Then replaced by Jimmy Carter, who was replaced by Ronald Reagan, who was replaced by George Bush Sr., who was replaced by Bill Clinton, who was replaced by George Bush Jr., who was replaced by Barack Obama, who was replaced by Donald Trump, who was replaced by Joe Biden. All those people that I read you after Nixon are part of the neoliberal consensus, right? Or after Ford, anyway. I don't really know how to characterize Ford, and my thought is that he was, he was a lame, not really a lame duck, but his presidency, I guess, wasn't as serious business as most presidencies are, since he was just fulfilling the second half of the discredited Nixon presidency. Sam, this stuff started after World War II. It's not new.
people can appreciate this. I am old enough to remember when Henry Kissinger was like, I don't even know that there's a functional equivalent in our society today.
Well, he won the Nobel Peace Prize.
He won the Nobel Peace Prize, but he was a celebrity.
Yeah.
He was like, I mean, you know, the images of him, I don't know if he actually went to Studio 54, but there was that quality of like the of images of him at that time. And there's been no real institutional or official reckoning with this.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot to unpack there. You know, I talked to one of Kissinger's biographers about the points that you raise about, you know, the connection between the war in Cambodia and the forever wars today.
This is Grandin, yes?
This is Greg Grandin, the author of Kissinger's Shadow. And Grandin told me that, you know, you can trace a line from the bombing of Cambodia to the present. And, you know, he makes the point in that book and in conversations with me that the covert justifications for illegally bombing Cambodia, and this was, it was
Wait, not Kissinger, when we were talking about the bombing of Cambodia, spreading the Vietnam War into other countries in Southeast Asia?
Legal, became the framework and the justifications for drone strikes and for the 21st century forever wars. He calls it the perfect expression of American militarism's unbroken circle. That's his language, and I think it's, you know, exceptionally apt. Another way, I mean,
Nixon was down with the Milton Friedman Chicago Boys economics.
That they're linked is that, you know, and I found this in my reporting, the interviews, the documents, they demonstrate a consistent disregard for Cambodian lives. You know, a failure to detect the presence of civilians, to protect civilians, to conduct post-strike assessments, to investigate civilian harm allegations, to prevent this damage from reoccurring, and, you know, drawing on what you just said, you know, and or to punish or otherwise hold U.S. personnel, and that's from those in the field all the way up to the White House.
May his name be blotted out from history. I don't know how he's still alive.
Accountable for all these injuries and deaths. So these policies not only obscured the true toll of the conflict in Cambodia, but, you know, they set the stage for the civilian carnage that we've seen in the war on terror, from Afghanistan to Iraq, Syria to Somalia. You know, if I think that, you know, and speaking with military officials from that time, have also made this point to me that if there had been some accountability, if there had been transparency, they thought that there, you know, it would have had an impact on, you know, modern day civilian harm, on war crimes, on atrocities that have been committed in the 21st century forever wars. But because we didn't have this, you know, the Pentagon has been able to, again, get away with this again and again. by burying the evidence and acting as if it never happened.
Just one more question here, Nick. It also set the stage for deeper destabilization in Cambodia in the wake of these atrocities. I'm just wondering if you can expand on that before we let you go.
Sure, most definitely, and it's another area where when you examine the blood on Henry Kissinger's hands, I mean, he bears a great deal of responsibility for the rise of the Khmer Rouge in Cambodia. The Khmer Rouge would come to power and plunge the country into this campaign of overwork and torture, murder, mass murder that eventually killed about 20% of the population, about 2 million Cambodians. But the Khmer Rouge, when Kissinger and Nixon came to the White House, was a tiny fringe element. Somewhere between 1,000 and 5,000 people. They held very little sway in Cambodia. But the Khmer Rouge ended up with a fantastic recruiting tool in the form of U.S. bombing. The CIA, and I quote a CIA secret cable at the time, and it only came to light decades later, where they say that the Khmer Rouge is going around to villages and recruiting, telling people, the bombs that are killing, your family, your neighbors, there's only one way to stop that. It's to join our movement. We'll become so powerful, we can fight the Americans, we can save our country. And in a very short time, between 1969 and 1973, this 1,000-person movement becomes a 200,000-person army that is able to take over the country and plunge the country into a genocide. Without the destabilization of U.S. bombing, without the recruiting tool that this bombing was, I don't think there's any way the Khmer Rouge would come to power. So while they bear ultimate responsibility for all these deaths, Nixon and Kissinger play a vital role in this and are certainly not blameless.
I think people can find analogies to this in terms of like our policies in Central America that ultimately have destabilized. It's not a one-to-one analogy, but the dynamic is the same. We can see this in just the development of like madrasas in Pakistan, and as an attempt to fight the Soviet Union in Afghanistan. This is a really horrific example of that. Nick Turse, great reporting. We will put a link to your piece, to all those pieces in The Intercept, including Blood on His Hands, contributing writer at The Intercept. Thank you so much for your time today. I really appreciate it.
Thanks so much to both of you. I really appreciate having me on.
Thanks, Nick.
Okay, so I guess there was a clip made of me, the true right-wing conspiracy. I have no idea what this is. To turn you against. There is a conspiracy to turn you against right-wing culture. What do I mean? Look at all the brands that are being targeted by these supposed boycotts, right? Bud Light, Cracker Barrel, Garth Brooks. These are right-wing icons, right? And they're telling you that this stuff is woke, and Call of Duty is too woke, right? You got to boycott this stuff. You can't drink Bud Light. You can't listen to Garth Brooks. You can't shop at Target, right? All these things are. You can't eat Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-A, the famous company that bankrolled anti-gay marriage organizations. You cannot eat at Chick-fil-A because the chicken is woke. It's woke chicken. We don't want woke chicken. We want the Lord's chicken, right? And it's not the Lord's chicken anymore. It's now the woke chicken. There is a conspiracy to turn you against Fox News. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do a video about this, right? Because there's so much stuff that conservatives can't use anymore. And it's kind of interesting. When you look at the whole constellation, it does look like they're trying to turn conservatives against their own culture. What's up, Harley Rose? Thank you for the follow. I mean, Bud Light and most of the other beers, piss water. So that's unintentionally, yeah. And also, Anheuser-Busch is like, you know, a big conservative donor. Well, I'm gonna have to make it a video if I ever get a chance. If I ever get time to make videos, that's the problem. Is like I'm always streaming or planning for stream or trying to, you know, upgrade the nature of what's available in Patreon, what's available in the members only section on YouTube. I want to make sure that the people that are supporting me, that I am also supporting them by giving them extra content and cool stuff that is exclusive to those of you that are you know, either members on YouTube or Patreons, especially with the uncertainty as far as what Twitch is doing. Like, I don't know, Twitch is really, really taking a dive. But yeah, as a result, I don't have enough time to make the videos that I know I kind of need to make, because there's a limit to like how good like a stream can do. Even if I'm making good points, even if I'm covering like a topic that's interesting, that the algorithm is interested in, like there's a limit to how well my numbers can do in the form of a stream that can be surpassed if I actually make a long-term form video. There's so much stuff that I could cover that's just like rage bait. Like the responses to Soul Bunny have just been like ridiculous, and I just saw another one today. There's commentary rage bait. What is it? Jordan Peterson was the one that had RFK on, where he goes like, I guess we should Jordan Peterson, RFK Jr, gay frogs. Why am I not seeing this? Oh my god, search is such a joke. Search is such an absolute joke. Okay, Jordan Peterson, RFK Jr. I know these two talked, right? Oh, their interview got taken down. Okay, wait, so that's another So yeah, if you don't know, Jordan Peterson has been violating, like in my estimation, violating terms of service on YouTube for years and years now, right? It has only recently caught up with him with his first warning video taken down. Talk about Spicy Chat? Yeah, Spicy Chat loves it when I talk about them.
RFK Jr. censored after having a conversation on Jordan Peterson's podcast about chemicals in the water.
Chemicals in the rainwater making the frogs gay.
And the effect that might be having on all sorts.
Imagine that. You have like literally Alex Jones, point, and you get your video taken down. Imagine
health concerns for young people, and then specifically getting into gender dysphoria, body dysmorphia, and those issues.
I bet RFK has some great takes about that. So like, looks like we can't even watch this because it's been taken down by YouTube. We're just gonna have to watch The Hill. We're just gonna have to watch Robbie Suave be butthurt about this.
Let's actually watch a clip from that interview before we talk about it.
Wait, can we? Is that okay?
Huge levels of depression and despair, loneliness in kids. And I don't think that there's a single cause to it. And I think blaming it on, depression about climate is probably oversimplistic. And in fact, I think a lot of the problems we see in kids, and particularly boys, it's probably underappreciated that how much of that is coming from chemical exposures, including a lot of this.
Oh, Nero, I'm sorry, you had to deal with that. Yeah.
Sexual dysphoria that
it's really tough.
We're seeing. They're swimming through a soup of toxic chemicals.
That's the problem. Our kids are swimming through a soup of toxic chemicals. Now, does he care about the environment, right? Because if you're talking about pollution, that's the environment. What's the reason for there being pollution? Because it's cheaper to pollute than it is to not pollute, right? It's easier. You just make your shit, and whatever pollution happens, you don't worry about. If you control the regulators, if the regulators regulating know that they're going to come to you for their next job, which is how regulatory capture works, then we don't enforce those regulations. If the Supreme Court strikes them down, like the Clean Water Act, right? Then the kids will be swimming, literally in chemicals, right? But now what he wants to tell you is that like it's particular chemicals that are put in there on purpose to have certain effects on the kids, rather than just they are making money and they make more money not worrying about what kind of pollution that they produce, right? If you're serious about this, RFK, then you need to be serious about climate change, because that is a real issue with pollution, with the emission of greenhouse gases, with the emission of CO2 that is going to cause like drastic, irrevocable change that will lower the quality of life for everybody, if not have worse impacts than that, right? But he doesn't care about that. That's not what he cares about. He wants to fearmonger. He wants to make you think that no, it's not like chemicals. It's like a chemical, like Atrazine, that's being put in the rainwater, because just like the frogs, they want to make the kids gay. They want to make the kids swim in a soup, and because it's transgender. Yeah, this unnamed, like, hostile force just wants to fuck your shit up. That's what he's claiming, right? They are putting chemicals in the water to make your kids gay. This guy pretends that he has some kind of voice crying in the wilderness against some giant, global agenda that is fucking all our shit up. Because they want to, because they're mean, because they're nasty, because they're hateful. They hate our way of life, right? Instead of the truth of the matter, the only they there is people who, instead of working for a living, extract their money for their luxurious lifestyles at both ends from us in terms of underpaying us for the work that we do, and then overcharging us for the products that they sell us, right? It's capitalism, right? And it's not fucking our shit up because they hate us or they're mean or they're evil or anything like that. It's much simpler than that. They're making money off of this. It's so simple. And they want to throw all these monkey wrenches in there because, look, RFK, if you really cared about opening people's eyes to the truth, you would stop distracting them with conspiracy theories. He was an environmental lawyer.
Today, many of those are endocrine disruptors. There's atrazine throughout our water supply. Atrazine, by the way, if you in a lab put atrazine in a tank full of frogs, it will chemically castrate and forcibly feminize every frog in there, and 10% of the frogs, the male frogs, will turn into fully viable females able to produce viable eggs.
Chat, can we get me some atrazine? I'll be able to have babies, is what he's saying, if I get some atrazine.
If it's doing that to frogs, it could. There's a lot of other evidence that it's doing it to human beings as well.
Yeah, so the problem, I don't want to say the problem, but I think what's causing so much frustration, confusion, conflict on the internet about some of these statements that RFK Jr. is making.
It only works for frogs, that's right, because frogs have, is it possible that frogs have different biology than humans, right? And is it possible that the conditions that he's talking about aren't conditions that are replicated in the environment? And is it possible that the atrazine that's in the environment is in the environment incidentally instead of being part of the transgenderist agenda, and they are putting it in our rainwater and they want us to be gay and they want more trans people? Why? Are they chasers? Like what? Why?
Is that some parts of it are very correct.
This is starting to sound like the 4chan femboy blackmail cult, right?
Right. The study.
I don't think we ever watched that, did we? Because it's a Tom Dark video. Back in the 70s, 80s, he brought and won a few lawsuits over environmental issues and land rights. This is just how passion turns into conspiracy. And yeah, how he's taken a turn during the pandemic. Apparently he was always like anti-vax, but I had a dream that the trans woman got, a trans woman, okay, I thought so. I thought that's what you meant, yeah.
That he cites about atrazine in frogs is a National Institute of Health study. It is accurate.
Listen, I'll have a baby, but only if it's a frog, okay?
The statements that he's making,
I want to have baby frogs,
about the level of endocrine disruptors in our environment are 100% true and have been a concern of public health officials for a very long time. Atrazine is
but the idea that endocrine disruptors are making biological males testosterone artificially low, and this artificially low testosterone predisposes one to want to change one's gender is bunk. It's bullshit. It's garbage, right? And that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to connect all these conspiracies to the existence of trans people. Why are there more trans people now? Because for the first time, trans people can see ourselves represented in culture. For the first time, people, you're able to live your life without like overwhelming opposition to try to shove you back into the gender role that you were assigned at birth, right? Same reason that there's more gay people, because it's not, you're not getting, there's more of an understanding that gay people exist and have always existed, just like trans people have already existed. For a boomer ass jackass like RFK, it's a lot easier for him to imagine the concept that like all these trans people, where did they come from? Maybe it's the atrazine. It's making their testosterone low, and since testosterone is this magical chemical that's associated with masculinity, and you have less of the testosterone, that means you have less masculine people. And what do less masculine people do? Maybe they become trans. Yeah, you figured it out, dude. You figured it out. I know, I have so many babies.
One of the most commonly applied herbicides in the world. He is someone who's been very focused.
I just feel like human babies are too big. That's why I want to have frog babies.
On big ag and environmental harms that are the result thereof. When he speaks competently with respect to a lot of these things. There was just a story about a number of Phillies baseball players who had a rare kind of cancer that's been linked to the PFAS.
And they all became trans women.
It's a kind of endocrine disruptor as well, I believe, that's in AstroTurf materials, and people are now reconsidering.
Yo, you're telling me AstroTurf has some bad consequences? Yo, the hell is AstroTurf? What are you talking about?
Whether or not it was smart to put
Brianna, you're in danger of getting this too.
Thousands of AstroTurf
You're sitting on AstroTurf. Your ass is sitting on AstroTurf right now.
Playgrounds and public spaces all across America over the last few years. There's questions about the endocrine disruptors in Teflon and nonstick surfaces. There's concerns about...
But there's not questions about that causing more trans people to exist, right? That's one thing that there's not questions about. We're talking about cancers. That's the result of endocrine disruptors like BPA and like, you know, in like plastic bottles and stuff, right? Causes cancer. It's a carcinogen. That's the concern with that, right? The concern is not it's turning people trans. The concern is not it's not turning the freaking frogs gay. And the frogs don't turn gay. They change genders apparently because yeah, for surprise, surprise, amphibian DNA is a lot different than ours.
Like triclosan and toothpaste. These are all things that have been investigated.
That's why I hope we make artificial wombs in the future, push a watermelon-sized head. I know, right? Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know if I could have a human baby. I want to have some, can I maybe have something like smaller? Like, can we start out, look, when I start having babies, okay, like I want to make sure, I want to start small, right? Like cute little mouse babies or like rabbit babies or maybe a raccoon or a, you know what I mean? Like a weasel, maybe a weasel.
Litigated the scientific.
I want to be the weasel mother.
Community has raised questions about, and there's ongoing testing about.
Right.
The issue becomes.
Kitten. Yeah, no, I don't know. Kittens have sharp little claws, though. That worries me. Sharp little claws and sharp little teeth.
That is as yet unproven between the incidence of people who identify as trans, or.
It's not just unproven, right? It's wild. It doesn't make sense, right? It only works if you have a boomer mentality like RFK, you're susceptible to conspiracy theories like RFK, and you're vaguely homophobic like RFK, right? That's the only reason that makes sense. There's no scientists that are like, I don't know. All these trans people, maybe it's because the atrazine. No, nobody thinks that. Nobody that understands, no endocrinologist is thinking this, right? If that was true, right? If there was a connection between like low levels of testosterone and people transitioning, let's be real, Matt Walsh's ass would be all over it, right? We would know about that. Come on. There have been studies on the effects on humans. Rabbit babies sound very cute. Imagine holding all of them skin to skin after giving birth. That's the best part of giving birth, honestly. Yeah.
Non-binary or what have you, and the prevalence of these kinds of chemicals. And I do wonder if we could have a conversation about...
That's not a real conversation. Look, get me an endocrinologist who can even hypothesize like how this would work. Get me somebody with some research that's like, because you can do this. There's a lot of trans people, or there's more, out and open trans people than there have been in the past, right? It'd be really easy to take some testosterone levels before and after, which, generally, I think some of that data might already be there, right? Compare that and show that like being trans is not coordinated with not having enough testosterone. Otherwise, all the men out there with low T that are getting prescribed testosterone by their doctors would be transitioning. That's not how it works, right? That's not how it works. When we transition medically, we're lowering our T levels, right? We need to do that. We don't find that, it turns out you don't have very much testosterone in your system already. Ha ha ha. Funny that. No, that doesn't happen. Come on. Brianna, you cannot be this stupid.
What we do know, which is that there are toxic chemicals in our environment, without necessitating the links between those chemicals and autism or those chemicals.
Yo, you're talking about autism. Yo, oh my God. Seriously, you are so susceptible to this shit. You are so susceptible to this shit, right? And look at what this stuff does. When you even propose an idea that maybe being transgender isn't natural, even though trans people have always existed, even before there were these chemicals in our rainwater, right? Maybe it's not that. Maybe it's like when you propose that maybe it is a health issue, maybe it is a deficiency, maybe it is maybe it being trans is a disease, maybe like right when you look at an autistic person, you say, I don't know, there's something wrong with them. Like, let's see if we can fix that. That's literally the medical model of disability, right? instead of trying to fix autistic people, instead of trying to fix trans people, which is where this through like conversion therapy and shit, or like what putting trans women on tea, is that what this, do you know where this could end up, right? How about if we change society to make it more accepting of neurodiverse people? How about if we change society to make it more accepting of trans people, right? How about if we go that way instead? How about if we try the social model after having like banged our heads into the bricks of the medical model for years and years and years and years and find that it doesn't work, right? You should know this shit. This is like fucking Autism Speaks, Garb. That's what she's proposing. This is literal Autism Speaks. They're just like, they're pleasuring themselves right now. They are filleting themselves over at Autism Speaks when she says this shit. They love this shit. They love this idea. Oh yeah, it's definitely the chemicals in the waters, or it's the vaccines, or it's like, you know, some other shit. Like, right? This is just
in the incidence of people identifying as trans, which, you know, it just has not been scientifically proven, that link.
Straight people love bullshit causation. This is why we love Matlock.
I mean, and my understanding is that even
it hasn't been proven, but why would it be a thing? It's not just that it hasn't been proven, it's that it is a batshit conspiracy theory. Right? And it's and like you'd be seeing data that you're not seeing right now if there was any chance that that's fucking true. All right? Trans people, I hate to break it to you, trans people have always existed. Neurodiverse people have always existed. We are not a disease to be gotten rid of, right? We are human beings to be accepted.
Really controversial to say that chemical is harmful and has been linked to a lot of cancers. Mm-hmm. My understanding was that even the gender effect on the frog's part is right. There was a guy, Tyrone Hayes is the person famous for that study who has talked about it a lot. It also got a lot of pushback from the EPA and the Scientific Advisory Panel. It is what famously led to that viral Alex Jones video where he yells, "I don't want them putting chemicals in the water that turn the frickin' frogs gay." The whole like gay frogs.
And yet Alex Jones does not advocate for environmental policies, right? If you want less pollution in the environment, including atrazine, you need stronger regulation in the EPA, right? You need the government to act, I know this is going to blow your mind, on behalf of the people. Wild, right? Absolutely wild. To curb, to limit the levels of these kind of pollutants that can exist in the environment. And you need to stop like getting sucked up your own ass into conspiracy theories like this, into Autism Speaks garbage, right? I don't know, like what's the next thing? They're going to start an organization called, Transgender Speaks, where they propose that like, oh, you're only transgender because of the atrazine. Come on, there's not even any reason. That is like saying that I think that like I think that people that baseball players not hitting as many balls is like linked to, I don't know, like not like there's no reason to fucking think that, right? Science doesn't like we don't like literally test like anything that could possibly happen. You need like a link to encourage you to do research in a certain field. There's just no reason that we'd think that. In fact, there's countervailing evidence, right? If sufficient testosterone prevented people from being transgender, then you wouldn't have transgender people, right? We take HRT because our testosterone is sufficient. is sufficient to masculinize us past the point where we're comfortable with. And I don't think that anybody's ever proposed a study where they're like, you know what, I think there's no reason for people to think that pre-HRT trans women don't have as high T as like anybody else. They're all about this biological malehood, right? They're all about when they can call us biological males, when they can deny that we're women, right? But when it comes to like actually accepting that, like, yeah, pre-HRT, my physiology is different, they're like, I think that probably you have like low T and high estrogen, or your hormones are being disrupted, and that's why you're trans. Because like it's not. Oh my god, I'm sorry. This is pissing me off so much, right? They flipped up the lily pads like a closet door and said gay frogs.
Discourse.
That whole thing, right? Naturally. Oh boy.
So, but right, as you said, I don't think it's not. And Robert F. Kennedy Jr. says a number of careful things at the beginning.
I'm sorry. His name is not Robert F. Kennedy Jr. His name is Q Shaman Kennedy Jr. Okay, get it right, Robbie.
He's saying that he doesn't think like depression about climate change is what he said. It is multifaceted why young people have loneliness and depression. I'm
not trans because I'm lonely, you dumb motherfucker. This is what some shitty doctor said to me. Like I came the first time I went to the doctor to get treated for, you know, like I think I'm trans, right? This shithead boomer ass doctor was like, you know what, I don't think you're trans. I think you don't have enough friends. No, I do have friends. I literally have friends, and what's pissing me off is that those friends don't know who I am. Those friends are using like pronouns that I'm not comfortable with, right? Those friends are seeing me in a certain way that doesn't reflect who I actually am inside. My problem is not friends, right? My problem is hormones, right? And if this fucking gay frog theory of being transgender was true, then it wouldn't be as much of a problem.
Again, the general idea that getting lead out of the pipes and out of the paint was good for
gasoline in the air,
right? Not making people angry and violent.
Yes.
Is a.
And next week, the Hill is going to say that like climate change claims are overblown, right? This is not an organization that's advocating for stricter environmental regulations. It's just like the right wing when they want to talk about mental illness whenever there's a mass shooter. Oh yeah, we got to really concentrate on mental illness. What are you going to do? Are we going to fund mental health? No. We gotta worry about chemicals in the rainwater. What are you gonna do? Are you gonna have stricter regulations? No. Stricter regulations are bad for business, and the economy is what makes your boss able to pay you lots and lots of money. Because that's what happens when the economy's good. The boss doesn't pocket the money. The boss gives the extra money to you. So we gotta let that shit trickle down. Like there's so much disconnect here.
Fairly robust finding at this point. Again, these are things that expert people debate. This has kind of been a theme of our show.
Nobody is debating whether maybe fucking atrazine in the environment is causing like transgender people. It's pretty clear that that there have always been transgender people, and the reason that you see more of us now is because we're able to live our existence, at least in some states, more often. And assholes like these fuckers are making that harder, right?
Today, right? There are very smart experts on a lot of sides of a lot of issues that are debating and are hammering.
There's nobody that's debating this. Robert F. Q. Shaman Kennedy is the only somebody that is an absolute layperson in the field of endocrinology would even propose this idea. This is batshit.
Doing studies, and then someone does a study that disproves your study. Maybe your study with methodology wasn't good, and like this is just the process. So there's reasonable disagreement on a lot of, again, science is not religion. It's not. There's no chief.
Then stop making it a religion. That's literally a religious idea that you got. That you venerate masculinity, right? You essentialize it as being encapsulated in testosterone. And therefore you propose like an explanation for what's really obvious, right? That if we acknowledge the existence of trans people, more people will come forward and be like, I am trans too. If we make gender confirming treatment available to more people will want to get it, right? If we make it so that being trans does not mean that you're a monster, does not mean that you're the villain from Ace fucking Ventura or the, you know, the, what is that one? The Silence of the Lambs, then you're going to see more trans people. That doesn't mean that there are more trans people. That means that more people are coming forward and saying, yeah, this is me too, right? It turns out, just like masturbation, not so long ago, it was thought that masturbation was a sign of mental disturbance. If somebody masturbates, watch out for them, because they are massively mentally ill and they're going to hurt somebody. That's what people thought, right? That's what people thought in the late 1800s, right? And it turns out that when we stop having this, like, you know, we stop having this taboo against it and stop saying, God, masturbators, they're really scary, then people are like, actually, I masturbate. Actually, I masturbate. Actually, I masturbate. Guess what? It turns out we all fucking masturbate. Almost everyone, not everyone. And if you don't masturbate out there, please don't think that I'm trying to put words in your mouth, right? Because I'm not sure, you know, I'm not speaking for everybody, but the vast majority of people, this is a normal behavior. The exception is the people, you know, that for whatever reason don't masturbate, right? We didn't know that when we thought of masturbation as a sin against God, right? It took people being comfortable talking about it. It took a reduction of the taboo to ferret out the facts that, like, masturbation is really freaking common. It's part of childhood sexual development. Like, right? It's literally how we figure ourselves out sexually, right? It's absolutely, in fact, if anything, the unhealthy part would be suppressing an urge to masturbate when that's what you want to do, right? That's, you know, that you get into like purity of essence, Dr. Strangelove territory, and you know, you put us all in danger for nuclear annihilation that way. No, that's obviously a movie, but I mean, it bears some truth, right? But yeah, I mean, like, just the same thing with being gay, right? When you stop telling people that gay people are predators, gay people are monsters, gay people are not human, then more people are like, actually, I'm gay, actually, I'm gay, actually, I'm bi, actually, I'm, whatever. When you start, same thing with trans people. It's really fucking simple, right? You got the Occam's razor fucking explanation right there in front of your face, and you want to propose that it's atrazine? You fucking useless piece of dog shit. Who let you have a platform? Oh, that's right. It's the Hill. It's the Hill.
Hope of Science, who says they're right. They're figuring it out.
I think it's perfectly,
masturbating women was good business only for German doctors. Old sick back.
I don't know that there's very many people who wouldn't welcome any study in the world that people want to do to make sure that there's not links between any number of environmental factors and negative health outcomes. You know, being trans isn't a negative health outcome. It only is if you think it is. That's because you're transphobic. There is an increased incidence of autism, some of which is accounted for by increased awareness, better testing metrics, and those kinds of things. But even the CDC says that's not all of what accounts for it, and there do seem to be heritable factors, environmental factors, unknown factors. And to the extent that people want to continue to investigate that using the scientific process and method, how can that not be a good thing? We're being bombarded. No, like, more likely the factors are the reduction of taboo against it. That more people are coming forward and being like, I am autistic, and you know, that doesn't, like, you know, have to like limit my the scope of my life, right? As opposed to the, you know, just institutionalization of, you know, and also the knowledge that autism isn't like only one thing. Like, because back in the day, autism only used to be like, you know, a pronounced manifestation of autism was considered autism. If you didn't have that, you were said to have Asperger's. Now we think of Asperger's as being part of the spectrum. In fact, it's not even like medically, there is no Asperger's. There's different degrees and different manifestations of autism, right? Maybe some of that might account for it, right? Kennedy is right. But you can see how many like autism speaks brainworms she's got. by unprecedented numbers of
nonverbal autism was maybe like the thing that was labeled as autism, where all other forms of autism was just, I guess you're eccentric or something, right? You know, it's
chemicals, many of which go unregulated and untracked. There are all kind of cosmetics that are I would argue underregulated, but
I prefer the mid 18th century euphemism for masturbation as romancing of the self.
There's a wide allowance of what people are allowed to put, what corporations are allowed to put in your lotion.
To the late 18th century concept of self-pollution, masturbation being a form of self-pollution. You can find the pictures of an individual like with clear skin, and then a picture of them with a lot of acne, and it'll say like before masturbation, after masturbation, watch out for this masturbation stuff is dangerous.
And your deodorant and your toothpaste. And there are weird guardrails between the kinds of things that have to be more heavily regulated, like food, and those other kinds of cosmetics. So I think I very much welcome the continued scientific investigations into what is actually going on. I think the only problem is when people make claims that are a bit too strong, absent the evidence of confirming something beyond.
I would say even making this hypothetical absent of the information, right? Especially when it conforms to your bias, it conforms to your bigotry, right? It conforms for your idea to see trans people as not normal, natural. Right, it conforms to your essentialization of the concept of gender. Right, it's you can tell.
Just correlation, because correlation isn't causation.
Yeah, but I think those claims.
Yeah, there's not even correlation. Okay, if there was correlation, like let's be real. If there was correlation between low testosterone or whatever and being trans, we would know about this by now, right? It's not that deep, right? Londoners had a watchmaker that made watches that did pornographic things. If you moved the hands of the clock, back then pornography must have been so easy.
Were strong. I think parts of those claims he made are very much up for debate, and the claims were a little strong. But the framing of what he said in that TikTok,
like just show the silhouette of a boob.
We're viewing this from a deputy tech editor at NBC News, a kind of fact checker, critiquing social media extremism type person, whose takeaway is it's infuriating that this is still up on TikTok. So it was taken off YouTube. He thinks that clip that we just played should be moderated off of, should be censored off of social media because it's disinfo, because it's misinfo.
Hey, Robbie, if somebody goes on YouTube and makes a video about the protocols of the learned elders of Zion, should we really regulate that off of YouTube, or is that just the battlefield of ideas, or what? No, you get the fucking Nazi the fuck off YouTube. That you get that, right? Please tell me you at least accept that, right? If somebody's gonna make up some Sam Hyde shit where they make up a thing about gay people trying to spread diseases on purpose because they hate straight people or something like that, we get that the fuck off of YouTube. Is this really that hard? Is this really that hard to see? This is the same shit with trans people. Trans people are a disorder. That's literally what that motherfucker's claiming, based on nothing, no correlation, no causation, just pure unfiltered bigotry, right? Can we not get that shit that is blatantly coming from a place of eliminationism, of bigotry, of just like hardcore hatred and bias? Can we not get that stuff off of social media? Is that so much to ask?
Wild.
Oh my God, this is fucking doing my head in.
With that, it's also the case that because of Twitter, because of the way that the internet works these days, you just can't censor stuff out of being. I would much prefer health professionals to come in and say, you know what, I appreciate him raising some very legitimate concerns about the number of chemicals in our environment. And if as president, he wants to take on the potential effects of having these endocrine disruptors in our environment, wants to put stronger regulations on companies that are putting these into the world, wants to direct National Institute of Health or CDC or whomever to do more studies about the potential causal relationship between these endocrine disruptors and a number of diseases.
Brianna, I hate. Look, like I said, there's things about Brianna that I appreciate, right? She's called some people out on some things that they need to be called out for, including Vosh. I think somebody mentioned somebody else earlier, but like, I'm sorry, like, you're running interference for Q Shaman Kennedy, okay? That's what you're doing with your platform. Like, we should have a primary against Biden. Somebody more progressive than Biden should run against him and give people the choice and debate Biden, right? The question of whether Biden should continue as the Democratic standard bearer should be asked. Yes, right? But why are we wasting time on Marianne fucking Williamson and Q Shaman Jr., Q Shaman Kennedy Jr.? Can we not do better than that? There's a reason that these people are being propped up, right? There's a reason for this attempted Jimmy Dorification of the Democratic Party, right? And it's not in any of our fucking interests, right? We are not having any good discussions. We're talking about chemicals in the fucking rainwater and whether they make people trans or not. Come on. Come on. Don't you think this is a little bit wasteful? I'm sorry. I'm not supposed to get this mad. I'm really not.
Yes.
I think YouTube probably hates it when I get that. Like, YouTube can tell, like, right? I know that when I get mad, like, I'm more likely to say stuff that's going to get me demonetized. But I cannot take this shit. I cannot take this shit. This is wild.
Do that. It's hard to disagree with that. But also, I would just give the public some caution about drawing any conclusions before the science has done what it's going to do. That's all. And I think there would be so much more credibility.
There's not really any science that's even leading us in this direction. All that's there is fucking bigotry. All that's there is a transphobic, dumbass, boomer, fucking conspiracy head, right? There's nothing to make us even want to. The reason that scientists study stuff is because of things like proposed mechanisms. It makes sense that maybe this would cause this, and maybe this would cause this, and you could have this effect. Okay, then study that, right? But that's why we don't politicize science, right? When you've got RFK proposing possible mechanisms for complex phenomenons, that's bad. That's bad. That's not even bad science. It's just not science. It's pure bigotry, right? We don't need to have scientific inquiries. I don't know, were the Nazis right about something? We don't need to fucking do that. We don't need to do that. Right? There's no reason to look there. We look in places that are promising, and there's nothing promising in investigating batshit transphobic conspiracy theories. There's nothing, there's nothing promising in investigating people's anti-Semitism, people's racism, and there's just not. We know what that is. We've seen that before. We know where that leads. We don't need fucking to waste resources because they only have so many resources. That's why they study certain things and they don't study other things. They don't study if organisms are spontaneously generating under a rock, because that's not fucking happening in all likelihood, right? Oh my God. I'm so pissed off. I am so fucking pissed off. I really feel like Briahna Joy Gray could be doing better things with her life, and I don't know why she's not. I don't know why she's not. She was Bernie Sanders, she was running Bernie's campaign at one point. How did you end up here? How did you end up here of all places? You learned the wrong lessons from Bernie's campaign. You became what Hillary Clinton was accusing Bernie and his supporters of being. You literally became that class reductionist freak show that Hillary Clinton was accusing you of being. How did you end up here?
Intervening with that kind of a message, then we have to take this from the internet because it's too dangerous to talk about the fact that obvious toxins, which have been known and recorded and demonstrated to be toxins for a really long time, are increasingly being found in our food supply and in our cosmetic products, et cetera, and in the grass that we send our children to play on the playgrounds and all of that. At a certain point,
so regulate some shit. You don't need to get transphobic about it. Come on.
It starts to feel like
there are solutions to the problems posed by atrazine, to the cancers that possibly could stem from it. But it's not like, look at trans people as a disease. That is not the fucking answer, my dear. My opinion of Bernie Sanders is similar to my opinion of God. I admire him, but I can't stand his fan club. Well, it's not. It's just certain people that took the wrong lessons from his candidacy. And he's not with these people, right? If Bernie Sanders were to run in 2024, this would not be the person running his campaign. I don't think Bernie Sanders wants anything to do with her.
Gaslighting if your criticism is overly broad, in the same way that yes, it can feel like misinformation if your conclusions are too premature.
Sure. And if I was critiquing, I would just say, if I'm not an expert in this category of issues whatsoever, but if I knew something, I don't think this tech editor is either, but if I knew something.
If these conclusions were any more premature, they would be a virgin on his wedding night, okay?
I would just say, okay, well, this is the part of it that's wrong.
It's literally the jizz in my pants meme, right? It's the wind blows, whoosh, ooh, that's how premature these conclusions are, okay?
Or actually, our water has gotten not less contaminated at the same period of time where more young people are identifying as trans, so it'd be unlikely there'd be some correlation there. Maybe that's the case, I don't know, but instead it's just, you can't consume this. How dare you consume this? We need to turn this off.
Yeah. I mean, it's also worth noting, I do think that, as we heard from
also there was a whole interview, okay? So they took another piece of piece of content from Jordan Peterson off of YouTube, right? After he's been shown to be violating the terms of service, right? YouTube is not supposed to be a vehicle for fomenting hatred against marginalized groups, right? That's their bottom line. And he's done that time and time again, right? Listen, you played that TikTok on here, right? This video isn't banned, right? My stream isn't getting taken down. So there's some chance that it's not that part of the interview that got it taken down. There was a whole ass interview. You know how Jordan Peterson does? He just spends like, I think does anybody know? He spends like 2 hours with people, right? A Jordan Peterson, interview, it's like a 2-hour deal, right? What makes you think it was this necessarily, right? Now, I mean, this is the Alex Jones thing, but at the same time, this isn't what got Alex Jones banned. The Sandy Hook stuff got Alex Jones banned. So wouldn't you say that there's a decent chance, if you can play that TikTok on YouTube, that it is not that chemicals in the rainwater? I mean, as silly as that is, as useless as that is, and as inspired by bigotry against trans people as that is there some chance that maybe that's not what got it pulled, right? Given that YouTube doesn't tell you what gets something pulled.
In that Matt Walsh interview, I think a lot of folks, including Matt Walsh, dramatically overestimate the number of trans Americans that there are, and
especially the number of trans kids, the number of trans kids receiving surgical interventions, right? That's famously overestimated that.
Some legitimate questions about if the chemical exposure is as common as it is, and it is. Why aren't more people affected? I think Megyn Kelly asked this of RFK Jr. in the conversation she was having with him about autism.
Why is this guy getting taken seriously as a fucking presidential candidate? He should be a candidate for the. He should be a candidate for a fucking lolcow site, not a candidate for, like a candidate for the commentary community to make fun of. He shouldn't be a candidate for president.
Either earlier this year, maybe last year. And she's like, okay, like I'm open to a lot.
Okay, like I might be going out on a limb here, right? But how is what RFK says less ridiculable than the than the theories of the creator of Sonichu, right? Like, honestly, this is not
out of what you're saying, but you know, if this really is such a
what's the whole theory where like the world of Sonichu and the real world are connected or something like that? What does anybody remember what this is called? I'm not a I don't even remember what they call themselves, the people that are obsessed with the figure known as Christina Chan. But wasn't there some theory about like she had about like the real world and the world of her comic book was gonna like come together and become one or something like that? I don't know.
Direct causation, as you're describing it, why doesn't basically everybody have autism? And that's not exactly sciencey either, but you know, I think that those kinds of questions that really force him to substantiate his views can go a lot farther into correcting whatever errors are here than threats of, frankly, censorship.
Well, we'll get more chemicals in those waters, then we'll see how we feel about the frog takeover. That's what I'm wondering.
No frog takeover.
You just want the content. Look at this guy. This ass. Do you see that shit-eating grin right there? Do you see that shit-eating grin right there? This guy is a content monster. He is in it for the content. He knows that this is full of shit. He literally just wants, like, this is his version of being able to like cover like Christina Chan instead of anything relevant. Like the same way that the content the commentary community is like obsessed with like internet personalities like Christina Chan, and they'd rather cover that than anything that has any like real bearing. I want to destroy that twink. Like they'd rather cover that. You know what I'm talking about? Like this is his rabbit hole content. This is his, you know.
Tomorrow on Rising, The Intercept's Murtaza Hussein will join us, and we'll get into his new reporting on the FBI's entrapment of a 16-year-old disabled boy. A very interesting, terrifying, horrifying story. Really glad to be able to bring that to you soon. Plus, Justin Goodman from the White Coat Waste Project will be here to break down their organization's.
What's sad to me is that it feels like Robbie knows that this stuff is not true, right? Robbie is laughing at this stuff. Robbie's talking about we'll talk about those chemicals in the rainwater making the frogs gay, right? Robbie wants the content. And Briahna Joy Gray is actually giving this real consideration. I don't know. Maybe RFK is correct about some things, right? Like, this is just like such, like, of all the things to waste your mental energy on, right? Of all the like, look, like, I hate to say, just like at this point, Brianna, just go on 8kun. Just go on 8kun and read the Q drops and try to divine what they're really saying. Is JFK Jr. coming back to life in order to expose the deep state conspiracy? You know, is Donald Trump secretly still the president? Are we under maritime law? This is the level of discourse that you have sunk to, lady. This is the level of discourse that you've sunk to. I'm sorry I can't remember the internet phenomenon well enough to remember like half of the shit about this, but that's what it reminds me of, like, right? And it blows my mind that people will take what RFK Jr. is saying seriously when it is like on the level of something out of a Sonichu comic. I don't know. It's not something that should be taken seriously at all. Let's play the game of looking in Irene's, like, view history. Okay. Speaking of conspiracy theories, here's what I know you all want to know about. Is Trump secretly gay? Let's go.
All right, buddy, welcome to the show. Welcome. How's everybody doing today? I say that like I can hear...
I don't usually watch secular talk, but when I do, it's about whether Trump's gay or not.
A response when you know I can. Anyway, all right, so a lot of stuff to get to today. We have a Blaze TV host who is going after Trump in a unique way, some might say. Nothing but fun. Nothing but fun. We'll dive into that. We also have Fox News being outraged and accusing liberals of trying to make the world a better place. I wish I was joking, but this is what the arguments have now boiled down to. Quite explicitly, quite literally. It's like, how dare you try to make the world a better place? We're also going to get to, there's a new report that just came out which talks about school districts in Mississippi, which are still, to this day, just as segregated as they were in the 1940s. Astonishing stuff. And then also, there was that huge deficit reduction deal, which did get passed through the House and the Senate and signed by President Biden, the whole debt ceiling fiasco that we covered quite a bit. And I have an amazing fact about that deal, which just gives up the entire game of what the Republicans were pretending they were trying to do. So we'll talk about all that and much more. By the way, shout out to Corin for making me this amazing shirt. It says Kyle Seltzer Gang, for those of you who are just listening to this in an audio podcast version. Awesome shirt. Awesome shirt. Fun for everybody. All right, let's continue. Blaze TV host Steve Deese is a questionable character. You know, there's like a hierarchy of right-wing hosts. You guys know the gist of it. You got like the Ben Shapiro's and the Steven Crowders on the top. They have the most subscribers. They get the most views. Maybe you have like Matt Walsh is one tier underneath them. You know, Tim Pool is probably in that top category somewhere. But you have some guys who are honestly not even like C-listers, maybe not even D-listers. This is like E or F tier. This guy's Steve Deese. I think he's been on, he was on Fox News in the past, I believe. We've covered him like a handful of times, but he's largely irrelevant. But this one was just too much fun to let slip by. So here he is. I mean, I don't know overall if he's Team Trump or Team DeSantis, but certainly the takeaway from this clip is that perhaps he's landed Team DeSantis. So look at this criticism of Trump. Man, this primary is getting good.
Because otherwise we wouldn't know what Trump thinks, because he's releasing statements on literally every time Ron DeSantis blinks. Trump has a statement at Truth Social. We are way past dude code violations, frankly into homoerotic territory for
dude code violations. Wait. Now, why is Trump gay? Homoerotic territory. Donald Trump is in homoerotic territory? Look, folks, I hate to break it to you, but we can't stop here. This is homoerotic territory country.
One guy to be stalking another man and his actions this much. You just cannot be hetero unless you're a sociopath. You cannot.
Trump talks about Ron DeSantis too much? Wait. Really? So it was okay for him to be obsessed with Hillary because that's not gay. Hillary's a woman, unless you're a transvestigator, in which case you might not think that Hillary's really a woman. But we'll let that one slide. Like, no, transvestigations be damned. Trump being obsessed with Hillary is fine. What about Trump being obsessed with Joe Biden? Is that not gay? No, it's only gay when he talks about Ron DeSantis.
Not be hetero and be this.
You can't be a hetero. I'm sorry.
All right.
You're too obsessed. You clearly love Ron DeSantis. That's what he's saying. That's what my dude just said here. It's not shocking because we all know his supporters wanted to kiss the butt. Well, I mean, yeah, okay.
With another man.
Is there a special
in his machinations? You just can't do it.
Is there a special dispensation during Pride Month?
No. If anything, you should be more aware that we're.
Wait, no, you don't. Like that guy just said it. Well, like, can we cut him some slack because it's Pride Month? I mean, it's okay to be a little bit gay during Pride Month and talk about Ron DeSantis and his chocolate pudding. I don't know what.
For things like that.
I don't think, look, if Trump was into a guy, I don't think it would be Ron DeSantis, just saying.
And
Are you looking for things like that, Steve? Why would you be looking for things like that? I don't look like things like that. I don't look for things like
Ronnie
that.
and Donnie sitting in a tree, Porking. Chat, I'm sorry, like, I gotta apologize to you, okay? I gotta apologize to you. Like, look, I show some emotion because I know that's interesting, right? I try to go with it. I usually don't like let myself go like what you just saw with the with the rising segment, but like literally like I don't know what to do with that. I don't know. Like, it's bad enough that RFK is doing this, but we know that RFK is Q Shaman Kennedy. We kind of understand he loves himself a conspiracy. He loves a good rabbit hole to dive into, and he loves to be transphobic. And like but like Briahna Joy Gray, I thought maybe was different. Being gay for a month, yeah, that's right. It's okay. It's okay. It doesn't really count if it's during Pride Month.
Why are you looking for that, Steve?
It doesn't count unless you're drinking Bud Light.
I'm curious. Why are you looking for that? Seems a little strange.
Will be classified in this month of all months. All right?
It is what it is.
It is what it is, yes.
Man, the DeSantis people are getting so desperate. They feel like they can't take down Trump. They just throw whatever they got against the wall.
Well, you gotta expose him for his homoerotic inclinations.
And it doesn't stick. And so now they've gone to, oh yeah? Well,
oh crap, I could have covered this on, I could have just watched Majority Report.
Trump is like, he's pretty gay.
He's talking about DeSantis, that's pretty gay. Talking about another man, that's kind of gay.
You know, he's gay. He's gay and stuff, bro. He likes dick. Our big wet boy loves dick. He loves throbbing cock, bro. That's what I think. I bet his own audience.
That's why he sings. Why don't, like, look, they got to tie this back to YMCA. Right, you know about Trump's penchant to dance to YMCA. I mean, like, come on, you got to bring that in somehow.
Is watching this like, huh? He releases a statement every time DeSantis does it. He does that to everybody when they're his number one target.
Wait, but but aren't you talking about? Isn't this guy talking about Trump? Right? Like, how often does this host talk about guys?
You think he like?
I will not let Kyle ruin dick for me, right?
Jeb Bush off
free dick from
easy
Kyle.
When Jeb Bush was his main opponent, you think he let little Marco off easy? Well,
little Marco
was his primary opponent?
Yeah, he talks about men all the time. I guess Donald Trump is, I don't know.
What are we talking about here? Or do you think he was gay for them too, right? Like, what's the argument?
I mean, I think correctly, you got to say correctly, given how much Trump is obsessed with not just men, but women as well. Rosie O'Donnell, Hillary Clinton, Megyn Kelly. I think Donald Trump, it's fair to say that Donald Trump's pansexual.
You're like commenting on the stuff he does.
Maybe he's just omnisexual. Like Destiny is the omni-liberal. Donald Trump is the omnisexual.
It's like you're running for president. Or, I mean, it's almost like you're gay or something, bro. I don't hesitate to accuse people on the right who are acting a little sus, as the kids might say, of being a little sus, being, you know...
Okay, now listen, you can say sus, and I'm not worried. Like, some people would say that sus is a homophobic dog whistle. Like, I don't think that it generally is. I think sus can be used to mean a lot of different things. But when you say sus about somebody's sexuality, yeah, you're kind of, like, right, because that is a secondary meaning of sus. They're, like, you know, like if you watch the Backrooms content where they show the demon from the thirsty demon from the milk videos, right? And they kind of they portray that demon as being gay and like being like, oh, like I don't know how to describe it, right? But they'll always be like sus, like when the entity is sus, right? That's the homophobic usage of sus. That's what Kyle's stumbled right into, apparently.
Some stuff about themselves. So I don't hesitate to pull that trigger. But the fact of the matter is, Trump never gave me those vibes, man. There's a lot of criticisms I could levy at Donald Trump.
Okay.
And I do, and I will. I'll continue to do it. But
see, now I wonder if Sam Cedar did this without the homophobia.
That he's in the closet is most certainly not one of those things. You could definitely say he's a sexual predator, right?
Wait,
I mean, there's got to be what?
Guys think it's the buying groceries is sus. What if they buy groceries with another guy? That's sus. Like they're gonna go home and play house or something. I don't know.
For 20 different allegations of various kinds of sexual harassment, sexual assault, even claims as severe as alleged rape. But secretly gay is not. And by the way, okay, even if he was.
Like, like literally, who cares?
In his circles,
it'd be like his best quality if he was gay.
Like, oh, we definitely can't vote for you now. So, you know, increasing the drone strikes over 400%, massacring a young American girl with your first military.
Did they buy a barrel of lube? Because shopping isn't gay. It's shopping.
Raid as president.
Well, even if they did, couldn't they get lube for their own personal use and their own personal sexual activities, which we'd assume, are, given that they're both married or heterosexual in nature? I don't even think that buying lube is necessarily gay. Like, everybody needs lube.
Ripping up the Iran agreement. Ripping up the Paris Climate Accord.
Doesn't Donald always have his ass sticking out? Sticking out of what?
Being overall a horrendous president who sat idly by while, a pandemic. I guess that's not fair.
The lube vats are low.
He did do Operation Warp Speed. He did do the vaccine. Cutting taxes for the rich. Whatever. The list goes on and on. Destroying the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau.
What is barbecue sauce if not chicken nugget lube? I mean, that's true. Like, if you eat a sandwich with no condiments, it's kind of dry. You slap some mayonnaise and mustard on that. It's a much less painful experience. Yeah.
Totally cool. In fact,
you can never have enough lube. True.
But he might be gay, bro. He might be gay and stuff. So I can't. Gay? Come on, man. This is like middle school level attacks. It's amazing to me that these guys think like this will work too, right? Like, you think you're actually going to take...
Also, what is up with Kyle's flag back there, right? I see that he's got, like, bisexual lighting going on in the background. Nothing wrong with that. But, like, the problem with it is that he's got a black and white U.S. flag, and then he's got blue light on it, and it kind of makes it look like a Blue Lives Matter flag, which I'm pretty sure that Kyle is not trying to rock, but nonetheless, the optics...
Down a couple pegs by claiming...
Like, a real Blue Lives Matter just has like one blue line on it, right? An actual Blue Lives Matter flag only has, and he's got three of his white flag stripes turned blue. So it's not really a Blue Lives Matter flag, but it just kind of looks like it. He's a racist and non-intersectional. Yeah, he's famous for being weird, like doing like weird racist stuff.
That he's gay? He's secretly gay?
Like doing voices and stuff.
No, he's just currently butchering Ron DeSantis. That's what he's doing, because that's what he does.
He's barbecuing, my dude.
He's like a heat-seeking missile. Whoever's in the second position.
He's a heat-seeking missile with the heat coming from Ron DeSantis' ass. No, he's not.
He's going to go for, and he's going to make their life...
Hey, what's up, Wunderboy?
Miserable. If by some
Kyle
miracle...
said something like... What was it? Does anybody remember? What did Kyle say?
Nikki Haley tomorrow rocketed her way into second place. What do you think's going to happen?
It was more like he was doing like an impression or something that was...
He's going to unleash the hounds of hell on her. And I guess then they could go out there and accuse him.
Well, that's why Donald Trump's not gay. He's bisexual, obviously. This is probably one of the guys that would yell at you for disrespecting the flag if you dragged it on the ground. Yet he is that clear violation of the flag. Yeah, I mean, well, I don't know. I don't know much about secular talk and Kyle Kulinski.
Being straight.
I don't usually cover him.
Why are you attacking Nikki Haley? Is that so you just want to fuck her, bro? Is that what it is, bro? You just want to have sex with her and stuff? Whatever.
No, they only accuse you of that if you're nice to a woman, right? Then you're a simp.
By the way, Steve Deese of all people. Now, maybe this is unfair. I don't think it's unfair. Maybe it's unfair. But like...
Not as unfair as the top of the hour ad break, which I might remind you is coming up in 9 minutes. That's right. Nothing more unfair than getting sucked out of your immersion. You're trying to hear whether Donald Trump is gay, maybe he's bi, maybe he's pan. We want to know the answer, but you don't get to hear the answer because instead you're getting served with an ad. There are ways that you can avoid it, right? One way that you can avoid it is to spend $5 to get a little persona face next to your name, to get tons of emotes, and to be a generally awesome person by subbing up. You be the David Martinez of Twitch. High time you sub the fuck up. There's a different way you can get it is by hooking up your Amazon Prime with your Twitch, thus bestowing on you a free Amazon Prime sub that you can give to the streamer of your choice. Hopefully, obviously, that's me. Or the third way, if you're lucky enough to be around when somebody is feeling generous and is giving gift subs, whether it be an anonymous gifter or somebody that is putting their name to the gift sub that they're giving, the best way to get to be selected for that is to be active in chat. So those are the 3 ways.
You know what
Trinity
I'm saying?
mustache.
Steve Deese.
Flag code is a lot like religion. Oh yeah. Well, I don't know if Kyle's necessarily like, I don't know why he has the American flag back there, and especially like that's kind of weird. That's kind of weird because it really does it does look like conservative iconography. I mean, I'm guessing it's not, but
more like Steve D's nuts, dude.
Oh my God! Got him! More like D's nuts.
Listen to you.
Why did Simon and Schuster publish a Nazi book? They did. Wait, what are we talking about?
I don't remember off the top of my head, but I'll just put the challenge out there right now.
Some of those Kyle. Oh, is this a collection of Kyle's tweets? I'm guessing. Let's check that out. Let's check that out real quick.
Now, go to Google, type in Steve Deese gay, or just type in. Go to the Secular Talk.
Type in
search
Steve
bar
Deese
and type in Steve Deese. See what stories we've covered on Steve Deese. I'm sure he's had moments where it's like, because he seems like one of these guys, like Ted Haggard. Remember Ted Haggard? Where he would preach from the pulpit and scream and talk about how, you know, being heterosexual is moral and just and gayness is wrong and evil. And then he got caught in a motel
I don't know
room
about this guy.
doing crack
Steve
cocaine
Haggard? Ted
off
Haggard?
a hooker's ass.
Wait, a male
or Larry Craig,
hooker,
right? Tapping his foot underneath the
Larry
stall
Craig,
in the New
yeah.
Jersey Turnpike, trying to get a little sucky $5 off some other dude, right? Like,
okay, wait.
It's this Silent City.
Is the sucky a racist reference too? Isn't that supposed to be like a reference to like a Vietnamese prostitute or something like that? Like that's I feel like anyway. Yeah. So that's Kyle Klinsky. Wait, let me switch this around. Let's go to. That's right. It's over here, and then switch this to that. The co-founder of the notorious racist Cenk Uygur, co-founder with notorious racist Cenk Uygur of the Justice Democrats, Bernie's apparatus to destroy the Democratic Party. What? Okay, that seems like... Hey, Bernie Sanders, it's time to collect... Okay, I'm not a racist, I'm not Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders! Okay, so that's Kyle Klinsky saying all Asians look the same. Hashtag there I said it. Damn. Thinks we all hate Asian drivers? No! Yo, okay, so the last one, it ends in agate. You don't want to see the full image. You don't want to see the full image. Somebody sent me some shit that's like got like literal slurs on it. It ends in agate. What do you think he's saying? Do you no, AGGOT. What do you think he's saying there? Like, look, see, I can see enough to say, okay. So yeah, I don't know if we can blame Bernie Sanders for this racism, but just waiting for your Blue Sky code. Hey, when you get that, yeah, give me one too. Starts with a. Yeah, I'm sure. No, I'm sure he's saying Straggit. I'm pretty sure that's what he's saying. Okay, I don't know what's up with this Trinity Mustache account, but all this shit is cursed. Let us
Somebody don't generally do this because we don't even have the capacity to do this, frankly. But somebody online had posted a clip from this show from, I guess it was a year ago. Twitter user Jeff the Leftist. The only reason why I'm doing this is, I mean, obviously I'd love to make myself feel like I know what I'm talking about. But
look, Sarah, I'm afraid to look at it. There's more racist Kyle Klinsky.
Really, more importantly,
the thing I remember,
it is so obvious what.
The thing I remember is him doing an impression of a black person and saying something about he said hungry, but he pronounced it in a stereotypical, like, I don't know. I remember that thing.
What was going on a year ago, it is so obvious what's going on today. It's going to be obvious where it's going a year from now. The right used
we got the R slur in there.
Trans people as a way of relitigating the culture war of the aughts. and triggering the fundamentalists in this country and those who have adopted a fundamentalist set of principles without even maybe knowing that it comes from fundamentalism, in terms of like their ideas of gender roles and the patriarchy and all of these things, and the ickiness factor. This is a clip from user Jeff, the leftist, in response to a Gallup poll showing a 15.
And the poster reminds us that all these tweets are apparently still up on Kyle Kalinski's Twitter.
% drop in Republicans. Put up the poll. A 15% drop in.
Yeah, wait. Why are all the white boys named Kyle always racist? Isn't that a thing? Like a Kyle is like a. Isn't a Kyle like a thing? To say somebody's a Kyle, right? That's like got a. It's not like being a Karen, but it's like.
Republicans' view of same-sex marriage as moral, just in the course goes from like what 2022 to now.
2002 to 2022.
56%.
No, but the drop.
Oh, yeah, sorry, the drop.
You can see that in red.
Yeah.
All the way to the right. It falls off a cliff.
15-point drop.
And I mean, we even see it in the context of.
So blue is Democrats, white is independents. Red is Republicans. We see it going up and up and up and up, and there's some up and down, right? But there's nothing super pronounced until we got to 2022 to 2023. Republican acceptance of gay marriage goes from almost 60% down to 41%. So you've got what, like a 17-point drop here among Republicans. You got look at independents are getting more accepting, right? In the same time, not statistically significantly, probably, and Democrats are dropping too, but it's probably not statistically significant. It's a minor drop, but you got Republicans like with a huge like 15, 17-point swing right here. From the high 50s to the low 40s, right? I think that's like 17 points, right? That's more than a blip right there. You got now, like it was a majority of Republicans with a favorable view of same-sex marriage. Now it is a minority. So
of Democrats dropping, I guess, a couple of points to 79, but there was a 15% drop in Republicans, and this was so obvious that even I, a year ago, predicted it. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
The conservative movement has not changed in 40 years. The ideology has not changed because it barely exists beyond some very basic tenets in terms of like the way they want to maintain a class. At different times, they have found it advantageous to push one agenda or another agenda. In different times, they have found it more tactically advantageous to keep their powder dry.
Is it Kyle like a frat boy, basically?
I can guarantee you that if you look at acceptance of gays in the Republican Party right now, and maybe some variant in terms of younger people, but I can guarantee you that acceptance of gays is starting to go down.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm reading it. 15% drop in Republicans.
In the Republican Party. And it will go down even more. And it's not that the mentality of the Republican Party has changed as much as the leadership of the party knows that this was always latent. They didn't hype it when Obergefell passed. But the moment they have the opportunity,
Kyles are more associated with trailer parks.
The moment they have the opportunity, they deploy this again, and you will watch the Republican voter just snap into line. They did it. I mean, like they didn't give up on deficits. It was always BS to begin with. They just stopped pushing it, and so then the Republican Party didn't care. They don't care about inflation. Or you'd see them, every single one of them voting against giving, tens of billions of dollars to Ukraine. Because I got news for you. The money that goes to Ukraine, guess where it gets spent? It gets spent in this country. So there it is. I mean, we're already at 2012, I think, levels practically. And snap in line, that line just like literally drops off like a cliff. I mean, we're not quite at 2012, but we've got a little bit of time. But this is what's going on. People should just be aware of this. Yeah, put up that, just pop this up again. Just be aware of what is going on here. This is not like suddenly the country, realized like we have got to save the integrity of a couple of different types of women's sports. This is, this is the, it's not like it's even more ridiculous, frankly, than the arguments of like, we've got to invade Afghanistan because of what's happening with women's rights there.
Yeah, right.
I mean, at least in the context of Afghanistan, the predicate was largely true. Whether that was a genuine motivation for us to go to war is obviously BS. But in this context, not only is there a complete insincerity in the concern for women's sports, but also there's really not a threat to women's sports.
What did I see recently, right, that was talking about this, that was talking about the lack of concern for women's sports, right? I think it was Squid Tips. Anybody know about Squid Tips? Anybody know the channel Squid Tips? Squid Tips is a motorcycle channel, right? Definitely, stereotypical dude bro subject, but there's a trans flag, there's a LGBT flag in the profile, right? And it's because Squid Tips wants to spread, acceptance of trans people, acceptance of gay people to the people that watch his channel. So he's like purposely, taking a possible hit, like people said earlier, people don't want to admit to being pro LGBT, to being like pro woke or whatever. So that they'll, that's what Tim Pool was saying, right? You got somebody doing the exact opposite, and his channel seems to be doing fine, right? All it does is kind of, provokes, discussion in the comments, which usually leads to people coming to a better understanding of things. But yeah, Squid Tips did a video about trans athletes and talked about the fact that all these right-wingers say that women's sports are in danger, women's sports are under attack, right? And then Squid Tips shows the NCAA workout facilities for women's basketball. You know what it is, chat? It's one rack of dumbbells, right? One rack. That's all the women have in the NCAA tournament, right? And then you go and look at the men's facilities, and just like you'd expect, squat racks, right? Full complement, like tons of squat racks, right? Like I don't know, 7, 8 people, 10 people can probably squat at the same time in there, right? Not Smith machines, full on squat racks, right? They've got everything they could possibly want. They've got everything they could possibly need. They're ready to train. Women, you can do some curls, right, with the dumbbells. You could do some curl. What is this going to help you in basketball? Come on, right? And then somebody said, well, there's just not as much room in the women's facilities. Then they show the amount of spare space that they have. And it's like literally they could have the men's facilities in there. They have enough space for the men's facilities. They don't have the budget because nobody actually cares about women's sports. They only care about it when they can use it as a wedge against trans people, right? That's the only time that they ever talk about women's sports.
Yeah. Well, exactly.
And, but it has been successful in undermining in a year by 15% the gains in acceptance of gay and lesbian relations over the course of a decade.
This also undermines a lot of their claims, right? Claim 1, we don't really care if you're trans, we just want you to leave the kids alone. Bullshit. 15% drop in acceptance of gay marriage, right? Oh, We don't care about the rest of the LGB. They're fine. We're totally cool with them. It's only the transgender ideology that we care about. Bullshit. You're less approving of gay marriage. Anything you want to say is undermined by that poll, right? Whatever the leadership thinks it's saying, whatever the leadership thinks it's like pivoting to, the net effect is for less people for more people to want gay people not to be able to marry the person of their choice, right? Which what you would have thought we were past, right? They've assured us we were past that, right? Trump held up the fucking pride flag, the most pro-LGBT president ever. I'm less homophobic than Biden. Biden won't dance to the YMCA like I do. Look at my dance. Clearly I'm very gay accepting. Yeah, Trump even made a comment about this where he was like, you think that people would want lower taxes or this or that or that. No, they would just want me to bash on gay people, right? Trump himself even seems a little bit surprised by this. ESPN had a segment. Is this a different thing? ESPN had a segment about college women's basketball drama. Emma was fired up.
And they did it in months. They did it in months. And it ain't going away, folks. They're going to bring this down to, they're going to get it down to, and you can see that dip, put that thing back up, 2004.
Wait, ESPN is Emma's show on like a separate YouTube channel, or?
That's right. That is right where George W. Bush got on national television and said, we have to make gay people second-class citizens, and we have to ensconce it in the Constitution.
He set it back basically 8 years till it reached that point again in favorability.
And let's not kid ourselves either. How long were we told that Roe v. Wade was settled law, and that another thing you could do a victory lap on is that what did Jimmy say? The moon would fall into Lake Michigan. Or was that related to Roe v. Wade? I forget. But either way,
Jimmy Dore.
That was a right. That was a right that was given to the American public by the courts, and they could attack same-sex marriage once again. I mean, luckily, Biden did pass that bill, right, a few months ago, protecting same-sex marriage, but that still could come under attack in a variety of ways.
I mean, it would come under attack in the context of
Wait, there's a specific part of the Roe v. Wade decision. Zero, do you know what I'm talking about? There's a specific part of the Roe v. Wade decision that it's the privacy clause, right? That was undermined, that could also be used as a way to overturn acceptance of gay marriage. Was that a prediction about Flint, Michigan being poisoned with moon rocks? I don't know. Wait, that sounds like Portal. That sounds like poisoned by moon rocks. That's straight out of Portal 2.
Yeah, I mean,
it's the right to privacy.
It could come under the attack in terms of the context of like, well, you can't federally mandate what states do.
Yep.
But it also is just going to be used as leverage in their culture war.
Yeah.
And their culture war is turned into, like what are the political policies that the Republican
this stuff could even be used to overturn Brown versus the Board of Education, Loving versus Virginia. That's interracial marriage, right? There's a lot of things that could be undermined by the same precedent that they set after having established the precedent, which is generally not what the high court does.
Party wants. Well, I mean, what are they? Tax cuts?
Yeah, tax cuts.
Yeah.
Poison stuff.
Guns,
Obergefell too.
Pistol stocks, and protection of gas stoves.
Yep, and fear.
That's the agenda. That's what they're passing right now.
Yeah.
Like they have like a house. Everything they pass in the house is, basically.
And with gas stoves, isn't there actually they're talking about the atrazine causing trans people, right? To exist, right? But gas stoves actually do have a health obviously there's the fact that they can cause explosions and stuff, but isn't there a health negative health effect associated with just having gas stoves? Gas stoves hurt poor people, so they love them. Well, they'll try to play it like this, right? the leftists are all these coastal elitists and they're very wealthy. And so they have electric stoves, but the middle class saves money by using gas stoves. And they want to take that away from us. But actually, aren't the gas stoves like kind of poisoning people? Am I wrong about I think it's actually like I think there's actually a health detriment beyond just like explosions, which, you know, can happen with gas stoves. It's a bigger problem for small apartments with gas stoves. Right, so it's basically like that even breathing that stuff is, yeah.
They know it won't even necessarily become law. So it is the perfect opportunity for them to express their agenda and for us to understand it.
It's a laboratory for bigotry.
And what is it they're passing? Literally gun stocks and defense of poisoning children in apartment bill. I don't think that's what they call it. They call it something about their gas stoves.
The gas stoves thing, yeah. They talked about that in another video. Okay, so while we have a little while left in the stream, right? I wanted to talk to you and get your feedback as my audience. Hi, audience. How's it going? I'm No Comment Chick. I'm a real person. I feel like I don't always talk to you like a real person because sometimes I'm so content brained that I'm talking about the content. I'm talking about Q Shaman Kennedy, or I'm talking about Briahna Joy Gray, or I'm talking about Cornell West or Vosh or whoever else. But I want to know what you want to see more of, right? What do you want me to cover more, right? Because I'm kind of like, after this last coverage of Vosh, after covering Vosh's weird like apologia for map shit and for CSA and for all the other the weird ideas he has about, like, you know, the degree to which, you know, exploitation of children and like, you know, in CSE in the production of like, you know, exploitation materials versus the exploitation of children when it comes to like things like textiles and electronics and stuff like that, right? That kind of grossed me out. And I feel like Vosh is less relevant. I know I covered a lot of Vosh. I know I covered a lot of Xander Hall and a lot of Kappels, right? When that stuff was relevant, I feel like it's not as relevant anymore. I feel like we can move on, but that opens up a gap, a content gap, right? And I'm asking you, my audience, I'm taking a moment, being kind of a real person, to, you know, as real as it gets, for a second, just to ask you, what do you want to see? What is good content? What is interesting content? What should I pivot to? Because like I feel like I just don't want to, like, especially like Vosh in some ways has limited the growth of his own community, right? Outside of his community, he's known as a creep. And nobody wants to be around that creep. In his community, people still think, oh no, he's not a creep. It's unfair to call him a creep. Oh, everybody's against him. Yo, whatever. You're a cult. You're a cult, Vosh cult. And you can shrivel up on the vine by yourself, okay? You don't need me. I've already pointed out what's wrong with you. I want to know. I thought NCC was an AI. I mean, sort of. Wait, have you watched the NoCom video? Is that where you're getting that? I am definitely software. That's for sure. I'm definitely incredible maths. But I just want to know. I just want to get some ideas from you. I want to get some feedback from you. I want to talk to you from one person who may be software to another person who probably isn't software, right? If you've never had your code ganked by Geeks Incorporated and uploaded in order to steal stuff from people on 2B2T, right? What are your thoughts on this, chat? And this includes you too, YouTube chat, who is hopefully you all are liking the stream. Hopefully you're hitting that like button. Wonder what will happen to the rest of the White Leaf Network once Vosh is no longer profitable. Good question, right? Will Lance stay? Will Shark stay? Like, that's a good question. Haven't watched the stream in months, so I am not sure. Maybe a stream dissecting Succession and its glorification of the elite. I haven't watched that. That's on HBO Prime. So pop culture, right? Pop culture, but through the lens through like a political lens, through like a leftist lens, right? Is that kind of what I'm getting? I've been watching Sad Boys lately and saw a Riddick racist video about Asian girls with a Z. I should watch. Okay, well, if you can get me that content, yeah, I would love to watch that with you. If you've got access to it, because I definitely don't have HBO Prime myself. Do what I'm passionate about. Well, I'm passionate about kickboxing. It's just really hard to present that to you, right? It's hard to do that in my home. I mean, there's a chance that I could be moving to a place where that'll be easier, but I'll really have to depend. Princess was censored by big tech. That's right. That's right. Censored by the woke mob. Censored by the insidious transgender ideology.
Because it was so peaceful.
Oh my God.
Here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Angelina Wright, thank you. Thank you for invading my YouTube channel. Thank you for subscribing. I appreciate you. You can't send the Asian girls link. Wait, should I type this in? What even is this? It's a racist song by Day Above Ground. An offensive music video. Oh God, that's the one thing that's really hard to cover is like music. Folding Ideas has a video from 7 years ago. I don't know if this is the same thing though. Most racist songs ever. So whatever this is some racist shit, it sounds like. Day Above Ground. I'll have to take a look at this. It's really difficult to do content on music because music gets copyright struck so easily. You kind of have to play like, 2 seconds of it at a time. It's garbage. It just hit me. But through Jarvis and Jordan, I found it interesting. So wait, Jarvis has a video on this. Wait, so some of the lyrics here, you're my Asian girl, I love you, sticky rice. Okay, wow, that's a little bit of the flavor of yeah, Brianna's really frustrated. Angelina Wright. I'm sorry for mispronouncing your name. I think I misread your name just because like the that's the video. So like yeah, I'll have to do kind of the same thing that they do. You know how it works that you just play like a second of it and then you like say something about it and then you play another second of it. You got to kind of chop it up to be able to get away with and sometimes even that's like, you know, like one of my first videos, I ended with the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure ending, you know, the thing that's like dong, bong, 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 you know, the thing that's like to be continued, right? It's a famous song by the band Yes, and in the end of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, whenever they leave you on like a cliffhanger, like they play this music and you see like you see the main character like running into something that's like probably gonna unalive them, right? And they play that. Like I got in so much, like I got my first copyright, you know, video taken down for copyright from that, because classic rock will get you clapped harder than anything else, right? Classic rock, they have no forgiveness for that. Okay, well, think about it more, okay? And I'm going to drop some links for you, okay? I'm going to drop some very important links if you have not done this yet, right? This is my Discord. I am going to invite you to said Discord. I want you to join up and especially pay attention to stream suggestions. I'm going to be trying to cover more of your stuff in stream suggestions. I need to do I need to start doing like a members only component or something to the stream. I want to make sure that members are getting their value. People that are making it possible for me to stream are getting a little something extra in return. Don't worry, I'm still going to do content for everybody else. I'm not going behind the paywall, but you know, I have to put some cool stuff behind the paywall just to bring more people in, especially with the Patreon, right? I'm going to try to offer like, you know, like updates, maybe even daily updates, like little short like vlogs to let you know what I'm doing, what's on the horizon, and you know what to expect ahead of time. Some sort of behind the scenes stuff that I'm working on. I want to make sure that I'm like doing right, because I feel like a lot of people have been supporting me, and I just feel bad not having enough stuff that is exclusive for people that are giving me monthly support like that. So yeah, there is the Discord link. Make sure to join that. The Discord itself is free to join, right? So you can join that. You can make suggestions and stream suggestions. I feel like I don't cover nearly enough of the stuff that's in stream suggestions, but we got to figure out a format to do that. Maybe if I can just go down like the list, or like have a certain day, one day a week, when I just do like stream suggestions, and especially for anybody that's there at the time. Anyway, chat, this was an interesting day for me, right? These last 2 days, like the Vosh thing, like I got sick. I got physically ill from covering Vosh, right? And that's why I'm kind of like really, really strongly wanting to move on from that and do less of that in the future. And then this was just like, I don't know, this was like a rage day or something. But one thing that's not going to make you rage is my good friend Willow. Willow is playing. Let me check and tell you what Willow is playing. What exactly is Willow playing? Just chatting? Willow's just chatting. Okay, so yeah, I'm spent. Right, that was a lot for me, and thank you for being here. Thank you everybody that has supported me in the past any amount of time. Oh my God, I'm so like, oh, this is what this kind of content does to me. I didn't realize I was gonna be having to refute Alex Jones's chemicals in the rainwater making everybody, including the frogs, gay, but I did, and it nearly made me lose my mind. Thank you for losing your minds along with me, and give some love to my good friend Willow. Meow meow meow. Thank you, Dragon Princess. Good to see you too. Meow. I will be back, I think, on Thursday. Meow. And